use your go-to if you use the media. I just want to put a face and a name.
Well, we've emailed.
Yeah.
So we talk that way. Yeah.
We have a quorum, and it is 5:30 p.m., so we will begin this meeting. I have both a special and regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. For those of you here live in the audience, we'd request that you silence your phones so that we don't get disturbed, and we will move forward. Who should I pick on this evening? Who would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance? City Manager White. How about you? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we'll do the roll call.
Councilmember Parra. Here. Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. So we have a quorum. It's good to see you all. Madam Clerk and Mr. City Manager, I understood we were going to move the City Manager's report up too, and that is not reflected on the agenda.
Actually, I have it later as part of a meeting of management, agenda management.
Okay. Oh, I see it as number 4. All right. Okay. So let's dive right in then. Before we begin public input, for those of you who might be here on item 16J on the regular meeting agenda, that was pulled by the requesters and will not be heard tonight. And then just for those of you who might be keeping score at home, the regular meeting items tonight will be item 1, so that we can in fact have public comment, and items 10A and 10C, which are second readings of ordinances, which must be done at a regular meeting. And this would normally be a regular meeting night. Sadly, one of our colleagues has been taken with COVID, and he will be participating during the special meeting portion of the agenda via phone. And we may do some further reordering as we move through this tonight, but I just want everyone to be aware that items 1, items 10A and 10C will be during the regular meeting, and that 16J has been pulled.
Mayor, just to be clear, that was 16J on the regular meeting
Yes.
agenda, because there's also a 16J on the special meeting.
Right. It was 16J. For those of you who might not have a scorecard, it related to the hotel workers and their labor action. So at this point, I need to recess the special meeting so we can hear public input on item number 1.
So number 1 is public input. It's public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 7 speakers.
All right. So for those of you who've not been here before, let me give you the lay of the land. We obviously have our podium from which you can speak. I'm going to call out several names and ask you all to line up along the wall to your left, my right. And please introduce yourself as you begin your comments so that those people who may only be listening to the audio know who is speaking, or maybe some people don't recognize you by sight. So our first 3 speakers are John Medlin, Ellen Hannon, and Jerry Rubin.
Start?
You may go ahead, Mr. Medlin. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members and staff. Public safety first. Where have you heard me say that before? Right. I'll be saying that for probably the next election for sure. How do you get trust? What happened 39 months ago where trust was violated by our police department, our public safety department, as well as the staff, as well as City Council? Trust is built on truth, transparency, and timeliness. Our most recent police report for the first quarter came out within about 4 weeks after the end of the first quarter. Right now, we've had 7 weeks since the end of the second quarter. It's, what is it? What do we have? When we went to school, what did we get? A report card. It's report card time. Why can we not have the police report on a timely basis within 75 days of the end of a quarter? That's pretty normal. If you're doing audits, they have to be done that way. So all I'm saying is get the report out. Let's report some good things. We had police night out August 1st, probably 2,000 to 5,000 people got to participate. That's a good thing. Reed Park is now having the movies once a month. A good thing. So some good things are happening. You guys recently passed a budget where you gave more money to the police department. Some good things. But again, truth, transparency, and timeliness. Publish your reports on a timely manner so we know what's going on. Rebuild the trust. It was violated 39 months ago. Only one of you on the dais now who was here 39 months ago. We have a new police chief who's doing a great job. He's trying to make things better. Trust has to be rebuilt. Truth, transparency, and timeliness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hannon?
Good evening. I had the opportunity to, this morning, attend the meeting at 1212 Promenade, and thank you, council members who were there. And I hope to see the other council members at the next meeting who were not able to make the first meeting. Tonight, I want to talk about my alley. I live at 1218 9th Street in Santa Monica. My alley shares is also called Lincoln Court. I share it with Lincoln Boulevard. We have had over the past month a terrible problem with one building, 1231 Lincoln Boulevard, which is an unleased building at this time. It is a studio, and it's a very nice building. It is owned by a group who owns 5 other buildings here in the city. They are a well-endowed corporation. What started as a frequent homeless stop in their vacant alley, which is vacant parking lot, which is not fenced in, has turned into a nightmare. We've had a dead body. The coroner had to come out and collect a body. We've had a sexual assault of a woman who lives right across the alley as she was trying to go from her garage into her house. She called the police immediately. The police did not respond. She told me it was because she spoke with an accent. She speaks perfect English, she said, but because I speak with an accent, they did not come. There was no police report made of that sexual assault. This goes on for months and months. We call dispatch. Dispatch tries to send out the homeless task force. It is not a homeless problem. It is a criminal problem. We've had a drug group dealing drugs there for months. They come every evening. They sit around. They bring their own furniture with them. They set up furniture. They party. We cannot take our trash out. We were not able to take our trash out. That's how bad it was. So
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Thank you. Jerry Rubin. And Mr. Rubin, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names to line up behind you. Michael Pitkin, Joanne Berlin, and Jill Hawkins.
Well, thank you very, very much. Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, honorable council members, honorable city manager, city attorney, city staff, city clerk, and fellow Santa Monicans. I want to speak on an issue that took place outside of Santa Monica. It's something that affects us all. And it's in memory of Laura Ann Carlton, the wonderful woman that lived and had a clothing store near Lake Arrowhead that was hatefully shot and killed by someone for displaying a pride flag. Now, of course, we understand how important pride is and the wonderful pride events we promote, and not just once a year, but 365, 24/7. But I think it's important to support this and to remember this and urge people, as the LA Times urged everyone to do today, to wear their pride flags. That's why I have it here displayed even more proudly. Sad, but in memory of this wonderful woman that had the courage to do what was right. And so we shouldn't yield to the fear, but we should come back even stronger anytime this kind of stuff happens. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. Pitkin.
Oh,
Sorry, Ms. Berlin, you're after Mr. Pitkin.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. I am a new citizen of Santa Monica, California. I am a homosexual, HIV positive, Democrat, multiracial European, unhoused, unemployed, theistic Satanist, 58-year-old male. Today, I ask this body to implement current law of the land by United States Supreme Court case on homelessness, Martin versus Boise. Santa Monica does not have enough shelter beds and affordable housing. This is your notice. Being transported to Skid Row over 15 miles away is failing the law enforcement reasonableness test. I was recently arrested by LAPD for being homeless on the bluffs. I am now in protest mode and exercising my rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Berlin now.
Hello, my name is Joanne Berlin, and I'm speaking briefly tonight about the proposal from the Community Corp and Metropolitan Pacific, thank you, Metropolitan Pacific and CRJ regarding the Civic Center. I know that you all have ceased negotiations with them, and I'm here to ask you to reconsider that because I don't remember his last name, but his first name is Joe from Metropolitan Pacific, and he is willing to do the retrograde that needs to be done for the Civic Center. I listened to the presentation at the school board meeting the other night and was kind of amazed at how expensive they're saying it is. But then again, it costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars just to make this report they made at the city, at the school board. So I don't know whether to trust their figures or not. But anyway, as you know, a former council, none of you were on it at the time in the 1950s, kind of did the coup de grace to completely destroy the Belmar neighborhood by eminent domain, throwing out black and brown people who lived in the area, where the 3 acres now is the footprint that has the Civic Center on it. We are trying to work with this group because we want restorative justice for that travesty that occurred in cities all across the country. Cities of any size tried back then to block the black and brown communities from the white.
Thank you, Ms. Berlin. Thank you. Ms. Hawkins, and before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names for folks to line up behind you. Denise Barton, Rebecca Canara, Robbie Jones, and Joe DeRosa.
Seagulls in the fountain out front want to speak.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. No, ma'am, you cannot come into the well.
The seagulls, and I want to speak for them. They shouldn't have to drink chlorine water. They want drinkable, nutrient-filled water that's.
Ma'am, please.
I got it. Okay, let's dance. Let's go. I know spinjitzu. Try to grab me. Come on. Just try to grab me. Please try to grab me. Will you chase me? Chase me! Never! I speak for the seagulls. I'm just kidding. I wasn't going to say.
I apologize. All right. Ms. Hawkins, I apologize for the disruption.
I'm here, just first of all, I hope everyone's well, and I'm here to make relations and to also, I hope you're enjoying the emails I'm sending about what's going on in our state and, that affect all of us as people. And I think it's really important that we go micro and really connect on a more humanistic level and to be informed so we can all be making informed choices, especially navigating these times coming up and the times the last 3 years. But I've been working on this. So a lot of people don't know that healthy unvaccinated kids are being denied school. It's been a trend. So the kids have always had religious and personal exemptions, and that got taken away. And Senator Allen had actually introduced that bill. And then a couple of years later, they took away people's medical exemptions. So I get calls every week with kids are being denied school based on vaccination status. So in 2019, when they took away our medical exemptions, and like, there's an example, there's a kid who was in 7th grade this year, and it was last year, and he has sickle cell anemia. He had a medical exemption, and then when they took away our medical exemptions, and then also it had another bill that threatened the doctors so they couldn't really take care of their patients that really shouldn't have vaccines. So I want us to work together to get the kids back in school, because I know I see you guys all really fighting for the underprivileged and people who are really suffering, and healthy unvaccinated kids are being denied school. Think about this. A kid with HIV and hepatitis B have a right to go to school as they should, and they have an active virus, but a healthy kid whose families maybe choose one to have natural immunity or are concerned about the ingredients such as aluminum, formaldehyde, aborted fetal cells, animal DNA, and many chemicals in these vaccines that have never been truly double-blind placebo studied with inert substance on any of the vaccines, and it's been a liability-free product since 1986 when they were going bankrupt from all the vaccine injuries. And Ronald Reagan's administration put Health and Human Services in charge of vaccine safety, and they were supposed to form a task force, make them safer, do safety tests, and do reports. July 2018, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. won a lawsuit against Health and Human Services, and they admitted they've done zero of that in 32 years. So everyone should have a choice, and we should be denying healthy, unvaccinated kids school and be putting parents where the vaccine injury is severe.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Your time is up. Thank you. All right. Oh, no, you cannot come in the well, please. You can hand anything you want us to see to the clerk.
Right, I hope you guys read it. There's a lot of good resources in here. And
Okay, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Ms. Barton?
She left her phone.
I'm sorry?
She left her phone.
Oh.
And Denise, before you start, how many, is it 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes.
Yeah, because we're still on item 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. Tonight my points will be taken from the August 15, 2023 Audit Subcommittee meeting attachment with the agenda titled City of Santa Monica Risk Assessment. Starting on page 13, the city's 100% sustainability date just keeps getting pushed further and further ahead until that now there's no New Year goal. Instead, the city wants its water customers to conserve more, which is really unrealistic and will probably cause hardship to the residents and businesses. And have you began dumping contaminated recycled water into the groundwater yet? Because wouldn't that mean more financial liability and lawsuits for the city? Then isn't the city supposed to be a business? Because on page 22, included in governance in risk areas, it states, risks associated with ongoing governmental oversight, ethics and values, controlled environment, policy management, accountability, performance management, coordination and communication, and defined rules, responsibilities, and authorities. This describes a very badly run business. Next, on page 42, included in ethics, fraud, waste, and abuse in risk areas, it states risks associated with misappropriation of funds, extravagant spending, using one's position to accomplish a specific outcome, the intent to deceive, or behavior that is not aligned with the organization's ethical values and policies. Everybody knows that applies to the city council, city managers, and city attorney's offices. But I would hope that city staff in general are not co-conspirators, because these are illegal actions. And finally, on employee retention, do you not think hiring new city employees on experience, knowledge, and ability might retain employees longer than hiring on diversity, equity, and inclusion? Again, the city is a very badly run business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Ms. Canara.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Canara, and I'm also here to ask that the city resume negotiations in good faith with Community Corp, Metropolitan Pacific, and CRJ. Last time I was in the room with you all, you and other people who aren't here, because it was in the last session last year, read the public apology acknowledging both the history of discrimination and abuses and displacement of our Black and brown neighbors here in Santa Monica nearly 100 years ago and continuing to this day. And so we're just asking that you look at what you're doing in the commitment to action from the public apology to actually take real reparative actions in anything you do with the Civic Auditorium. And I'm going to use my time to just read a little bit of the history in case nobody knows. The Santa Monica Civic Auditorium sits on a wedge-shaped partial northwest of Pico Boulevard and 4th Street, referred to as the Belmar Triangle. Beginning in 1910, the unimproved railroad grounds in the Belmar Triangle area, already full of racially integrated housing, were eyed as the perfect central location in the city for a civic center. In 1934, during the Great Depression, New Deal housing programs funded a survey of housing conditions in Santa Monica. Neighborhoods that could be classified as blighted were eligible for funds for repair or replacement through the Federal Housing Authority. Homes like those in Belmar could be updated if the applicants were eligible, but only Caucasian applicants living in Caucasian-only districts qualified. The increasingly Black American population in Belmar did not qualify for loans available only to Caucasians, and without financing, the cottages remained in disrepair. When the Federal Housing Act of 1949 was passed a decade later, conditions had deteriorated areas in Santa Monica and denied financing opportunities, and the city took the homes. So we ask that you all take this opportunity to do reparative work, to do restorative justice, and to partner with the community instead of the land grab that continues if you continue with the Santa Monica School District. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
Hey, good evening, everybody. So you've heard from Rebecca and you've heard from Joanne, and I agree with them totally. You guys know what I'm going to say. In a perfect world, the feasibility studies sound wonderful. Reminds me of Inglewood a little bit, what happened, but this is not the place. I'm just thinking, if you want to do it, find another place to do it, because the land where property was taken from people that look like me and others, I think that you got to do the right thing. I just feel that you should reconsider. And I know that that's what you should do. Reconsider negotiating with Community Corp, who has the right thing in mind. Samohi, I'm an alumni. I'd love to see them have another gym. It all sounds like a good money maker, and I'm not saying that we don't need the money, but I'm just saying I think to be a wonderful thing would be to give even some of the students at Samohi, I was thinking a particular young woman who spoke here, for her parents to have a home on the land that had been taken from Black people would really give her the education and the of what happened, but also restorative justice, reparative, replace what has been taken. I don't know how come we can't get that. I don't know why we don't want to. I know money is an issue. But considering how long the Civic Center has been sitting there and that we put this beautiful monument to the people, but it's time, you know, the monuments are great, but just action is necessary. So that's what we need to do. And I hope that you do consider Community Corp and CRJ and Metropolitan and whatever other partners we may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. DeRosa, and before you begin, it looks like our last speaker, we had a late addition, was Troy Dalmaso. All right. Mr. DeRosa, go right ahead.
Yeah, I sent over a video earlier, a link. It's about a minute and 40 seconds, so it should fit right in. Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, this is just a copy of the proposal I brought up last city council meeting, how to improve the downtown area more immediately. Basically, it shows, you know, here are some of the resources Santa Monica High has that could be used for multiple events. You can see the overview there where, you know, using the downtown facility to restore the Civic and create an LA Artist Series, that the Sears building would, you know, be a central location downtown for arts and entertainment. The two buildings could be combined with the Santa Monica High School venues, the pier, and the Civic Center to create a downtown events that could, you know, host 150,000 square feet of convention space, red carpet events. There's art galleries involved, a soundstage studio with a mezzanine. Like I said, I just wanted people to see the video because I didn't get through it last time. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. I guess you want us to watch the video all through the end, is that it? Okay. Okay.
That's the end, guys, I think.
All right, thank you. Mr. Del Maso.
Regarding the beach bike path, we've got motors on practically every type of light transportation device in existence. We've got motorized bikes, motorized tricycles, motorized skateboards, two-wheeled hoverboards, gyroscopic devices, and frankly many other modern contraptions that I don't even know what they're called. Most of these capable of reaching speeds up to 20 miles an hour. This is by and large in accordance with California state law and consistent with other communities. Online, I've watched hours of public comments before this council, and I've yet to find a single comment against motorized pedicabs, except by the owner of the biggest fleet out, John Barry, and his drivers. He made a business decision not to shoulder the expense of motorizing his pedicabs and marshaled his drivers to help him lobby this council to pen our new regulations that favor his business. Barely a week into this new city council mandated program, there was a serious collision. The driver of a pedicab was making a turn and was hit by a girl on a bike at full speed. The driver was unable to accelerate quickly enough to get out of the girl's way, and she broadsided him. She was knocked unconscious and was bleeding from her head. Emergency services were called, including one of John Barry's cabs last year. That makes 2 significant accidents with pedicabs on the bike path with a police report. Both accidents with non-motorized pedicabs. The real difference a motor makes is the ability to accelerate when needed and to stay with the flow of the surrounding traffic. My company, Beach Buggy, has pedicabs that when motorized have a top speed of 15 miles an hour, more or less the same top speed as drivers with no motor. They just take longer to get up to speed and can't hold it for long. Motorized pedicabs are legal in the city of Santa Monica, on bike paths, on roadways, but these same pedicabs aren't allowed on the beach bike path, a place where maneuverability is everything, and everything around us has a motor. We are insured to $1 million personal injury as required by the city. If the data shows neither speed nor safety are logical reasons, motorized pedicabs are forbidden on the beach bike path. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, and at that point, we will recess the regular meeting.
Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so Councilmember Swick has joined us.
All right, and so now we move to item 2, Ms. Anderson-Warren.
Item 2 is public input. It's agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. And we have one speaker.
All right, the one speaker I see listed is Jim Harris.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, City Council members, City staff. I am here to talk about item 5B on your agenda tonight in the consent calendar, and that's the 2028 Olympics, which we are all greatly anticipating. I must say that my board has not taken any kind of a position on this, and I'm not sent by my board tonight. However, I will say that they're also very excited to begin work toward the 2028 Olympics. Something that was alarming in the report is the number of spaces taken in the Beach Lot 1 North, going from 400 to 800. This is already a very busy time of the year for us, and I can tell you from 34 years of personal experience at the pier, working at the pier, that we are going to need to very carefully plan for parking and traffic mitigation, and those discussions should start right away. Again, my board is eager to begin discussions on this, and we are looking forward to working with city staff and planners for the Olympics. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Good to see you. All right, by my list, that concludes public comment for consent calendar items as well as closed session. Is that correct?
It is correct.
All right. Before we move forward, Councilmember Brock has suggested, and I think it's an excellent idea, that we recognize it's been a while since we last convened here, and in that time, sadly, there was a hurricane here, but more perhaps importantly, there was a terrible fire on Maui, the island of Hawaii, and particularly in the township of Lahaina, which I know many people have been to. It's beautiful. And obviously, while we don't have a final casualty total yet, we know that it is large and sad. And so if we can, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the victims of the fire in Lahaina. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At this point, what I would like to do is move to hear item 4A, which is the city manager's report. At this point in time, before we go into closed session, we have some representatives here from Southern California Edison. It'd be great to let them speak with us and not have to wait till closed session. So I will make that motion. All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Terosas. Because Councilmember Zwick is participating by phone, we will need to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, thank you for that. That passes unanimously. And so at this point, we will move to the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. And before we invite our distinguished guest up to the well, I want to make just a few comments for you and the community. And certainly this past weekend was an extraordinary weekend. I think last time we had a tropical storm move through the area was 84 years ago. And I hope obviously everyone stayed safe and dry during the tropical storm and we're not too rattled by the earthquake as well that we experienced. I'm pleased to report that Santa Monica fared well, thanks in large part to preparation by the Office of Emergency Management in collaboration with our Public Works Department, Fire, Police Department, our Office of Communications and Office of Emergency Management and City Manager's Office, and many more staff. I want to talk a little bit about our response over the course of the weekend. As soon as the National Weather Service indicated that a tropical storm could be heading our way, the Office of Emergency Management began convening city departments to develop a proactive storm preparedness and response plan. And I can certainly attest that everyone was proactive. Public Works did an incredible job providing sand and sandbags to Memorial Park, where we saw an overwhelming response from the public working to protect homes and businesses. They also worked before and during the storm to clear storm drains and dig large channels at all beach drains to allow rainwater to flow unobstructed, preventing urban and coastal flooding. Public Landscape responded to more than 50 tree incidents related to branches. Fortunately, no trees fell, and worked with Resource Recovery and Recycling to do a citywide debris cleanup immediately after the storm. Our police department worked with homeless outreach teams to do person-to-person outreach to unhoused neighbors living in flood-prone locations, letting them know that the area was unsafe and directing them to shelter resources via County 211. Santa Monica Fire upstaffed in case calls for service increased during the storm, and first responders conducted damage assessments during the storm to proactively monitor city conditions. Santa Monica dispatchers fielded 182 911 calls for service and 300 non-emergency calls for service. Our finance team put in place cost tracking mechanisms and documentation procedures in case a local emergency for declaration was necessary. The city's 2 stormwater harvesting tanks were successfully filled to capacity, and the city now has more than 3 million gallons of captured stormwater for treatment and reuse that otherwise would have entered Santa Monica Bay. And I can attest that no other community can provide facts of such an accomplishment. I want to provide a huge thank you to all of our staff who were involved in the storm prep effort and in the cleanup, and to the residents of our community for taking this seriously and heeding our numerous storm warnings. Thank you also to our partners at local hospitals, the school district, and our business community for the coordination during the storm. It was a true community effort. And of course, this is a great introduction to next month is National Preparedness Month, and this is a tremendous opportunity to remind everyone to make a disaster kit that includes supplies for an earthquake, power outage, or wildfire. You can visit ready.lacounty.gov or go to santamonica.gov and search emergency preparedness for more information. Please also sign up for public safety alerts at santamonica.com/alerts and follow Santa Monica's social media pages where we provide timely updates. In other news, this is a summer full of music in the park. Saturday was the first Endless Summer Camp event at Tongva Park, and this is a new summer series featuring dancing and music that will take place every Saturday afternoon through September 9th. Pack a picnic, catch the second installment this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's going to be a glorious weekend, no rain forecasted, and you can enjoy Afro-Cuban and Latin dance with Contratiempo, a Hawaiian dance performance by Santa Monica's Cabeza de Vaca Cultural Center, a craft workshop, and more. Of course, we have Americana in the Park. Will also resume on Sundays in September from 4 to 7 p.m. at Gandara Park, and you could head to santamonica.gov/events for more information. And I want to conclude with one staff introduction who is here today and one staff announcement. First, although he's not here, I think many of you saw him earlier today, I'd like to welcome back Chief Kanabi, who will serve as our interim fire chief starting on September 1st, following the departure of our beloved Chief Danny Alvarez. We are grateful to have Chief Kanabi back while we launch a nationwide recruitment for a permanent chief. And the second person I'd like to welcome to Santa Monica is in attendance all the way in the back of the room this evening, and that is our Communications and Public Information Manager, Lauren Howland. Her first day with us was August 14, 2023, and she has already hit the ground running, and we kept her very busy this past weekend, supporting our departments and working very closely hand in glove with Lindsay Call in our Emergency Operations Center over the weekend. More than anyone can know and attest to, I am incredibly grateful Lauren has joined us. And so with that, those are my comments, and I'd like to introduce Diane Forte with SoCal Edison to talk about the state of our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. And before you begin, Ms. Forte, Councilmember Terosas?
Yeah, I also just want to thank our city manager for being in really close communication with us throughout the entirety of the storm preparation and the storm. I felt very well prepared because you were constantly communicating with us the situation and making sure that if any constituents had questions, and I'm sure that's backed by your amazing team here who was doing all the work. But I personally want to just say thank you. I felt very reassured.
All right, thank you, and welcome, Ms. Forte. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Diane Forte. I'm Government Relations Manager with Southern California Edison and also a resident of Santa Monica. And I want to thank you for all the alerts on Sunday, me and my neighbors. Really appreciated all of that. And with me today, I have Yosef Gabrigorgis, our Senior Engineer with Distribution Engineering, and Mark Esquera, Director of Distribution Systems Planning and Strategy. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all together and safe and after this storm. I know I've seen you individually, but it's nice to be here. Let me go through what I want to talk about tonight. I'm going to do a little introduction to SCE, just a reminder of who we are, what we do, our goals, and then our senior engineer is going to talk a little bit about Santa Monica in general, an overview of the circuits, an analysis that we've done of some of the unexpected outages that have occurred, the work that we've done and are doing and planned to improve the system. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the future, how we're readying the grid to achieve our California's decarbonization goals. I know that's very important to Santa Monica, as appreciate the partnership with electrification. And then I have some resources, both for the business community and planning, and then for our customer resources, and of course, we'll take Q&A. So a little bit, who is Southern California Edison? We are a subsidiary of Edison International. We're one of the largest utilities in the company. We're 130 years old. We're headquartered in Rosemead. And we're highly regulated by the CPUC and the federal FERC. So when we go every 4 years, we talk about the work we're going to do. We get approval by the CPUC for what we're going to do. And it's a public process. We cover 50,000 square miles, 15 million residents, and we're in 15 counties and 185 cities. So a large territory. We're the yellow area. We're carve out, of course, is the city of LA. Again, so what is our goal? What is our mission? Everybody has a mission. So it's to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable power. And we monitor a very vast electricity system. It steps down with transmission towers down to your house. We have 5,900 circuits, 1.7 million poles, and 126 miles of transmission and distribution lines. Every year, we get an approved budget to strengthen and modernize the grid. It's estimated to be $5 billion a year. As you probably know and read in the news, a big portion of that over the past few years has been for wildfire mitigation, hardening our infrastructure, our situational awareness capabilities, enhancing our operational practices. We work closely with all the emergency managers, and as a result of all this work, we have reduced the probability of our infrastructure igniting a wildfire by about 85%. So really proud of that. And we also have a high percentage now and going forward on infrastructure reliability. So that what is that? So it's updating our underground cables, our poles, switches, and transformers. You might get a notice sometime that we're replacing deteriorated poles, and Yosef can go into that a little bit, but that's, to proactively replace equipment so that it's not an unexpected outage, but sometimes it does happen. And that's on the right is sort of a breakdown of what we did in 2022. And this is something that we have partnered with Santa Monica. This is our plan. How do we get to 2045? The state has said by 2045, we're going to be 100% carbon free. So our grid will be 100% carbon free by 2045 and about 80% carbon free by 2030. We're well on our way. But what else needs to be done? 75% of the transportation needs to be electrified. That's about 26 million electric vehicles, and I know Santa Monica is doing its part. We also have to electrify buildings. Santa Monica has a REACH code, which is great. 70% of all buildings will need to use efficient electric space and water heating. And then the rest we have to capture the low carbon fuels. Use low carbon fuels. Use low carbon fuels. Now I want to turn it over to Yosef to go in a little bit more on the details of what the circuits are in Santa Monica, our analysis, and the work that we're doing.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Yosef Gebrey-Gorgas. I'm with Distribution Engineering for the city of Santa Monica. So here we have an overview of the 48 circuits that feed the city of Santa Monica. We have a mixed voltage class of 16 kV and 4 kV circuits. Listed here are by name, and you can take a look at how many customers each circuit actually serves. Our next slide here is a visual overlay of the city of Santa Monica and each circuit in terms of where it's located within the city. So you can jump on this map, take a look at your local community and see the name of the circuit that feeds your community and the adjacent circuits as well. Repair outage cause definition. So every time we have an outage, we have to define it or what had caused it. So this is how we define it. We do have equipment failures. These are defined as anything that's in service, failure of a transformer, switch, conductor, anything in the field that is in service and fails while in service is an equipment failure. Very difficult to predict, and we do annual maintenance and inspections to try to get ahead of these type of failures, but again, very unpredictable, so we are at the mercy of when they happen. We also have vegetation and animal intrusion. This is usually a tree branch, a rodent, or a bird, or any type of animal that may get across the lines, causing a short circuit, and which would cause an outage, of course. And then from time to time, we do have things that are classified as other. These are usually things like palm fronds that may get across the lines that cause a momentary outage. When our crews go out there to take a look at what happened, there's no cause found. Okay, usually the circuit is energized fairly quickly and remains energized. We do try to identify what happened, but from time to time, it's just there is no cause found. And then we also have operation outages, and these are usually when our crews notice something in the field that may be of concern. We will take an emergency outage to immediately deal with the situation to prevent a larger outage from happening, and also to protect of course, the public safety aspect of an outage. And then from time to time, we also have third-party outages, which are caused by usually Mylar balloons, car hit poles, dig-ins, third-party crews working in the field, accidentally sometimes dig into the ground and may hit a line. This does cause an outage, and then so we're at the mercy of those as well. We also have PSPS, which is our public safety power shutoff. Luckily for the year of 2022, I believe we had 0 public safety power shutoffs in the city of Santa Monica. We hope to continue that moving forward, and we'll see in the years to come, how that works out. So this is an outage analysis for the year of 2022. Unfortunately, we had 70% of the outages were caused by equipment failure. Again, very difficult to predict. We do annual maintenance and inspections to try to get ahead of some of this stuff, but when it does happen, it happens. And for 2022, this is our major cause of our outages. We had 10% in the weather, fire, and earthquake realm, as well as other, the no-cause founds, probably attributed to weather, palm fronds blowing into the lines. We also had 4.8% in terms of vegetation and animal intrusion, and operations, 3%, third party, less than 1%, and again, PSPS at 0%. So we have our capital improvement map. This is a link that Diane will share with the City Council, where you can go online, click on the capital improvement map, and it will show you the City of Santa Monica and the capital projects that we have slated that are ongoing. And the next slide kind of gives you an idea of what that looks like. Bottom right, you have the City of Santa Monica, the map, of course, and a legend. For example, the purple dots represent the deteriorated pole work that we will be doing. So you can kind of take a look at this, take a look at your local community, look at the legend and see what type of work may be coming down the line. Top left, we have distribution engineering capital projects that we propose, and usually in response to maybe some of the outages that we see and what we can do to reduce duration and hopefully mitigate future outages. In 2022, we had zero overhead work, but in 2023, we had 2 projects to replace some overhead lines, and we have proposed 2 additional projects in the year of 2024. Our underground replacement program, we have 6 circuits that we did some underground work on in 2022. We've done one in 2023, and so far we have not proposed anything in 2024 as of now. And grid mod is also something that we're constantly looking at. This is grid modernization. It usually is installation of new automated equipment that we can remotely control. This helps us in terms of operational flexibility, allowing us to reduce duration of outages that may happen in the field. And then we also have, in 2022, we had 135 pole replacements, 75 in the year 2023 so far, and we still have some more to do, and the numbers for 2024 have not been released. And that is it. And I'll hand it over to Mark.
Good evening, Mayor Davis. I'm the director for Southern California Edison's distribution system planning and strategy. And what I'm going to talk to you about is, in addition to what Joseph covered about some of the impacts and the work we're doing to improve the grid, I also want to talk about some future work that we're undertaking, particularly around getting the grid ready to help achieve a lot of the decarbonization goals that the state has put out. And what you'll notice here is that a big part of our future that we've seen from an electrification perspective, vast amounts of transportation electrification. What we're talking about is electric vehicles, not only light duty passenger electric vehicles, but we're also starting to see the medium and heavy duty electric vehicles and seeing heavy amounts of that to be around our grid. And you're seeing the state policies, the advancements in technologies, and you're even seeing in the federal investments that there's really a convergence of all this focus in this area. And that's going to result in higher electric demand, but as well as the grid needs to be retrofitted to be ready to accommodate that increased demand. What we've done for this last general rate case, which we filed about 2 months ago, we performed an analysis to understand where we're going to see this longer term growth. Because as the saying goes, infrastructure takes time to build. As Rome wasn't built in a day, neither will some of this infrastructure unless we start doing that early planning and work execution sooner than we normally would have. So we've taken a closer look at our system, identified a number of areas. We're also seeing trends with the applications we're receiving from a lot of our customers, developers, builders, about where they're planning to grow and increase. And really, that takes time for us to be able to process and build out the grid. So we're taking those actions. We're seeing that growth actually occur. And we're also cognizant of some of the benefits that this will have for some of our communities. Obviously, there's the GHG benefits of being able to remove greenhouse gases, but also by removing some of the other vehicles that produce particulate matters in the air, this would have a benefit as well. So while we're building out the grid, making sure we're providing those clean air benefits. And what you see on the slide here is just a geographical representation about where we're expecting to see future grid upgrades that we're going to do to accommodate some of this growth here. The other item here is not just SCE, Southern California Edison, seeing this. There's actually growing consensus around a lot of the various stakeholders within California. What you see here on the bar chart, our California Public Utilities Commission, they brought on a consultant, ran their own analysis to identify what type of impacts, what type of investment is needed on our electric grid over the next 10 so years for the state of California. And I think what you see here is that with the bar charts growing over the years there, those are different scenarios in terms of the different bars of how electrification will show up. But I think there's very good alignment that we'll see growth continue, and investment in our electric grid is going to be needed to keep up with that growth. And what we've done here is, we've also developed what we call our own action plan. We know that as we start to deploy a lot of this infrastructure, we're going to run into different barriers along the way. And so we've developed this power service availability action plan to really, while we're building out the grid, go after these barriers, understand how to address them as we go. Some of these barriers here some of them are foundational process improvement opportunities that we're looking at, as far as like getting information from our communities about where the growth is going to occur, where they're seeing long-term plans, and then moving to the right clockwise, taking that information to help us improve our forecasting, and then result really understand the analysis of where the impacts are going to occur. And then what we're looking here on the bottom corner here is grid infrastructure solutions. We're also understanding what are some new technologies, things that we could deploy that could be rapidly used to serve customers, as well as better provide the reliability, the resiliency that our customers and communities are looking for. And then lastly is we understand that there could also be some longer term barriers around how we do long-term improvements. And so really, again, stressing the importance of getting information early from our communities about what their longer term plans are, so we can factor that in there and really start the discussion about infrastructure and really working to help coordinate that work with our communities there. So largely that's some areas that we're focusing on. And one thing we would want to emphasize is, the different resources we have out there. And one thing we want to make sure we want to cover here is that it really is important for us to get information about where we're seeing the growth, where we're seeing development as early as often. So really encouraging our builders to reach out to Southern California Edison as soon as possible, so we can start those discussions so that we can factor that into our infrastructure development plans, deployment plans, so we can start building sooner and not having projects be locked up. So additional resources out here, including an upcoming workshop that we're going to have in September, really with the developers to help inform, engage about our processes and resources that they may have. So with that there, I'm going to hand it off to Diane.
Just go back for this a second, and then Santa Monica was really, you can see a link that Santa Monica linked our resources on the Santa Monica website as well. So that's really helpful that the developers can go to the Santa Monica website as well as our own to get some of these resources. This might be a little hard to see, but this is a resource for the residents of the city. One of the things I wanted to point out is on that first grid across is really, you can go to sce.com/outage. You can get outage preparation tips. If you have either a repair outage or a planned outage, you can put in your address and you can find out the status of that outage. You can report an outage. That's one thing I wanted to point out. The other thing I wanted to point out, if you're a medical baseline customer, if you rely on electricity for your breathing and survival, really sign up for our medical baseline. You get a discount off of the bill, but maybe more importantly, you also get a special notification if an outage was to occur. Under our public safety power shutoff, sce.com/PSPS, you can sign up for alerts, whether you want to text, as I got texts all day Sunday, you can sign up for a text for your power outages. You can sign up for email or a phone call, in addition to the letters that you would get if it was a planned outage. You can also just go to the regular website and make that change as well. So I wanted to point that out. And then lastly, if you go to our marketplace, we have, shows all our rebates that we might have for battery storage. David was talking about, being prepared. We have some rebates for battery storage and for generators. I have like this little batteries for my very nice small apartment in Santa Monica, where you can plug in your phones or whatever. If the power was to go out, I recommend everybody having something. And then with that, I'm happy to take questions, coordinate questions with my team, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Forte. Before council members, Rick, since you're appearing by phone, I'm going to ask you if you have any questions before we go to the council members present in chambers.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Brock appears to have some questions.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Several years ago, I had dinner with he had been the chief engineer, I think was his title, for Southern California Edison. And at the time, he sort of chuckled and said, Edison is not replacing equipment or upgrading in Santa Monica until it breaks. So I'm really encouraged by what I've just heard from your presentation, so thank you. But I had a question because we had, I think, 70 equipment failures last year, I believe is, and I'm, huh?
70% of the outages were caused by equipment.
And how many equipment failures does that count? For transformers, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know the exact.
Okay.
It's
That's
based
fine.
on a percentage of.
Got it.
Yep.
So my question is Edison doing as much as they can to mitigate those failures by replacing equipment before it breaks down?
So I'll let Joseph do the more technical answer, but the general answer, it's a combination. So through inspections for the deteriorated poles, which has a lot of equipment on it, inspectors go out and they identify when those poles need to be replaced. So part of it is, we get more TVs, we get more things. So then they identify, what time frame those poles need to be replaced. So you can see that those deteriorated poles program would need to be replaced.
Does that include transformers and vaults?
Well, on the poles, there would be transformers.
I didn't know if you were just talking about the
Yes.
poles or.
Yes, the whole shebang, the whole.
That's a
cross-arms.
technical term.
Yeah, that's the Italian. It's the whole shebang. I don't know. The pole, the cross arms, the transformers. It would be inspected and to see what the load is and whether it would need to be replaced. And they assign a time frame, a compliance due date, and some of it's immediate, some of it's 6 months, and we report that to the CPUC. Now, other equipment, this I'll let Joseph explain to this. It kind of, you can't foresee, like I can't foresee when my dishwasher is going to fail. Some people maybe proactively replace their dishwasher. I don't proactively replace my dishwasher. But if it were to fail, then you would need to replace it. But Joseph, can you talk a little bit more about?
Sure. So as Diane mentioned, she talked about the deteriorated pole replacement program. So part of that program, when we look at poles that are deteriorated, then of course they've probably been out there for a number of years, and most likely those same poles have those transformers that have probably been out for the same amount of years. So when we touch the pole, anything on that pole that needs replacing will be replaced. We either do what's called a transfer or we do a replace. And so they will look at it, they will take a look at the age of the equipment, the state of the equipment, and then we will recommend either replacement or a transfer of that pole and the equipment on the pole.
So the follow-up would be, so the answer is that Edison is proactively looking at transformers, vaults, poles, and trying to replace them if possible before they break down.
Absolutely. So we have annual maintenance programs, but we also are bound by the SAIDI, which is duration metrics, and the SAFE, which is frequency metrics. And so depending on which circuit it is and where it ranks within that metric, then we are allotted by the CPUC in what we wrote in the general rate case to be able to spend that money on infrastructure replacement. And so Additionally, if we see what we call criteria violation, if we need to do some work in an area, anything that we touch, anything that is degraded or that may be out of compliance, we will go and upgrade that. So if the crews are in there, they see something that needs to be replaced while we are doing work in the area, then yes, we will proactively make those replacements.
And my last question, which will probably be for you, is I think a question that people have as we are electrifying our cars, electrifying our lives, trying to get rid of natural gas in new construction, et cetera. Will we be able to keep everyone on grid as we need more electric power for our lives in Santa Monica?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brock. It's a great question. It's actually the main focus of what we're really trying to proactively build in advance for. We understand that we're going to see growth from electrification, not only from new buildings, new areas where there's undeveloped areas, but also in areas that's already been developed, where there are already existing electric customers, and they're going to add more electric usage in addition on top of that with the conversion of fuels from gas and others. So we're factoring that into our plans. And in fact, we're also reevaluating to see, do any of our design standards on how we build our circuits need to change to factor in a higher usage of electricity? Because right now, I think for Santa Monica and Southern California, we're largely a summer peaking area where we typically peak in the summer. But when you start to forecast further out into the future and you start to see that the gas system is now not there and it's relying on electric to heat homes, you start to see even different peaks during other seasons that we never typically saw. So in short, the answer is yes, we're definitely planning for that there. And as we start to see more of the fuels transition over, we are, proactively upgrading our grid in those areas to make sure that we can meet those needs.
Councilmember Parra.
I just wanted to make a quick comment to something that I think is really important to note that's relatively new, is that there's a public safety portal now that Edison has. And as first responders, having access to critical information, especially those residents that are on life-saving support, if you will, at home, having access in an emergency to those addresses is very critical. And so now key individuals in public safety roles now have access to that information in the event of an emergency. So I'm one of those individuals for my agency. I work very closely with Diane in Southern California Edison, I'm exhausted. I'm one of those people that was working very closely during the storm. I'm on like hour 100, I think. Pulled a couple all-nighters the last few days. So, but anyhow, so I think that was something just really important to highlight, and something that's relatively new with Edison. And so just for the residents here in Santa Monica, that is on any device, just know that your first responders have access to that, and you are on a priority list. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, I do have a couple of questions. So one of the reasons actually that I requested you all to come here today was not so recently, but about 6 months to 9 months ago, we had a remarkable series of outages. At one point in time, we had 3 different power outages around Santa Monica in various locations. And I believe, as our staff well knows, actually City Hall was hit by a pretty significant power outage that kept some of our services offline for quite some period of time, because of course when you have a power outage, all your computers go down, all of your communications go down. Luckily, and I don't know if this is luck or if it was intentional, but we haven't faced that over the last few months. And although I do notice that this summer, we got hit a lot with outages when we had very high heat. People running their air conditioning, and rightfully so. For some reason, summer came late this summer, so maybe that gave us all a bit of a respite. The interesting thing was people complained there was no summer, and then when summer came with a vengeance, they were like, oh my God, why is it so hot? So I guess, the question I have is, in terms of planning for climate change, because I think that's really going to be the driver here. We are going to see more and more people, I call them climate refugees, coming from the Inland Empire, where it's been routinely over 100 degrees for many days in a row. And whether they're coming to Santa Monica seeking, just relief, they do end up using our resources, our electrical resources, as well as other resources, but also more people trying to move towards the coast as the other parts of the California and the country generally. I think they're on day 10 of over 100 degrees in Dallas, Texas, seeking respite from the heat. So one is that part of the planning process, sort of this idea that as we tackle climate change, and then two, well, let me ask that, and then I do have a second question.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Davis. On the climate change aspect, I'm proud to say that Southern California Edison was one of the first utilities in California to actually run a climate adaptation and vulnerability assessment. So what we've done is basically looked at various climate threats that could be impacting Southern California and understand what type of vulnerabilities our grid would have. And in this general rate case that we just filed, we recommended a series of investments to one of them is obviously temperature. I think you're very familiar with wildfires and the work that we're doing to mitigate the impacts from that. But temperatures is one that we have been looking pretty closely at to understand, where we would see additional impacts due to extended heating, longer heat domes, and factor that into our plans. The other item that we also looked at was flooding, which is very ironic because we just saw a series of major storms. And we put in a series of recommendations of areas that are highly prone to being impacted by flooding. And if we were to have an outage on some of our electrical circuits, would there be a redundant or a backup line that could pick up service in those critical areas? So those are some examples that what we put in our most recent general rate case that we filed back in May. And we're continuing looking to see how that gets how this climate adaptation, the learnings from there, how we factor in our plans. One other item that we are also factoring in is sea level rise. And we're seeing in some areas where we're expecting higher sea level rise to occur, the need to either retrofit our substation to handle, in a potential of flooding, as well as if we're looking to build new facilities, can we site them outside of areas that are going to be projected to be impacted by sea level rise? So those are more longer term things that we're looking in our design standards, and some of the other items that I mentioned we included in our general rate case.
And in terms of that planning for climate change, I'm assuming that you are, sort of to Councilmember Parra's comment, including folks here from our Emergency Operations Center, our City Manager's Office, and letting them know what your plans are, because obviously we too are making plans for the future, and I think integrating those plans will be key to really addressing it. It's a complex issue.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I started to reach out to Santa Monica and all of my cities, as much data as you can send my way, because I want to share it with our people doing our forecasts and our planning, like whatever you know about planned growth, where it's located, what trends that you're seeing, and really working with our cities to get as much information as possible, so that when we're doing our forecasting, that we have, in addition to the normal tools that we have, we want as much data from the city as we can.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other question I had has to do with your notification system. For example, prior to Hurricane Hillary, I got a notice that my power was out, except it wasn't. And similarly, my power's gone out, and when I've gone on your website, it's not listed there. Now, I understand communications is an imperfect methodology at best, but obviously we have a lot of people here in Santa Monica who, when their power does go out, and by the way, you do strive to say when the power will be restored, which I think when it does go out, it's really appreciated. But can you give me a sense, are you sort of trying to improve your notification system? Because I do get a fair number of people saying, hey, Edison just told me my power's out, but my TV's working fine. And similarly, my power's out, but I can't get any info from Edison via the website.
It definitely needs improvement. And we are working on that part. You know, there is a certain amount of manual process that goes into it. So when the crew's in the field and working on restoring the power, you know, they might be down on the ground. They would need to, you know, get out, do the automation to send to the system to update the website. So sometimes, you know, focused on the work itself there is a delay in the notification. So there is, you know, process improvements. You know, can it be more automated to get that done more efficiently? So that is a way to, and I, you know, encourage people to sign up for the alerts as much as possible, the digital alerts, so that if there's an outage, you can get that alert, that notification, and then look to the website. You know, those are for the, you know, unexpected outages. For the planned outages, I don't have someone from the outage team here, but in general, if you sign up for those alerts, you would be getting an automated notification probably about 11 days in advance of the outage, and you would get the mailer. We strive for at least 5 days, but it's usually about 7 days.
All right. Well, obviously, we have a communications team here in the city that hopefully you are also communicating those things with, because I suspect a lot of people, for example, emailing me as opposed to looking on the Edison website, and I appreciate your putting the information up there, but we will encourage people to use the Edison website, but also sharing that information with our communications team. Our new communications manager is sitting back there, and not that she doesn't have a lot on her plate, but I think that would be something she could assist all of us with getting that information out. Councilmember Brock, looks like you have some more questions.
Diane, you mentioned something a few minutes ago when you were talking about the batteries in your apartment.
Yes.
Does Edison offer any rebates on battery storage or any discounted way to buy those resources?
Yeah, so the last one on Marketplace, there's rebates for the portable power stations. It really varies between like $50 and $100 for the little one. I got like one for like $200. And then there's some rebates for the generators. So if you go to marketplace.scE.com, you can see all the type of rebates that we have.
Can you repeat that?
Marketplace.scE.com.
For everyone at home. There you
Yes, but I think this would be great to put on your website if you wanted to put some of the links. So.
Right, and maybe that's something we can also share on our website so people can go, because I do think sometimes people who live in apartment buildings, you know, we see commercials for generators and we're like, oh, I don't need that. I'm in an apartment building, but actually a power outage with a small battery is not a bad thing to have.
My neighbors thought I had an in with Edison because I was all lit up during the power outage, but I had a little generator.
All right. Well, thank you. I see nobody else in the queue for questions, so I want to thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening, and appreciate all the resources that you've shared with us, and want to encourage anyone here or watching on TV to use the resources that you've shared with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right. That takes us, I believe, to closed session, Ms. Anderson-Warren.
That is correct. So we have closed session items. We have a conference with real estate negotiator, and this is a property located at 1431 2nd Street, Santa Monica. It's a parking structure 6. City negotiators, Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager, and David Martin, Community Development Director. The owner of the property, the owner of record is the City of Santa Monica. Persons to be negotiated with are Jerry Cote, founder, Rooftop Cinema Club, and under negotiations are price and terms of lease. And then we have a conference legal counsel. It's pending or potential litigation, and there's 2 GAMS versus the City of Santa Monica. And then the third item is conference with labor negotiator. Agency designated representative is the city manager, David White. Chief People Officer, Lori Gentles, and the bargaining unit is AFSCME 418 Management Team Association.
All right, and I'll turn to our city attorney, Mr. Sloan, and ask when he thinks we will be able to return.
I would say 1 hour, so 7:45.
All right, we will see you all at 7:45. Thank you very much. All right, we are back from closed session. Call the meeting back to order. Thank you for your patience during closed session. I'll turn to the city attorney for a report out of closed session.
So yes, all items were heard. And item 3B, the GAMS matter has settled for $725,000. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so now we get to my favorite part of the evening, which is where we discuss.
Mayor, I wanted to ask the city attorney what the vote was.
Unanimous.
Including Councilmember Zwick, so it was 7-0.
I'm sorry, Mayor, hold on.
Okay, this is Sweetie Pie. Sadly, Sweetie Pie just lost her owner to cancer after they were together almost 12 years. Her owner was 79, and they were the best of friends. Sweetie Pie is a 70-pound spayed German Shepherd who is 11 years, 10 months. She is up to date on her vaccinations, and her vet records are available. She's a senior girl who enjoys short walks, lots of scratches, and a calm environment. She would benefit from being the only dog in the home. Sweetie Pie is currently available for adoption at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. So you can schedule a visit by calling 310-458-8595. And again, I want to or tell people that we are currently in the midst of the Clear the Shelters work, where fees for adoptions, et cetera, are reduced and the opportunities for adoptions are available. We want to get as many animals there forever homes as possible. If you cannot offer a forever home to one of the animals in our shelter, but you do have an animal at home and you happen to use the Chewy.com website, they do have an opportunity for donating. And so next time perhaps you order some pet food for your own pet, you can also send some pet food to the pets at the animal shelter. It's always very much appreciated and very much needed. So that is Sweetie Pie, and I'm hoping she gets adopted very soon. She is a beautiful, beautiful girl. All right, we will move on now. Madam Clerk, I believe you have a question to ask us.
Yes. Do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
I don't see anyone jumping in. Councilmember Zwick, I'm assuming you're a no? All right, great. So the answer is no. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of the title only unless a council member present dissents. And I have that Councilmember Parra was pulling item.
I have 5E, is that
5E.
correct? And I want to thank Councilmember Parra for doing that in a timely manner.
Were there any other items?
Councilmember Brock wants to pull 5B and 5D.
5B?
Boy
and Day.
5B and 5D, I believe.
Well, not you believe, you know, you're the one pulling them.
Good, because my computer won't light up and my notes are in there.
Oh, no!
Yes, Olympics and Memorial Park.
All right, well, Councilmember Parra rustles her computer into submission. I will entertain a motion for the remaining items on the consent calendar, excluding items 5B, 5D, and 5E.
I move. I'll second.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, seconded by Councilmember Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay, so we have 5B, which is affirmation. I'm sorry, this is Councilmember Brock pulled this item. Affirmation and update of Los Angeles 2024 Summer Olympics and Paralympic Games guarantee letter to LA 28.
All right. Councilmember Brock, do you need a staff report or do you just have a question?
No, this is a question comment. I want to follow up with Peer Director Harris's comment about parking during the Summer Olympics, the time before the Olympics, where I think the proposal calls for the parking to be halved by the pier would be concerning. So I would just like us to insert some language that has 2028 approaches. The City of Santa Monica will do everything it can to provide alternative parking for the pier tenants and pier visitors in that time prior to the Olympics.
We can certainly do that. We have considered already, potentially having free shuttles from some of the other beach lots and also some of the satellite parking lots towards, farther east in the city near some of the metro stations. So those are things that we definitely can consider and work with LA 28 on.
All right. Councilmember Zwick, I understand you have a comment or a question.
Mayor Davis, I just want to make I just want to also just indicate that what we're asking council to do tonight is just express a commitment for the Olympics, and then we will be coming back in the future with a fully fleshed out agreement between us and LA 28, which will be the moment when all this is actually codified.
Councilmember Zwick.
Apologies, no comment or question.
Oh, okay, no problem. I may have gotten the text late. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I had I know that the volleyball has always been hosted here. And then I know in '84 there was a marathon as well. But what about like skating? They have skateboard, professional skate now, and also breakdancing. I think is an Olympic sport. Both of those, sports and activities are something that has deep roots here in our community, especially skate culture. And I'm wondering sort of how would a city go about even making a petition to LA 28 or what would the process be for us to say we'd like to do more or host more than just volleyball? Like, is there a process for that?
That has come up actually a few times in some of our preliminary discussions with LA 28 recently. And what we've been told is that neither of those sports have been confirmed yet for the 2028 Summer Olympics. Apparently, there are some, sports that are always in the Olympics, and there's some that are, depend on the location and things of that nature. So, once that is decided, we have expressed that, we would like to be considered, which was something that we would have to do more outreach with the community and also further conversations with council, because so far, all of our conversations and the outreach that was done in 2016 was all around beach volleyball. Mm-hmm. But, it is something that should the council desire, we, could try to pursue.
Okay, that sounds great. And yeah, I also share the concerns about the impact of the loss of parking for businesses on the pier. So I do hope, it's May is like right before the summer. And so it's a high season, for those businesses. And so I hope that we develop a robust plan to ensure that we can mitigate, the loss of those 400 parking spaces. So thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Terrosis.
Yeah, I echo the comments on the parking, and I would love to see us add more affirmative language in the agreement, such as mandate that there's easy and convenient parking, accessible to the pier, etc. I don't want our pier businesses to be impacted, although I think we're all clear that we've agreed to host the Olympics. Our community will be impacted, like there will be traffic, there will be people here, everyone needs to acknowledge that. So I think even though we are not the host city, and I do acknowledge that the city of LA as the host city has also assumed all of the financial liability for these games, I think that as a result of us agreeing to host as one of the preeminent sports of the games, I hope that we're asking for stronger community benefits, because I didn't really see that much about that. And I would love to ensure in our actual agreement that there's a commitment from LA 28 to source any subcontractors as local small businesses, some sort of requirement around that. I know that LA28 is working on some of their metrics that they're going to be okay to announce to the community in terms of economic opportunity, but I would really like to see us push on small business utilization as well as local hire for the folks that are going to be constructing the temporary venue, for the folks that are going to be working it. I really want to make sure that those folks are at least coming from Santa Monica, or there's an opportunity for our students, our residents, et cetera. So thanks, that's it.
Great input, thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I wanted to follow up on two things. Councilmember Delatorre mentioned skateboarding and breakdancing. I know that our LA County counterpart, Tracy Park in CD11, is actively pursuing skateboarding and has the virtual home of skateboarding in Dogtown and Ocean Park. I'd like us to pair with her if we can and make sure that we get in with her now to talk about that exhibition, so it's not just on Venice Beach, but it also encompasses the home of Dogtown. I understand there is somewhat of a good chance that skateboarding will be allowed as an exhibition sport. And then secondly, to follow up on Councilmember Terosas in a slightly different vein, I've conveyed at least my hope to the Olympic organizers several times over the last few years that I'd like to see something lasting after the Olympics that remains in Santa Monica. So in some of my walks, as I've said before, I go up to the Bel Air Bay Club from my house. And at the end of the Bel Air Bay Club public area, there are two LA 84 cement benches still there. And there are items all around LA sprinkled. I would hate for us to have beach volleyball. They take down the 12,000 seats and vanish without something lasting, that when the next Olympics is held in 2075, that we don't have something to remind all of our residents of the Olympics. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Since we're adding suggestions, it's probably premature given what our city manager said, because we're just really approving that we want to host, be a partner and host the Volleyball Olympics and potentially anything else. I just, something that I was reminded of even prior to this, but as it came up, is that our police department doesn't have the vehicles to get onto the sand. And I don't know how this plays into it, but it is something, especially since we're doing beach volleyball, but even prior to LA28, that was something that's been brought up multiple times. Newer MUVs, I guess, and just vehicles that have the ability to drive on the sand. So if there's an issue, they can get onto the sand quickly. We saw firsthand in a couple instances how long it takes when they physically have to try to approach, and they can't, on foot as easily as if they had a vehicle to get onto the sand. So hopefully that's something we can kind of look at from a cost standpoint.
Absolutely, thank you. And if the council has any other suggestions, even following this meeting, please feel free to funnel those to the city manager, and we'll consider them.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there a motion regarding 5B?
I'll move.
Moved by Para. I heard her first. Seconded, we'll give Brock the second. Moved by Para, seconded by Brock. We'll need a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren.
Councilmember Delatorre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you.
Next, pulled by Councilmember Brock, is approval to enter into an agreement with SMC to pay for Memorial Park design services and approve the design build RFB.
And do you need a staff report or just have some questions?
I think questions for this would be in order. I don't think we need a full staff report. But I have a couple of different questions. Hi. First of all, I note that the plan has changed since the last time the public has really seen the plan. So, no?
Can I comment on that? So the plan has not changed?
At all?
At all. The phasing has changed based on available funding and escalated construction costs, but the plan itself has not changed.
And that's everything that we presented to you last September, October, so it's all in alignment with what we brought forward in a study session.
I had residents who had asked that if there were changes, that there be a public input process so that they could enter their discussion points and be heard. What they were afraid of is not being heard any longer with this agreement. Secondly, there is a question about public landscape vehicles being kept on the lot. Wasn't there a plan to eliminate public landscape from the Fisher lumber site?
Yeah, so staff is updating the study, the citywide study for PLD relocation. We will bring the result of that study with options for that relocation prior to any award of design agreement. The plan is to look for alternative locations for PLD. If we moved forward with the reduced phase one only, the construction of reduced phase one, some of the Fisher lumber site would remain undeveloped at this time. And we could engage to talk about what's there, but really, right, with limited funding, we believe that it would either be used for PLD vehicle storage, bulk storage, or other city services to maintain our
So there's no way to clear the entire Fisher lumber space?
We do not, pending on available funding. Currently with the $20 million available, we do not have the budget to clear the rest of the site.
How much of the site would be retained as public landscape parking?
About half of it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
But you're going to make every effort in the city manager's office to try and SMC to try and move that along.
Yeah, so even in this staff report, we are looking to move forward with the design of not only the reduced phase one, but if funding is available again, we would bid for both the reduced phase one and the remainder of the original phase one. Okay. Therefore, we're in ongoing negotiations with the school district and actively pursuing grant opportunities. If we identify if we move forward with the design of that complete phase one, then we're hoping that we could find the funding to move all of it forward in construction at once.
Same as I said about the first point I made, you'll make sure that the public is informed and
absolutely,
and along the way that they can provide input.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sure. And I move that item forward if nobody else has any comments on it.
I don't see anyone else with any comments, so moved by Brock. Is there a second?
I have one. Yeah,
all right.
Sorry about that. I was premature.
Go right ahead, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I know that in one of the bonds, it might have been in 2016, I believe, that Santa Monica College had promised to contribute $20 million for a community center. This is the first installment of that commitment?
Correct. Yes, this is the first up to $2.75 million of up to $20 million.
And can the city be assured that the rest of the money will also come in phases, or is this just?
So we're in ongoing negotiations of a full fiscal and use agreement. So as those negotiations continue, we will continue to keep you updated.
But the residents can fully expect that $20 million commitment will be fulfilled through this project?
That is the city's intent to collect, to receive that $20 million. The way that the bond is written, it is up to $20 million. So again, we're in ongoing negotiations with the college to secure that.
Okay.
And the one caveat I'd say is, so we are actively costing out this first phase of the development, and this next step forward will allow us to do the EIR, to advance our designs. If it costs more than $20 million, we're going to have to take a pause and discuss what the future is for that initial phase, because the city does not have any funds allocated to that first phase.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I just want to reiterate that, because you said it's up to $20 million, because SMC, when they sold the bond, if I recall, they said part of their selling the bond to the population of Santa Monica and Malibu was that they would give $20 million to rehab Memorial Park. They were also simultaneously, I think, working on the John Adams Auditorium. And those were part and parcel of the bond issue. So John Adams Auditorium is done. It's open. It looks beautiful. Memorial Park, we've got nothing so far. So I appreciate this first phase, but I am concerned that they've drawn this out 7 years already. By the time they actually give us the 20 million or close to it, it won't be worth 20 million any longer. So I think we still need to put pressure on Santa Monica College to fulfill that bond issue, and part of that would be to help make sure that they help us even in excess of 20 million if they can, because I bet you they'll be coming for more bond issues at some point, and they'll want the city's cooperation, that we do our best to make sure that they help clear the Fisher Lumber site. I know an older ex-recreation and parks commissioner who will be happy to go out with a bag of seed and just throw it down just to try and get that area cleared. And Fulfilled has the park that we purchased it for back in 2004, 2005. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. Now we have, I think, item 5E.
5E is adoption of resolution authorizing application for the California Strategic Growth Council Community Reliance Center grant, and this was pulled by Councilmember Parra.
So my apologies. I'm going to have to work off my phone because my computer is still acting crazy on me. So we've received a couple emails and messages. Oh, now, of course, now it's coming back. Okay, I'm still going to try to work off my phone. So there's a couple messages of concern regarding the installation of batteries. And so some of the notes, I can't even read. Hold on. Oh, no, that doesn't work either. All right. So the concerns of the community center around batteries. Let's see here. So it's understanding, it has to do with the battery storage. So understanding that the solar systems will be a combination of carport and roof mounted systems to absorb energy and then connect to a battery energy storage system, and then it'll be tied back to a main electrical system. Can you please explain a little bit about the battery storage system and what those components will be?
Sure. If it's all right with you, I think sometimes a visual depiction is helpful. And so I put together a very brief PowerPoint to just kind of settle us all on what we're talking about. So we're talking about the Community Resilience Center at Virginia Avenue Park. And just because I think you've learned now, I like to start at the 30,000 foot. This started with our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Council directed us to really think about climate-ready communities and really focus on increasing community resilience to the impacts of climate change, particularly to protect vulnerable populations from these impacts and to integrate climate change into our planning, our operations, and our infrastructure projects. So that's how we ended up with a Community Resilience Center. And I want to say this really clearly because I did also receive some of the same community feedback you did. Mm-hmm. And one of the questions was, what is a microgrid and what is a Community Resilience Center? So I want to say this really clearly so that it's transparent and hopefully we are all using the same nomenclature. So a Community Resilience Center is an existing community serving facility, such as Virginia Avenue Park, that is augmented with a microgrid. So that leads you to the next question. What exactly is a microgrid? Because I think when you think about a microgrid, you are thinking about grid. Some people are thinking about grid scale electricity, massive transformers, utility lines. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a building-specific, facility-specific microgrid. So if you look at this image on the screen, we're all familiar with the system equipment on the upper left. This is your utility lines, your houses, your multifamily houses, utility that comes into the house. It's grid-connected power. The addition of the microgrid is what you start to see on that red building, which is akin to Virginia Avenue Park. A microgrid is a small building-specific or one or two building-specific system that puts solar photovoltaic panels on the roof. It connects those solar photovoltaic panels to a battery that stores the power and then has a controller that receives that power, that electricity from the solar panels and distributes it back out to the building. The reason this is important is if the grid power goes down, then there is no electricity going to the buildings. When you have a microgrid in place, if the grid power goes down, the solar power that was the electricity that was generated in the solar panels is stored in the batteries. Those batteries can then run the electricity in the building. This is really important, particularly in areas where people do not have air conditioning, they don't have heat, and they often open their windows in order to get air circulation. Because we are starting to see increased incidence of heat in Santa Monica, because we are starting to see increased incidence of cold, and because we are having more days where we are impacted by smoke from fire, having a backup energy resilient facility that will allow us to provide a safe space for residents on hot days, on cold days, and on smoky days is really important. So that's the issue. That is the microgrid, and that's the reason for it.
So thank you for that. It was a really good explanation. I actually am working on a microgrid project in Culver City, but I wanted the community and so additionally, so the batteries that are there, what type of batteries are those? What's the composition of the batteries?
So let me tell you about the batteries. So I think people are often thinking about
sulfuric, gel suspended, like let's talk.
Well, we don't know yet. This, all we're asking you for tonight is the authority to apply for a grant to develop a microgrid at this location. So we haven't designed the system. We haven't determined the technical specifications of the battery yet. What we did do is go out to residents in the Pico neighborhood and stakeholders at Virginia Avenue Park and give them an introductory presentation on the project so that they were aware that we were applying for the funding. If we receive the funding, then we will go into the technical design process and make decisions like that.
Okay. So that was also some of the concerns because I live in that neighborhood and this is before this agenda. This was the first time I heard about it. Right. And that was also some of the concerns about my neighbors. It's like unless you go to Virginia Avenue Park or are part of the organizations that are associated with those groups, you didn't know about it. So that was also some of the conversations that I heard that like this wasn't an all-inclusive conversation about this. And so that was one thing I wanted to share with you. I'm just sharing.
I really appreciate it.
And then the other part of it was, and I understand that we're just in the application phase. So let's say in hypotheticals, and I'm for anything that's resilience because obviously this is part of my work, but I also think that, for complete transparency, we apply for this, and then what happens, when we're granted it, right? Then that's a free pass to go. People don't know what the makeup are of these batteries. Are they going to have an opportunity to weigh in at that point in time? Because there's significant concerns about batteries because, they hear batteries and they think about what you think about batteries, you think about chemicals. And I know, looking at the sustainable plans, and I know that that's something that, with climate action, everything, we don't want chemicals, we don't want toxins. And so what happens at that point?
So I think you bring up two things. I'm going to go with your second point first, which is obviously we're one of the pilot cities to do solar panel recycling, because almost every action we take has some inherent, there are materials involved in producing all kinds of goods and services, but we have a very strong commitment to both the precautionary principle and, proactive, sustainable end of life disposal of high priority for our city. More specifically, in terms of process for this, we would, if we get this resolution, then we would put in an application. It's a broad-based application, the concept, Community Resilience Center, funded by, with a microgrid at Virginia Avenue Park for these purposes. And then we would go out and we would do a community engagement process. So we would meet with residents, we would meet with neighborhood groups, we would meet with other stakeholders, we would meet with the staff at Virginia Avenue Park, determine the best technical tools to meet the need of the microgrid, meet the need of the community, and then that would be the point where we would be really soliciting feedback on design and materials.
Okay.
And I thought there was one other piece that I just wanted to put up in front of you, just so that you understand to just the scale. I wanted to draw your attention to this bottom left photo. That's the size of the battery storage, and I chose this photo just because there's a person there to give you scale. The battery storage is not a massive facility. It's not the size of a secondary building. It's about the size of 3 refrigerators, easily put in a corner of the building and masked with landscaping and other design choices.
And those are similar to the size of like cell tower batteries, that are connected to like the monopoles and the monopines. I used to have to inspect those when I was a hazardous materials fire inspector, and so I'm familiar with the batteries, and so that's why I was concerned about that. All right, well, please, I'd love to be involved in the process as well. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate. Can you put the other image that you had about the microgrid? That one right there. Thank you. So this grant that we're applying for, is it true that the reason why we're placing this microgrid at Virginia Avenue Park is because the grant we're using the demographic profile, the disadvantaged community of the Pico neighborhood, right, to qualify for the grant. Is that true?
It is a requirement of the grant. The priority goes to disadvantaged communities because microgrants are considered standard best practice for the nexus of equity and climate justice, because they provide clean, green power and community resilience.
Yes, no, I understand the reasoning on that. Just one little difficulty in this is that there's a history here, and the history of this city government and the Pico neighborhood is of environmental injustice, of dumping undesirable development or harmful development or infrastructure in the Pico neighborhood affecting people of color, right, and low-income people of all ethnic backgrounds. The freeway, for example, the city dump, the maintenance yard. So we can talk about old history and recent history. The maintenance yard for the light rail system was also placed in the Pico neighborhood, causing noise pollution and other issues for the residents. And so, in terms of this, as well-intentioned as it might be, it's very important to have, a very robust process to engage the community, so that people can understand what's really happening. When we hear a word like resilience center, and then really now we know that it's a microgrid, it doesn't sit well with people because of the history that people have experienced in the community. So I just wanted to, as a long-term resident, I just wanted to put that out there, to just, give staff some, we all have blind spots sometimes, and it's important to understand why there might be some resistance. How many disadvantaged Pico neighborhood residents do we know own electric vehicles? Do we have any data on that?
We do, I do not know that off the top of my head, but that is data that we can provide to you. We have data by zip code, and we have some DMV data. It doesn't go to the individual resident for privacy reasons, but we could do some reasonable deductions.
Yeah, 'cause is it true that, I mean, we haven't written the grant yet, right? Are we in the process of writing the grant, or have we written the grant?
We are in the process of asking your permission to write the grant.
Okay, great. So in terms of, isn't it true that one of the benefits of this microgrid project is to have charging stations for electric vehicles?
The charging stations for electric vehicles are slated for additional charging stations for electric vehicles are slated for Virginia Avenue Park. They are independent of this project.
Okay. Yeah, because it's real important to understand, how many people in that part of the city have electric vehicles, because if not, then we're creating a charging station for everybody else in the city to come in to the Pico neighborhood to charge their cars. And I think we just need to understand that data so we know exactly what we're trying to do, right? When is this grant application due? Like by when do we have to turn this in? What's the submission deadline?
I do not want to give you misinformation, and I don't have that date off the top of my head. I should, but I don't. I can look it up quickly, but I don't have that.
Do you know if it's in like 2 months, 3 months?
No, it's shorter than that. I think it's September 11th. It's either the 11th or the 18th. We're applying for two concurrently. I can look it up for you quickly.
Okay. I had a question in terms of the transparency.
I'm fairly certain it's September 18th. If that's not accurate, I'll update you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Because I'm trying to understand, because I'm inclined right now to get some answers to some of the questions that I'm asking. Like one really important that came out in the Pico Neighborhood Association's letter, questions about sort of, radiation. And for example, if children were playing, because we're putting this at a park. Like if we were putting this at the airport, it'd be something else. Or at the city yards, it'd be something else. In fact, one question that I do have is about the city yards modernization microgrid project, but I'll come back to that question. But I just have this question. It's really important for me. If children were playing hide and go seek, and they go back behind those batteries, and these are like 5-year-olds, 4-year-old children, and they're hiding back there for, I don't know, a minute, let's say 3 minutes. Do we know if there might be any harmful effects of them being back there for that long, that close to the battery?
So I wanted to let you know that this picture here on the bottom right is a microgrid at a community, in a community park that houses a community center in a disadvantaged community in Seattle. And these issues and these concerns have come up. So we did some research on EMFs for you when we heard from the Pico Neighborhood Organization's concerns. And those issues did come up. My staff presented to the Pico Neighborhood Association in July, offered to come back in August, and made themselves available for independent questions throughout the month. This is what we've determined. The World Health Organization established their International EMF Project in 1996 to assess the scientific evidence around the health impacts of EMFs. EMF radiation levels in solar panels and batteries are lower than those emitted by other electronic and electrical devices in your home, such as your cell phone, your television, and most specifically your microwave. So those are your primary sources of EMF on a day-to-day basis. It's also really important to understand this. I don't want to take you too far down the science of electromagnetic frequency, but there are two types. There's ionizing and non-ionizing. These home sources and the sources that are in a microgrid that come from solar and battery are non-ionizing, and they're generally understood to not pose any adverse health risks to humans. I did provide a list of third-party peer-reviewed sources and scientific studies on the impacts of EMFs, solar panels, and battery storage, if you'd like to have any additional information.
I really appreciate the peer-reviewed studies, and it just that level of transparency makes me feel better. How much green space are we talking about in terms of the whole project? I mean, that would take up, in the park. Do we know how many square feet it would take up?
Approximately the equivalent of 3 refrigerators, about the size of this white box in the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, and obviously we'll lose no parking. Those solar panels will go. Which parking area? Are we talking about the one on Pico Boulevard or the one off of Virginia? That
Our first and best option would be to utilize existing rooftop space and not go to a solar
okay.
shade structure, although they do create shade and other co-benefits. Our ideal would be to just stick to existing rooftops capacity.
Great. I read in the report that there's a City Yards Modernization Microgrid project. Is that separate from this project, or is this the project?
That is separate. So we're doing this Virginia Avenue Park microgrid that enhances community resiliency at an existing community center. And then we are also concurrently looking to build a microgrid at the city yards to offer energy resiliency for that essential city service.
The City Yards on like by Gandara Park?
Correct.
Right in there. Let's see the other. What's an islanded microgrid system? What's islanded microgrid? I was trying to understand what islanded microgrid means.
I am not familiar with the term islanded. I was going to say, but I would deduce it means disconnected from the grid. So that means your solar panels, your battery storage, and your distribution and your controller are independent from the grid. So someone who's living off the grid, our system will be grid connected.
There's a commitment to offer year-round services and ongoing programming. Can you just give us a snapshot? Because there's a lot of programming already going on at Virginia Park, and I'm wondering what new programming will this bring forward?
We are not proposing any new programming with this. It's just to offer backup electricity service so that the existing programming can be delivered in the case of the down power grid. And I think there's also could have possibly been some concern that the cooling center is an additional or new building. It is not. It is the existing buildings. Park Center, Pico Library, Thelma Terry. It's the existing buildings. It's simply our ability to heat them on cold days, cool them on hot days, and keep them temperature comfortable with the windows sealed on smoky days.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but I just want to say that, there's obviously a history, of the city making decisions where, we know what the impact has been, and it hasn't been good. There's been, environmental injustice, in the Pico neighborhood. And so I just hope that moving forward, you're going to write the grant application. And I know that, you have a short timeline, September the 18th, right? Yeah.
We did confirm it September 18th.
So I wouldn't want to postpone this till the next meeting, because then that doesn't really give you enough time to write the grant. So that would not be good. But I know that you're going to make certain commitments. I've written many grants myself. You make those commitments and then you submit them. And then when you're funded, most of the times you have to fulfill exactly what you promised, in that grant application. So you have a short window of opportunity to engage the residents, and I sincerely hope that, that you do that. It's the best that staff does that to the best of your ability, just to consider, the history of the relationship between the city government and the Pico neighborhood. Because, once you submit the grant, then that's fully cooked, and I know there's other funding conditions, and not knowing sort of the funding conditions, like that's another thing that I would like to see as this comes back at some point, is to know where we can find the grant. Like someone asked, well, where's the grant application? What are the funding conditions of the grant, for example? And so we didn't have that in the agenda item. So that would be very important for us to have, so that people can feel that it's being. A gentleman spoke earlier today. He said the way to build trust is. I wrote it down somewhere. What did he say? He said something real important. He said truth, transparency, and timeliness. And I just hope that we get it right. I think it's a good project. I'm really happy to hear that the batteries are not harmful for children playing in the park or anyone else. So I want to move that we approve this, but that we have a robust plan immediately to engage the residents. Obviously, there's concerns in the Pico Neighborhood Association that wrote us a letter, and I share those concerns, so that we can get it right, so that people can feel positive about a resilience center with a microgrid.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, moved by De La Torre, seconded by Negrete. Seeing no one else in the queue, may we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. And that brings us to item 6. And I think what I would like to do, because it is already 8:48, putting us somewhat behind our anticipated scheduling here, is it seems to me that just so people are clear where we're going from here, our next item, of course, is public input on agendized items, which is item 6. What I would like to propose doing, and I'll so move, is that we move the 16 items up until after the 6 public comment. Since it looks to me from looking at those that those are the most contentious items. And Council Members Wick, we appreciate your soldiering through, but rather than have you hang on and wait till the end of the evening, because we all want you to get better quick, is to move the 16 items in their entirety up to follow 6, and then we'll adjourn the special meeting. We'll reconvene the regular meeting. We'll hear the second readings of ordinances, and then we'll go on through the rest of the agenda. So is my motion clear that we'll hear the 16 items after we hear public comment or public input item 6?
A second.
All right. May we have a roll call vote? Are you clear on that, Councilmember Swick?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, and thank you all for your flexibility there. So we will now go, Ms. Anderson-Warren, to the next item, which is public input.
So we have public input. This is the public comment on the remaining items on the agenda. Public comment is permitted only on public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading only. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. It looks like we have 33 people in the queue. But some of those are multiples because they've...
Yeah, I see some people because they're there for a couple of items, I suspect. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. For those of you who are new to the process, I'm going to call out a few names. I will have you line up on the wall to your left, so you'll be ready to go. Because we are hearing public comment on a number of items, when you come up to the podium, we need 3 pieces of information from you. First, we need your name. Second of all, we need to know what item you are speaking on, or items, if it's more than one, so that we know how much time to give you. And 3, if you have any donated time, please identify that at the very beginning, so we can, 1, make sure that the time donee is here in the council chambers, and that we can give you the correct amount of time on the clock. All right, so I'm going to call a few names. Nicholas Reyes, Ellen Hannon, Herbert Hardy, and Michael Pitkin.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Mayor Davis, Pro Temp, Ms. Negrete, council members, staff, public. My name is Nicolas Reyes, and I'm a union carpenter for over 20 years. And I'm here to speak in full support of item 10C. Okay, we believe that this ordinance would benefit the environment and the local economy. And I'll tell you a little bit about why I think that is the case. The developer that's going to take advantage of this ordinance has committed of hiring local, skilled, and trained workforce when building these projects. So with the approval of this ordinance, it would bring opportunities for people of this community to join an apprenticeship program such as the Carpenters Union. I myself a member of an apprenticeship program, graduated back in 2004, and I can tell you that it was great to come from a construction on the other side. It's very tough. No benefits. Chasing the your contractor to get pay. It's hard. So when developer agrees to hire responsible contractors, it's a guarantee that whoever's working on those projects is going to get pay on time every time. So I'm here to ask you again, please support the approval of this tax amendment ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hannon.
Good evening again. I'm here to speak on 10F, the new code compliance ordinances. Please consider, I'd like to see it build trust in community for the community members, give code enforcement the ability to diagnose problems, use interpersonal skills and problem solve, protect vulnerable property owners who want to comply, but all must comply without favoritism. For instance, property owners who would use land use attorneys, provide guidelines that define, measure, and report success to the public, provide follow-up methods for complaints for any code environments that any resident might call in, coordinate with other departments, the police, fire, and health, so that they work together instead of blaming each other, and avoid overlap. And also, when necessary, if they would work in conjunction with the Santa Monica School District and the Santa Monica City College, because quite often they need advice from code compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hardy.
How you guys doing? My name is Herbert Hardy, and I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 10C. Just like my partner Nick mentioned, I am a proud union member and special representative of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent over 90,000 members, 2,500 members in this local area and the surrounding areas. I live in the local area and work and recreate in the vicinity of Santa Monica, where projects using this ordinance will be built. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the projects being built using this ordinance. The Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters would like to express support for this zone text amendment ordinance. Southwest ordinance will benefit the environment and the local economy because the developer has committed to using a local skilled and trained workforce for projects utilizing this ordinance. In addition, the developer has committed to additional environmental mitigation measures above the city's requirements, which will help reduce air quality, greenhouse gas impacts. And we strongly recommend that you guys approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Pitkin. And Mr. Pitkin, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Lauren Atmaeva, Denise Barton, Jerry Rubin, and Megan Odson. Go ahead, Mr. Pitkin.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, a general comment indirectly for H, E, I, K, L, and M. To this body, this is your notice. I protest. I am sleeping at night in front of Santa Monica City Hall and Police Department. I am protesting lack of available shelter beds and affordable housing in Santa Monica. Not every unhoused is an insane criminal, drug addict, or convict, as law enforcement labels us. To be treated like a criminal is unacceptable. Today, 1, I ask LA City, LA County, and the City of Santa Monica to each create diversity training, also an LGBTQ homeless law enforcement liaison. 2, I ask that removable gates be installed locked at open gaps along the bluff on the beach so no one else is arrested. Also, the street gossip is my Toshiba WiMAX laptop taken by Don Lemon of CNN ended up in the hands of President Joe Biden's son's hands. I have no confirmation of this. I will defend myself.
Thank you. Ms. Atmaeva.
Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, Council and City staff,
Thank you for putting item 10B on the agenda, which I'm here to speak in support of. I hate to say it, but guns are the #1 killer of children in the U.S. And it's truly secure storage will save lives and prevent injuries. First of all, the 50% of guns, I'm on the Everytown website a lot, 50% of guns that are stolen are taken from vehicles. So thank you for putting that in the ordinance. Secure storage prevents unintentional shootings. Studies have shown that even when parents think that the kids in the house don't know where the guns are, the kids know. And the truth is, it's up to adults to keep guns secure and away from kids. It's not up to kids to be responsible and stay away from the guns. In school shootings, more than 3 out of 4 times the guns are taken from the home. But the day-to-day death is that 2,100 kids a year die from a gun. That's like 6 a day. So secure storage is just excellent. The safe harbor piece really recognizes the role of guns in suicides. 90% of suicide attempts with a gun. At the same time, 70% of people who survive a suicide attempt never attempt suicide again. And this safe harbor is just such an excellent way to prevent people and prevent from hurting themselves and others, of course, and prevent suicides. And I'm so stoked about these big events in Santa Monica. When the Super Bowl was broadcasting from the pier, my kids and my husband just happened to be around, and they shot the cameras around, and there were these shiny looking people, on NBC or whatever. And,
Yes, that's it. Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Barton, and I see you're down here 3 times. Are you speaking on 3 different items?
Now I'm speaking on 2 because you pulled 1, but I need all 4 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just identify which items you're speaking on, please.
Okay. Good evening. On item 10E, aren't most of these gun laws unconstitutional? It has been said that a law that compels people to purchase insurance that doesn't necessarily exist, and that demonstrates that these laws are not a good faith attempt to do anything other than ban or burden the lawful possession of guns. In 2015, didn't the House of Representatives try to pass a bill to require gun owners to carry liability insurance, citing that no insurance like that exists, and finding in the event of a gun liability insurance mandate, criminals are highly unlikely to purchase insurance, meaning the victims would not receive compensation. So there's not a good reason to believe that insurance would fall short of its goal, would not fall short of its goals. Then in October of 2022, the Supreme Court of the United States found that a ban on guns with serial numbers removed is unconstitutional. And finally, in 2020, the Supreme Court of the United States found that the rule on ghost guns does not prohibit the sale or possession of any ghost gun kit, nor does it block an individual from purchasing such a kit. Instead, it requires compliance with the federal laws such that manufacturers and sellers mark products with serial numbers and keep records allow law enforcement to trace the firearms used in crimes. I would also think the laws for the sellers not to be caused burden would apply here too. And for safe storage, you have to think how easily accessible is that in case of an emergency. Then on item 16K, I agree with the county with the direction of holding the LA County Department of Health to its program standards, because it's hard to believe anything but needle distribution can go on 1 hour 3 times a week. During these time periods, it's impossible to give substantial counseling or information for drug abuse recovery or mental health services. But also be aware, on the CDC's website under the heading of Syringe Service Programs, in the part titled Safety and Effectiveness, there's a section titled Prevention of Infectious Diseases, where it states that hepatitis C infections have seen a 4.9-fold increase due to injection of drug uses. from 2010 to 2019, and that HIV infections increased 12% from 2014 to 2019 due to injected drug use. So might these statistics contradict the Los Angeles Health Department's claim that needle distribution reduces infection of hepatitis C and HIV? Considering the Los Angeles Health Department has no statistics of their own, might this constitute the Los Angeles County operating their needle distribution program under false pretenses? And these statistics from the CDC were last updated in January of 2023. I do hope you will take all this information into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, city attorney, city clerk, fellow Santa Monicans. I'd like to speak on the continued item 8A, the appointments to boards and commissions, specifically the Urban Forest Task Force. I'd also like to speak briefly on 14A, the adoption of a resolution to establish a City of Santa Monica Poet Laureate Program. I respectfully submitted my application to the Urban Forest Task Force. I know you were seeking input from the city attorney as to whether it was appropriate. If I am not an arborist or a former arborist, and if it is within the appropriateness of the city that it's not by resolution or ordinance, I would honorably hope for your approval. I'll do the best I can if appointed. As far as the Poet Laureate, I submit this with a little levity, but with real honor. A little poem I wrote. I support this Poet Laureate program. The poem is: roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and Santa Monica is too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ms. Odson? And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names for folks to line up behind you. Andrew Hoyer, Sheila Finley, Beth Riccanati, Robbie Jones, and Rebecca Canara. Go ahead, Ms. Odson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Davis and members of the council. My name is Megan Odson, and I'm here today on behalf of Women Against Gun Violence to comment in support of item 10B. I want to thank Mayor Davis and council members Terosis and Zwick for their leadership on this life-saving gun safety ordinance, as well as the rest of the council for their unanimous support at the May 9th meeting. I also want to thank the Santa Monica City staff for their diligence and for drafting this ordinance within 60 days. All of the regulations proposed today have the potential to save lives, not just in this community, but across many others that will now look to Santa Monica as a gold standard for gun safety and regulation. I urge you all to please vote to move forward with this ordinance tonight and take this meaningful step in public safety. Thank you all for your courage and leadership.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, we all looked up because it sounded like someone was coming through the ceiling with a chainsaw. We were a little concerned there, but maybe that'll be the subject of our next ordinance. Mr. Hoyer, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. And Jesse Zwick, please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Thank you. We support item 16L, but since I was told by the gentleman outside I can only speak once, I'm only prepared to speak about item 10F at this time. Daniel Mick is going to show you a slide that demonstrates the correlation of police calls for service to vacant properties. But please note that the Mid-City area barely edges out Ocean Park for service calls. And that is just for 2022. Now multiply that by 10 to imagine the impact vacant properties with absentee landlords has caused on the residents in our boundaries over the last decade. I should also mention that 3000 Broadway has been a blighted eyesore for 25 years now, with 1,000 excuses given over how nothing can be done. Mid-City Neighbors was very pleased with the city's decision to hire someone of Daniel Mick's caliber. We implore you to follow his recommendations on these ordinances so he can move on to tackle some of our city's other pressing problems. If we want to stamp out crime in our fair city, we need to provide fewer locations for it to occur. There's no need for an hour of discussion about them tonight. Please just pass them as presented, and let's move on with the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. Ms. Finley.
Let's see. Well, okay, I've got it. Okay, good evening to all of you at Santa Monica City Council. My name is Sheila Finley. I've been a resident of Santa Monica going on 23 years. I feel very much at home in Santa Monica. If I am chosen for a seat on their Housing Commission, I will be an asset to the city of Santa Monica. My 7 years of employment for the same company where I interacted with people of all ages and cultures in Chicago was followed by Safeway in Pacific Palisades, Sherman Oaks, and Los Angeles. Then I started college at 31 years of age, where I met fellow students, people from diverse cultural and economic backgrounds. In addition, my former students in my 17-year teaching career where I interacted with people from a wide culturally diverse and economic background. At 31 years of age in 1982, I earned my bachelor's degree. I taught a junior high school in the country school, 45 to 60-minute drive outside of Fresno. I taught English as a second language at Fresno Adult School. I taught English as a second language at Wasco State Prison, Valley Rose Adult School, and I taught high school courses, high school students at Los Angeles Unified School District. All the aforementioned facts of my life and my 77 years makes me an ideal candidate for the open seat for senior resident on Santa Monica Housing Commission. I also believe that the perspective I offer as someone living in Santa Monica, counting from my age of 62, that is 15 years as a senior resident of Santa Monica. I know my way around Santa Monica and further regarding resources that are available to help Santa Monica residents' senior population. I am known by my friends for my knowledge of available resources.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Beth Riccinati.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Beth Riccinati, and I'm here speaking in favor of item number 16L. It's my first time here, so I'm a little nervous. I'm here because I briefly want to speak to this issue, and I want to start off by thanking Councilmember Brock for meeting with a group of us concerned neighbors to let us voice our concern and to discuss the proposed increase in height to the 2525 Wilshire project. And as such, I'm here in support this evening of Council members Brock, Delatorre, and Para. And I really appreciated what you said earlier, Councilmember Delatorre, about building trust with transparency and community and timeliness. And I thank you for that as well. So I just support further explanation for what is going on with the AHPP and the bonus density program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robbie Jones.
I'm missing all my shows, guys. Hello again. I'm here in support of items 16H, 16I, and 16M. I think it's very important that we continue as we did in the very beginning. Well, not quite so in the beginning, because when we held MLK events, we initially started in people's garages. So I think it's very important for the city to support the MLK event, and particularly this coming year, that Stop the Hate, Start the Healing. I'm definitely on board with that. 16I, renters, support for renters regarding evictions and any problems they may have. I mean, that's just a must. In our neighborhood, mostly a lot of renters, and I'm sure they would appreciate that support ongoing, because we've all been through much devastation. 16M, homelessness. I have to say, diversity, equity, inclusion. Of course, we should have somebody who's been homeless to sit on the Housing Commission. I just want to thank the council members that worked hard to put these forward. All of you that did that, I just want to say thank you, and I really appreciate it. Particularly Caroline, Oscar, Brock, on the MLK, and just all of it. I think that good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Canara. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. You can still come up to the podium. I'm just going to get some people lined up behind you. Michelle Gray, Deborah Senapol, Tricia Crane, Amit Cash, and David Harrison Levy.
Okay, Rebecca Canara, an 18-year resident in support of HIM as well. And as the Executive Director of Universal Human Rights Initiative, we focus on housing as a human right here. And so I just wanted to really just, weigh in my support, especially for 16I and M in terms of really protecting renters and whatever we can do, and including that, whatever ways we can help people who are displaced return. And then just to, commend you all for adding someone. I think I thought somebody would already be on the Housing Authority Board who had lived experience, but I'm really just hoping that that's the start, and that you have even more than one person eventually on the board, and whatever we can do to just do more and more for our unhoused neighbors. I want to just commend you all for whatever you can do. So thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Gray.
Thank you.
And you're here twice, so you're speaking on two different items, is that correct?
Yes, the first as an individual and the second representing the Housing Commission.
All right.
Hello, my name is Michelle Gray. I am chair of the city's Housing Commission. But the first item I want to speak on, I'm speaking as an individual, although it's informed by my role. For 16I, I wanted to express my strong support for any strengthened protections and support for Santa Monica's renters, and ask that when you deliberate tonight on 16I, that you please ensure that any direction you give to staff includes them coming to the Housing Commission to discuss with us these recommendations, so we can help flesh them out and share our input before those recommendations are finalized, particularly in light of the fact that some of the requested measures are important elements of our own work plan, including the legal representation and the database for the city. And we'd like to make sure that we have as many stakeholders discussing this at once, so everything can be done in one effort together. Oh, and I also wanted to just say that I encourage Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights and any other interested organizations or individuals to please contact us, to come reach out to us, because we would love to talk with you and hear your concerns and see how we can work together to move some of these things forward. So that's as an individual. And then as the Housing Commission Chair, I'd like to address item 16L, and I just wanted to reiterate for you the formal recommendations of the Housing Commission that's informing this item tonight. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of background and then the Housing Commission's formal recommendations. So federal HUD policy requires tenant representation on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Governing Board, and the City of Santa Monica has dedicated 2 HAB board seats to this tenant representation, but one of these seats is currently vacant. The current Resident Advisory Board, composed of all HCV holders in Santa Monica, was created by staff decision and not via codification in the HAB bylaws or by city ordinance. The 2 tenant representatives named to the HAB 2 years ago were chosen, named, acknowledged, and thereby seated on the HAB solely via Housing Authority staff decision and not via direction codified in HAB bylaws or city ordinance. And then one of the two named representatives has never attended a Housing Authority board meeting and eventually resigned. And I draw your attention to the staff's agency here because I just want to make clear that there is no process in place for appointing someone to this board, that HUD gives the Housing Authority as a whole and the staff broad discretion to fill that seat however they're able. So it should certainly be within your purview to do so tonight. HUD federal policy also requires the Housing Authority staff to reach out to all program participants at least once a year to ask if any of them would like to serve on the HAB, and staff has not done so for more than 2 years. However, earlier this year, Housing Authority clients held 2 grassroots virtual RAB meetings. One, a 5-hour meeting in March with 12 attendees, and a 7-hour meeting in April with 16 attendees, during which the clients unanimously elected Housing Authority client Courtney Luritano, along with Hajar Muqtasid St. Clair, to act as their 2 interim RAB representatives until a CAB is formed. And so, given the vacancy that exists now, we'd like you to consider that expression of will on the part of the collected RAB members who were able to convene. So formally, the Housing Commission's recommendation to ensure meaningful RAB representation on the HAB until a CAB is formed, the Housing Commission strongly recommends that staff recognize Santa Monica Housing Authority client Courtney Luritano, and in her absence, Hajar Muqtasid St. Clair, as an alternate, as interim RAB representatives serving on the HAB in the seat dedicated to a tenant representative, again, until a CAB is formed, and can provide 2 CAB members as tenant representatives on the HAB in the future. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Ms. Senapol.
Hi there. I'm Deborah Senapol, and I would like to be considered for the Housing Commission chair that's open. I think I'm qualified to hold this chair for a couple different reasons. I have lived in Santa Monica for over 30 years. I'm a renter. I'm part of the voucher program, and I'm part of the voucher program also as being disabled. I recently received my voucher, and I still haven't found an apartment. And some of the units that have been offered through the below market housing, they're offered without parking. I think I could give a different viewpoint on the Housing Commission because, for example, for myself, I've had 3 spine surgeries. My entire spine is deteriorating. For me to have to park 2 blocks down the street once I receive an apartment and have to haul my groceries down when I sometimes can't even carry 1 bag, I think I could just add a little bit more to that commission. I've done a lot in the city of Santa Monica as a volunteer myself. I work a lot with the shelters. I'm always going after animals, trying to find homes for them. Even this weekend before the storm, I took in a stray that was found on the side of the expressway. I'm just kind of one of these people. I just think our city could add more, give more, and I think I could do that. So I hope to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Senapol, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Tricia Crane.
Good evening. Before I start, I think Denise has a visual that I'd like to share. So I'm going to begin now. Tricia Crane, I chair Northeast Neighbors Neighborhood Association. We live north of Wilshire, south of Montana, from 21st Street east to the city line. Northeast Neighbors supports council member discussion item 16L and request an agendized discussion and reconsideration of the April 11th council vote in a public meeting at the next council meeting. It appears the council members were not fully informed about the impact of the staff recommendation that council amend the zoning ordinance to comply with the 6th cycle housing element. We have learned that council members were not all aware that 70 feet is not actually the strict height limit given the compounding effect of the Affordable Housing Production Program and the state density bonus. Developers are well aware of the result of the April 11th council vote and are pulling and resubmitting proposals to achieve much larger projects, as you can see here. The first is this one, a massive mixed-use housing development proposed for 2525 Wilshire Boulevard that is planned upwards of 84 feet, and it could be much bigger had the developer wanted to pay. Santa Monica now faces the potential for an unknown number of 100-foot plus housing development projects on Wilshire Boulevard. Residents want to know, did the City Council have enough information to inform their vote on April 11th? Did staff clearly explain the compounding result of these two changes? Did staff provide examples of the scale and impacts that would result? Additional impacts of these huge projects will have a resegregation effect because all of the affordable units can be built off-site in other parts of the city. This will result in concentrating units in lower-cost neighborhoods in direct violation of the stated purpose of inclusionary affordable housing. What's more, all
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Your time is up. All right, Amit Cash.
Good evening. So I'm here to speak on also for the same proposal on 16L. Transparency. I think there should be additional time given to think about how this will impact the community, residents, and as well as family members and friends visiting the area for the residents, how it will impact parking spaces, how it will impact home values, as well as Douglas Park, which is right across the street from this proposed unit. How it will impact the spaces, parking spaces for that park, children playing in that park, people visiting that park, so on. So I definitely think for the sake of transparency, there needs to be more time. And I just found out about this project a few days ago. And a lot of the people in the neighborhood do not know anything about this because information wasn't given out. There was only maybe immediate 1 square block, and anyone beyond that has no knowledge of this project. So there's a lot of concern, and I think we should definitely be giving this more time and research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Mr. Levy? And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Gaston Montero, Denny Zane, Ellis Raskin, and Mike Soloff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm a proud resident of the City of Beverly Hills for 71 years. I have been made the honorary mayor of the City of Beverly Hills for my work with breast cancer around the world. I was recognized by the United Nations for my work, and my city also honored my family, the Levi family, with a 50-year proclamation for our community service. I'm here because the gentleman in the front, when I signed in, didn't know where to place me. So I said I'd let me at least get 1 minute of your attention. I have a friend. His name is Gaston Montero. He's been actively for the last 8 years trying to build a museum, a Ukrainian museum. And when I found out that the city of Santa Monica had land or property that was available for a nonprofit through, I believe it was David White's office, who ran something about a nonprofit, a Santa Monica nonprofit having property available.
Yeah.
Know anything about that? That was the name I was given back about 2-3 months ago. And I started to pursue Mr. White, but I was unable to get a hold of his office. And I tried to contact the city council. So I came here on a couple occasions, and they told me about your city council meeting. So I'm here to promote my friend, Gaston Montero, and let him tell you exactly what his projected ideas with the Ukrainian Museum, which will bring jobs and tourism to a city that I think is very much in need of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Mr. Montero, since there seems to be some confusion, I am going to let you speak. But for future reference, everyone, if it's something that's not on the agenda, that is a one item, that is public comment on unagendized items. So, Mr. Montero, since there was some confusion, I'm going to let you speak.
Thank you. According to the agenda that you were saying, I want to say to Mr. Torres,
one of your questions that concern about the grid of the electrical grid. One of the questions that was missing was what is the value to the charger, the person who's charging the electric vehicles?
Okay, sir. Okay, now you're really wandering off the reservation
Right,
here a
but
little bit.
I'm here-
So you
I'm-
don't need to engage on that. If you're here to speak on the issue that
I
you
will
wanted to
also-
speak on.
Yeah, it's responding to some of the
Well, you
issues.
don't get to, no, this is not,
Thank you.
response.
I
This is for
understand.
you to speak.
So my name is Gaston Montero, and for the past 3 years, I've been trying to get the city of Santa Monica to welcome a museum. Since then, I am the CEO of Champion Fund Nation. And Champion stands for Culture, History, Art Museum, International Organization of Nations. So as Champion Fund Nation CEO, we have also another museum that is very interested in opening up their doors in Santa Monica, would be a Persian museum. So this type of situation will actually enhance opportunities to the city and the city businesses, as well as it will be for in my charity organization is organizing in hiring the hobos, unemployed, homeless, servants that could be productive for the city of Santa Monica and in our community by developing projects within the city of Santa Monica and also throughout Los Angeles. So I would like you to take us, I have some literature if you would like to read about it. I'm creating right now a telethon across the United States, and how great it would be to be able to do this telethon raising funds for the Ukrainian Museum out of the city of Santa Monica. This will be a worldwide broadcasting network. And so if you would like to read of this, I give you a copy of it. And that's all I have to say, except that I am here to do some good for the city of Santa Monica. And I would like you to take me in consideration about some of the properties that may be available for us. We can actually surely enhance it, improve it, and get people to be glad that we are on board with the city in order to produce and promote the city of Santa Monica.
Thank you, sir. If there's something you want the council to see, you can hand it to the clerk and she can distribute it. Thank you. Mr. Zane.
Council members, it's good to be here with you again. It's been a while. Thank you for your service. I'm here, I'm Denny Zane. I'm here to represent Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights on item 16I. I want to thank Councilmember Terrazas, Zwick, and Davis who brought this matter before you. In a community where 70% of your neighbors, 70% of your constituents are renters, one would expect and hope that this item would be easily passed, really a walk in the park. As you know, renters throughout Los Angeles, throughout really the entire nation, but certainly here in Los Angeles County and in Santa Monica, have been under a great deal of pressure and difficulty, as has everyone, during the last 3 years, especially accented by the pandemic. But in the aftermath now, things are beginning to ramp up again. What we're seeing, I think, is a fire in the marketplace, a fever in the marketplace. And renters are the people who are most vulnerable to that fever. City of Los Angeles, County of Los Angeles have responded with efforts to increase renter protections. We certainly, Santa Monica, really the beachhead for renters' rights in Southern California, should do no less. And so I urge you all, I think, to stand behind and in support of the proposals brought to you by these three council members. I want to thank Councilmember Terrazas in particular for your special effort at pulling this together. And Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights says thank you. On a separate item, speaking only as myself, I do want to express my concern about the prospective developments that were identified for Wilshire Boulevard as well. That's not the city I would have voted for had I the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zane. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, council members. Good evening, Ellis Raskin. I'm going to speak briefly on items 16I and the AHBP item, which is either 16K or L. In any event, strong support for 16I. As we saw in the latest Rent Board annual report, the average, or maybe median, rent for one bedroom is $2,500. If you're making the average income in Santa Monica, which by the way is pretty much six figures, you're still paying over half of your net income towards rent. These are common sense measures, and I fully support this item. With respect to the HPP item, first want to thank Councilmember Parra for reaching out to me this afternoon to talk about this. And I'm just speaking in my own individual capacity for this item. As you know, I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. Last Wednesday, we had an opportunity to talk about our workload for this next year and the Planning Department's workload for this next year. It's overwhelming. And we really just don't have the resources to go back and reopen these items. I really just want to speak up for staff and for all the priorities we have. We just don't have the capacity to go back and redo things that have already been studied. And it bears emphasis too, not everyone's the biggest fan of the HPP or the density bonus we have, but if we reopen this, we're going to open ourselves up to the builder's remedy once again. So please, I urge you not to reopen this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Mr. Soloff, and before you begin, first of all, let me call a few more names, and then I'm going to have a couple questions for you. Teresa Marasco, Daniel Westcott, Erica Leslie, and Peter Borison. And Mr. Soloff, you're down for 3 items, is that correct?
Yeah, except you pulled one of them, so I'm only going to be on 2.
All right, so you'll have 2 minutes per item. If you can identify which those items are when you're speaking about them, we would very much appreciate that.
Great. I'm first speaking on item 16I in my capacity as co-chair of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. You have SMER's letter in full support of this item, and because the item itself so clearly explains why it's needed and what precisely it does, I'm going to merely emphasize a few points. This city historically has and must continue to be as protective or more protective of our renter residents than surrounding jurisdictions. This item helps assure that the city will continue to meet this standard. The ban on evictions when less than a month's rent is due is crucial to preserve tenancies when a renter neighbor faces a temporary problem. And as the item also looks to develop a program of city assistance to such renters, this should mean that landlords face only a limited delay in obtaining the full rent. The right to counsel is also crucial. As an attorney who has represented hundreds of low-income tenants on a pro bono basis, I can attest that only legal representation can make tenants' rights real. And the buyout provisions similarly should help to avoid uninformed renters from accepting inadequate agreements due to their ignorance of their rights or the practical effects of giving up their existing units, particularly when rent controlled, something I've also seen in my pro bono practice. And finally, the rent registry is important for many reasons, including to assure that our short-term and medium-term rental laws are enforced. Our laws reflect city policy that our rental housing should be for people who want to make their lives in our community, not as corporate apartments or vacation homes or second homes for the uber rich or unregistered and unregulated hotel rooms. This is necessary to avoid Santa Monica becoming an economically gated community. The rent registry will help us enforce our existing laws and among other benefits. Now as to 16K or L, I'm speaking only for myself. I haven't yet discussed this with other folks. I agree that it's unfortunate that state density bonus law has the effect of substantially upzoning our projects without requiring a single additional affordable housing unit. While the number of affordable housing units is not reduced by state law, contrary to certain written comments, the total number of project units increases, so the percentage of affordable units decreases. This was illustrated in 2022 by the Gelson's project, which had 15% affordable units in the base project, but had only 11% affordable units in the final density bonus project. This is one of many illustrations that the state pays mere lip service to affordable housing. Efforts to change state density bonus law so that inclusionary percentages apply to both the base and the bonus units so far have failed. You should press Ben Allen and Rick Zabur to fight to change this. But our AHP program makes things worse by allowing the units to be built off-site, again, without requiring any specific amount of additional affordable units. The off-site projects can then compete for tax credits, and if successful, turn those tax credits into a subsidy for market rate developers without creating any specific amount of additional affordable units. Even worse, as all tax credit programs are oversubscribed, the public subsidy to the developers precludes other affordable housing projects from being built statewide, including on the public land designated in our housing element for affordable housing projects. The city has been far too slow in putting the housing element designated public land out to bid. State law is what it is, but you can and must accelerate our public land program and adjust our off-site option to ensure tax credits are not a mere subsidy to developers without creating.
Thank you, Mr. Soloff. Ms. Marasco, you're also down for 3 items. Are you speaking on 3 different items?
Yes.
All right, so that will give you 6 minutes. Can you let us know which items you're speaking on as you move on to them? Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, City Council, and staff. I'm first going to be speaking on 8A regarding the appointment to the Housing Commission. There are 2 lovely ladies here this evening, Deborah Senapol and Sheila Finley, who have applied for this position. Initially, it was Sheila Finley who had applied for this position for the 2-year seat for Housing Authority Program participant who is 62 and over. And something happened. She wasn't, her name wasn't on the list. And so it got put over to today's date. Since that time, Deborah Senapol has applied for the exact same position. I would just say that both of these women are highly qualified to take a position on the Housing Commission, and I believe could fulfill that duty. And I just hope whatever decision is made tonight, the other person who's not chosen to please apply for the 4-year seat when that comes available. Now I'm going to move on to 16I regarding the 70% renters protections. I'm very happy that this item is on the agenda. I wish that it would have been done a long time ago, because it probably could have personally saved me a lot of stress and drama that I went through with my former landlord. These exact recommendations would have fit the scenario that I was in with a constructive eviction action. And so I am 1,000% in support of this. The one thing that I would like to add to it is I think it would be better if you would say, instead of less than 1 month behind in rent, that you increase that to at least 2 months, because that would give the tenant and the landlord enough time to acquire whatever funding that they needed to cover whatever debt that they were in with the landlord. I would also agree that there does need to be a centralized database like the RSO in LA. I think it's really important that we monitor what's going on in the city, that, it was applying to people who were in rent-controlled units, and I was a little dismayed that it was only the rent-controlled units, because there were lots of people who were ejected from the city who were not rent-controlled tenants because of increases in rent and all sorts of little games that get played. So I would say that it is important, but I would like for that, I'm not exactly sure how that would work, what department would be overseeing that list. And I would say that it should be just one department of its own, because I think it's a very big job. And if you want to enforce it, you're going to need your own department to handle that, because that's a lot of units and a lot of tenants. And then finally, I will move on to 16M. I very much appreciate Councilmember Brock, Para, and De La Torre for bringing this item to City Council agenda. I spoken on this many times over the last couple of years, and I'm in support of Courtney Lauritano taking the second seat that is available on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board. It's very important that all tenants, all subsidized tenants in the city have a full representation on the Housing Authority Board. Courtney has been to every single meeting that we've had informally as a resident advisory board. She is very well aware of all of the issues. She understands the annual plan and the annual administrative plan and the 5-year plan. And I think that it will calm a lot of the subsidized tenants down if they felt that they were being supported by allowing Courtney Lauritano, or if you're not comfortable with that, one of the backup people that was chosen during our meetings, Michelle Gray mentioned Hajar. I cannot pronounce her last name. I'm so sorry. Who would also be willing to take that seat if you're not comfortable with Courtney. But Courtney does have she was formerly homeless, and that's how she ended up being a Housing Authority client. So with that, thank you so much. I appreciate you listening, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Marasco. Daniel Westcott.
Hi, I'm here to just strongly support 16I for all the reasons that have already been spoken about. You know, if you walk around town and you're willing to speak with some of the people that are unhoused and ask them their stories and what they've gone through and how maybe there were some financial hardships and they lost their apartment, it's really heartbreaking. And I actually, there was one of the tenants in my building who, after a rent reduction, his rent was reinstated, and he hadn't put aside the money to cover the rent after it was reinstated. And a 3-day notice came. 3 days was not enough to raise the money, and he ended up losing his apartment. And all I can say is, like, witnessing these things and talking with people, I hope that your heart will guide you to support this. And this should be a unanimous agreement on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westcott. Erica Leslie. And I see you're speaking on 2 different items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you'll have 4 minutes. Please let us know which items you're speaking on when you get to them.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this thing is down so low.
Yeah, well, us short people don't mind it, but we'll have to get something for you taller people.
I'm here in support of 16H. You guys really need to understand how beautiful of a thing of Westside MLK is to support that and give them the $9,000. Every person from every different faith, from rabbis to priests to sheiks to Muslims to Buddhists, all coming together in honor of the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King, and to be a day of service is a way to unite our city and to also incite people to serve in different capacities in our city. So please consider that. I want to leave for that part one quote from Dr. Martin Luther King that said, "Make a career of humanity. Commit yourself to the noble struggle for equal rights. You will make a better person of yourself, a greater nation of your country, and a finer world to live in." I would also like to add that you will make yourself a better leader if you fight for humanity. Make that your career. Also, leading over into 16I, I clearly support 16I, as a few of you were here earlier at downtown Santa Monica in public space, and you understand that homelessness is something that is on everybody's lips. When the pandemic protections expired, just as of June, they already expected an avalanche of evictions. Just in June was 4,480 evictions. It's easier to keep people within their homes than to rehouse people. It costs more money. You're actually looking at a savings if you just help people stay in their homes. There are currently 161,548 unhoused people here in California. We must do our part to cut that number down and make sure that they're not more, because we have seen an uptick in unhoused people. If we can just support this measure and keep people in their homes, we can do our part to make sure there are not any more unhoused people on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Peter Borison.
It's a different take. From me here, the proposal to monitor rents and provide tenant protections for all housing in the city must also be extended to protect our most vulnerable and insecure residents. Roommates, subtenants, apartment sharers, and all types of paying guests, perhaps even Airbnb guests. From now on, I'll refer to this group of non-registered guests as roommates, and refer to formal registered renters as renters. The measures that have been proposed must be extended so that renters are required to register with the city any informal roommates, including the rent amounts being paid by those roommates. We must protect roommates from paying more than their fractional share of the overall rent, in order to prevent the exploitation of roommates by unfair and profiteering renters. Any roommates who are paying more than their fractional share should be entitled to either rent reductions and refunding of excess back rent paid, or they will be allowed to ask for relocation payments from the renters upon moving out. The registration of roommates by renters should be a city requirement. Also, should a renter ask a roommate to move out without cause or raise the rent excessively, then that roommate will be able to ask for relocation fees from the renter. It is vital that renters and informal roommates pay an equal fractional share. It is also vital that roommates are protected from frivolous eviction. We should expect the same responsibility from renters regarding their roommates as housing providers give to renters. It is time we stop treating roommates as having inferior rights, and it is important that renters do not engage in profiteering and instead equitably share the benefits of their housing with all the guests who share their homes, whether they be informally sharing an apartment or Airbnb guests or whatever.
Thank you, sir. According to my list, Ms. Anderson-Warren, that concludes the public comment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then I will close the public comment under item 6, and pursuant to our agenda management, that will take us on to the 16 items, if I have done that correctly. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, so let's, skipping ahead to the end of the novel, if it is so being, we will start out, I gather, with 16A.
So item 16A is appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Disabilities Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2025.
And before we take nominations on this, there is a second opening, is that correct, under item 8A, which is a continued item?
That is correct. So I was going to ask you, did you want to do them both together? I mean, I know that you've...
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Do we need a motion and a second to do that?
Yes, we do.
All right, so I would move that we hear the Disabilities Commission vacancy currently scheduled under 8A, along with item 16A at the same time, so we can do both appointments to the Disabilities Commission at the same time.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously. So we have both Disability Commission openings in front of us at this time. And just to be clear, as I understand it, one of them is a partial term ending June 30th, 2025. And the other is a incumbent requesting reappointment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So should we deal with the incumbent asking for
I was going to say, let's deal with the annual appointment so this is 8A.
Right.
And this is the appointment and we have the incumbent who is Catherine Cosmea Dodge.
Right, and she is requesting
She's
reappointment,
requesting-
and this will be for a second full term, is that correct?
This is for the third term.
Oh, this is for a third term?
Yes,
Oh, okay, so she'll need 5 votes then.
that is correct.
All right. Do we have any nominees for this seat?
I nominate Catherine Cosmea Dodge.
Do we have any other nominees? All right, not hearing any other, do we probably still need to do a roll call vote because we have, all right, so since we only have one nominee, it'll be a yes or no vote. Yes is for reappointment, no is for not reappointment. Everyone clear on that? Great, thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick? Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, so that is effectively by acclamation, and thank you, Ms. Cosmea Dodge, for your continued willingness to serve. So now we have one unscheduled vacancy on the Disabilities Commission for a partial term ending June 30th, 2025. Do we have any nominations?
I nominate Suleiman Adeyemi.
Not hearing any other nominations, can we have a roll call vote? As before, a yes will be for Suleiman Adeyemi to be appointed to the Disabilities Commission, and a no vote will be to not appoint.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that I apologize, got something caught in my throat there. Suleiman Adeyemi is appointed to the partial term, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
So next we have the Housing Commission, and let me read the notes to you. So for the Housing Commission, there are 2 applicants that are qualified for the seat, for the Affordable Housing Participants seat, who is over 62. One is Sheila Finley, who is a Section 8 recipient, who is in her 70s, and the other is Deborah Sinopol, who is a participant in the voucher program, is 66. Deborah said that she has not found an apartment yet, but did receive a voucher 2 months ago.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson-Warren. So we were really on the 16 items. Were we doing all the 8 items together?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to make sure we're all clear.
Now then, let me stop.
Yes.
Let's continue on. I just got carried away. Okay, so on to 16B. Now, this is recommendation to rescind the appointment of Kate Everett to the Housing Commission for failure to attend commission meetings, and authorization for the city clerk to publish a vacancy.
I move that we rescind the appointment of Kate Everts.
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
16C is recommendation to accept Josh Hamilton's resignation from the Housing Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
I move that we accept Josh Hamilton's resignation, given that it's necessary because he's been appointed to the Planning Commission.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
And then we have recommendation to accept Deborah Sinopol's resignation from the Disabilities Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
All right, I will move that we accept Deborah Senapol's resignation from the Disabilities Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
16C is request by Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and Councilmember Zwick that the city council direct the city manager to explore and propose policy and regulatory changes needed to
Is this not a duplicate?
Yeah, I know.
Did we not do this at the last meeting?
Well, I think, did we move that off? I was trying to remember.
I thought, I have a,
What are we on now? 'Cause we have-
Well, there's two different agendas.
There's two
That's-
different
There's a lot of
agendas.
confusion on the letters.
yeah, because the numbers got changed and everything.
Wait, is
Right.
the website not the right site?
I'm on a
People
full
were
agenda.
people were
It's a
saying
whole
F
different.
and D.
I know.
Hold on a
I
second.
thought we moved it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one, so the next one is request of Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Is that the next one, you guys?
Right.
Okay. Request of Mayor Pro Tem Negrete to direct the city manager to waive any facility fees and allow the use of the council chambers for a public hearing hosted by the California State Board of Equalization, tentatively scheduled for October 9, 2023, between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. The meeting will be open to the public and will provide valuable information regarding affordable housing tax credits.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I mean, it says it right there. This will be open to the public, and it's just merely to waive the fees. So they can have it. Thank you.
I'll second it.
All right. Moved by Para, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay, so next we have request of Mayor Pro Tem Negrete and Councilmember Parr and Brock. No?
Yes, that's right. That's next on my hit parade.
Too.
Okay. Okay. To kick off the Hispanic Heritage Month festivities, and council direct the city manager to waive.
What?
Yes?
Oscar.
This is your item.
Oscar.
No, it's not.
Well, it's
Well, it's our item, but.
yeah. He's not even listed on it.
Okay.
I think he's recusing himself.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember De La Torre, I hate to make you do this, but can you come back and explain why you're recusing yourself? Since the rules do require that be on the record.
I literally was so confused.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay.
I don't think I understand.
Yes, the host of the event is the Pico Youth and Family Center, and that's why I have to recuse myself. Just for the record, this will be a reimbursement, so the organization will have to provide receipts in order to get reimbursed for 3 items, right? And so, but in any case, I just wanted to make sure there's no perception of a conflict, so that's why I'm recusing myself.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. We appreciate it. And we will let Councilmember De La Torre clear the room.
That's it too.
And while Councilmember De La Torre and I'm not, well, let's do this item and then we'll have a discussion about some other things maybe at the end of this. All right. So Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, Councilmember Parr, Councilmember Brock, who's taking the lead on this one?
I mean, this was done last year. It's the car show that's down at the pier. And like we just heard, it's up to, so it's not necessarily a set amount, and they provide receipts for reimbursement to cover things that are listed here, such as soundstage, entertainment, promotional materials, and it's a free event open to the public.
It's just a wonderful event. It's a cultural event. It's enjoyed. It's a family event. It's been well received. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Just a lot of people like to attend. I know that Phil, you were there taking lots of photos with it as well, with all the cars as well. And it's something that people look forward to every year. You know, it's one way to celebrate our Latino heritage. We like our cars. So I just really appreciate the consideration. So thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Second, then, yes, I did attend the event. It was well attended. A lot of really enthusiastic, not only car enthusiasts,
but just residents of Venice and Santa Monica who came to share with their extended families a day at the pier. And it really exemplifies some of what we want at our pier. Local use, residents coming down to the pier, smiling, cheerful. It was a really nice event.
And it kicks off Latino Heritage Month.
Yeah.
All right, is someone going to make a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Para. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0, and we'll have Councilmember De La Torre return if someone, apparently he magically knew.
Okay, so next we have request of Councilmember De La Torre to allocate $2,000 of council discretionary funds to host a delegation of municipal and business leaders from Sister City, Mazatlan, Mexico on September 6, 2023.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, our sister city is in Mazatlan, Mexico. It's a city in the state of Sinaloa. It's a coastal city, so just like us, dependent on tourism. And I was contacted by a city council member in Pico Rivera, who's also a sister city with Mazatlan, and he was working with a delegation that's interested to visit us, visit Los Angeles. They want to visit 3 cities: Pico Rivera, of course, Santa Monica being the second sister city in the area, and then also they will be meeting in Long Beach. And so we want to host them on September the 6th here in our city, and we're hoping that they can stay in our city for the whole 5 days. It'll be a 5-day trip, and they sent us a list of. We're working with staff right now to try to, help coordinate with Misty Kearns and others, regarding the presentations. But the idea is to have breakfast, presentation, and a tour. They're very interested in seeing how we handle our trash and how we recycle and our water treatment facilities. They're very interested in that type of infrastructure. They're bringing business leaders of their community, hotel owners and operators. They want to learn more about how we are dealing with sort of economic recovery and with COVID and so forth. So there's going to be, I think, 13 delegates, elected officials, business leaders, directors of travel and tourism. And this is the first time in a very long time that we will be hosting a delegation from our sister city in Mazatlan. And we're hoping that it'll open up the opportunity for us to visit them and to continue this partnership on an international level. We want to be able to have some resources to help them out. Not all of the delegation has a lot of money. The elected officials are struggling to try to make it all happen. So we want to be able to help a little bit with food, and give the tours and stuff that they want to visit. So we're thinking that the $2,000 will help us make that happen, and that's pretty much it. If there's any questions, I can answer.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions because this is obviously $2,000 of council discretionary funds. How much is the Sister Cities organization contributing to this?
I haven't confirmed that with Jeff yet, but that's something that I don't think they have a lot of funding right now because they've been down for a while. But I can ask. Jeff,
and the only reason I ask is because obviously, and we're going to get to this, with everything on this agenda tonight, we're already used up 45% of our council discretionary fund. There it is. And obviously Sister Cities is important. We've all participated in those events, but I just want to make sure we're using the money wisely, given that we're already, we're in August, meaning we're 7 weeks into the fiscal year, and we're 45% down on the discretionary fund. So in terms of the $2,000, can you be I'm just a little unclear about what it's going to be used for. Is it going to be used for for hosting activities? Or you said, we're not subsidizing folks from Mazatlan coming here, are we?
No, what it's going to be rental. If we need any travel for when they come to our city hall, we'll be taking them to the city yards and to the water treatment facility, those types of that type of travel. So that day, and then just food. Just a breakfast and lunch, and maybe a cocktail hour. Maybe there'll be some hosting of something. We probably won't use all the funding if we get like a restaurant to provide, for example, like the cocktail hour or a networking event, and that's something that we're still trying to finalize with the Chamber of Commerce and some of our partners there. So we might not use the whole amount,
Would you be up to $2,000?
That's perfect, yeah. And duly noted that we should be frugal as much as we can, because I didn't realize we were at 45%, so I think it's important to be frugal.
All right, Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, just being new here, I'm not as familiar with the Sister Cities program. Is it possible that all of us are allowed to be invited to meet with these folks? Okay.
Of course, yeah. That's something that once everything's confirmed, there will be invitations for all council members to attend all parts of the presentations and the networking and everything that will happen on that day, on September the 6th.
Okay, great. And because that's coming up pretty quickly, so I would love to be able to come if we can. And the only thing I would say is that you said they're going to stay in the city, and I would just note that we don't have any union hotels with an active contract right now.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to say, because on Wednesday I'm going to a lunch for one of our sister cities from Japan, and I've attended other stuff just to make sure you coordinate with Jeff and all of us, because I think they do coordinate these events in terms of hosting it at a restaurant and whatnot. And then, of course, obviously letting everybody know, but I would definitely let the sister city program know so that they can help coordinate.
Yes.
Like an official.
Yes. No, Jeff's aware, and he's in contact with Sergio from Mazatlan, who's coordinating, for them. And so there'll be information. And
how many of them are coming? Do we know? And who's coming exactly?
13.
13?
Mm-hmm.
Is it council members?
3 council members. The assistant to the city manager are those are like the public sector folks, and then the rest are like people, hotel operators, owners, travel and tourism directors and so forth. There's a list of people. I'll send it out. I'll make sure that everybody here gets the list of all the people that are coming with a quick little bio on each one, so everybody knows who's coming.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
Just a really quick question. Is Pico Rivera also donating $2,000?
Not sure of that, but I know they are hosting them for September the 7th, so they will be doing the same thing that we're doing on the 7th. Food and travel, to different sites like the tours and stuff. I know that they're doing the same, very similar program to what we have planned for them here.
Because it would be better if we were matching.
That would be great.
Rather than.
Yes, so it's up to 2,000. I mean, I'll considering the circumstances, we will do everything that we can to try to get food donated. See if the city of Pico Rivera if they're matching some of it, so that we can defray the costs. So we'll try to get it under 2,000 for sure.
All right, is there a motion? Moved by Parra, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Next, we have request of Councilmember Torosis, Mayor Davis, and Councilmember Zwick that to allocate $9,000 of council discretionary funds to the West Side Coalition in support of the annual Martin Luther King Jr. celebration to be held January 15th, 2024. The celebration will mark the 39th anniversary of the event and will embrace the theme, Stop the Hate, Start the Healing. The program will be free and open to the public.
Councilmember Torosis, do you want to kick us off on this one?
Sure. So last year we allocated the same amount to the West Side Coalition. And I think that, you know, while I wasn't on this council when we issued the Black apology, I think we've all stated that we're working to repair the injustices that we've brought about through generations. And I think that's the theme of the 39th annual celebration. I also have a quote from MLK. I know Erica gave us one. You know, I think that these events are important, and we have two different, you know, culturally important events on the agenda tonight. And I'm willing to use our discretionary money to make sure that we're moving forward with our anti-racism work.
All right, Councilmember Zwick, did you have anything to add?
Only that I attended and learned and benefited and was very much enriched by the MLK celebration this year, and I think it's something that our city should continue to support.
All right, thank you. And all I will add, will echo both Councilmembers DeRosas and Zwick, that it is really a citywide event, well attended, and always inspirational. And it's a significant amount of money given our reduced discretionary funds this year, but I think this is exactly the kind of thing that the discretionary fund should be used for. So do we have a motion?
I'll move.
Second? Anyone seconding it?
Second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay, next we have request of Councilmember Terosas, Councilmember Zwick, and Mayor Davis, directing the city manager and city attorney to implement and develop recommendations for programs and ordinances to protect the 70% of Santa Monicans who are renters amidst record evictions.
All right, Councilmember Terosas, I'm going to turn it over to you again.
Sure. So I want to thank all to us, everyone who came here tonight. This is an issue that, you know, obviously as someone who came from the rent board, that's very close to my heart and that I've been working on for quite some time, but I'm really horrified by, I think, the trends that we've been seeing, both in the city and in the larger metro area. So I know I wrote this in the preamble to the motion, but I do just want to, the item, but I do just want to highlight a few data points. So when we enacted eviction protections in May of 2020, only 278 unlawful detainers were filed in LA Superior Court, and in June of this year, 2023, 4,480 eviction cases have been filed in LA Superior Court, which is the highest monthly total in 6 years. And in Santa Monica, tenants who fell behind on rent are starting to have that rent due and owing. And of course, we're in the middle of, you know, multiple different strikes where folks are unable to work in this community. Businesses are recovering and the economy has not fully recovered. This with stagnant wages, I think calls for swift action. And I've prided myself, I moved to the city because I felt like this city cared about protecting everyone and particularly prided itself on being forward thinking on renter protections. And I've realized over the last several months that we are falling behind. And quite frankly, where the rents are really high. I think that Ellis might have mentioned this, but the median initial rent for a 1-bedroom unit is up 9% this year. It's up $200 to $2,500. This is hard data. I mean, rents are astronomical. And so we want to protect those who are here as landlords are incentivized to evict because there is a monetary incentive. And at the same time, I understand it's important to ensure that our small landlords are having the opportunity for a fair return. And so we do have that process. But at the end of the day, I think there are a few common sense items few common sense protections that this ordinance brings forward. So I just want to explain those. It was mentioned by Ms. Marasco to expand the limitation on eviction for non-payment of rent. I just want to clarify that this item limits evictions for non-payment. Doesn't mean that you can't go and collect it as commercial rent debt, but it would limit the cause of action for unlawful detainer if someone was less than 1 month behind on rent. It also would require relocation assistance for rent increases that are increased up to the maximum and under state law. So not rent controlled tenants, but right now under state law, you can increase someone's rent 10% or 5% plus CPI. And if someone has to leave their unit as a result of the rent being increased to the maximum, they would be entitled to relocation, the same that they would be if there was a no-fault eviction. Additionally, this is asking that any sort of buyout agreement that's reached between landlords and tenants be given at the minimum relocation, again, required under the city law for a no-fault eviction, and also require that those buyout agreements be registered with the city. We already do that for rent-controlled tenancies. We do not do that for all tenancies. The other thing that I want to be clear on is that the second part of the item asks the city manager to come back with a report back to council. It does not direct the city manager to implement anything, but I do think we're signaling that we want to look at what it would take in future budget cycles to cost out a full tenants' right to counsel ordinance. We already do provide legal assistance to some, with the Legal Aid Foundation of LA, to some tenants facing eviction cases, but we know that 90% of landlords are represented and only about 10% of tenants are. And that has a direct correlation to evictions, legal representation, and we care about preventing homelessness. This is a pretty actually de minimis cost to help keep people housed. And then finally, I would just say that we've heard tonight, and there's a lot of data that shows that a rental registry is a renter protection measure. It helps us to track units that are vacant versus occupied. It helps us to track where the evictions are happening. It helps us to track vacancies. There's a lot of different data or myths out in the community about what our vacancy rate is. And then most important to me, it helps us to enforce our short-term rental ordinance, which is not currently being enforced to the full extent that it should be. And again, we are behind other jurisdictions. City and county have done this. We have not. And I can talk to you today about how the LA City Controller literally just released data a few hours ago about where all the evictions in the city of LA are happening. And the median back rent owed in these eviction cases in the city that have been happening since January, it's not tens of thousands of dollars, it's $2,678 that people are losing their homes over. That's the median rent. And if we're saying that the median rent in Santa Monica for a one bedroom is $2,500, I think we have some work to do to keep people in this community. So for all of those reasons, I think these are some common sense measures. And I want to clarify that both the rent registry and the right to counsel are report backs. Those are not directives to implement. That's us doing a feasibility analysis of what it would take on a going forward basis.
All right, Council Members Wick, you're also on this item. Would you like to add anything?
Thank you, yes. I want to thank Councilmember Trujillo.
Uh-oh.
Councilmember Zwick.
LA County and many parts of the country are facing a renewed threat of evictions in the aftermath of many of the moratoriums ending. As was noted by several public commenters and by Councilmember Trujillo, Santa Monica has always been a leader and a champion of renters and a leader in protecting renters. Many of the items that are proposed, or many of the elements of what's proposed in this motion, have already been passed and implemented in LA City and LA County and other neighboring jurisdictions. And I think Santa Monica, in addition to having historically been, should always continue to be at the forefront of protecting renters. And it only makes sense that we be equal to our neighboring cities in this regards, if not at the forefront. Specifically, I wanted to speak to the measure of limiting evictions for non-payment of rent of less than the amount of 1 month. A surprisingly high percentage of people are evicted for less than 1 month's rent, and many of them could have held on, managed to get the money together, and managed to stay in their apartment if this was a protection that was afforded to them. So I feel like this was a very important protection that can really help a lot of people, whether temporary setbacks, mishaps, accidents, health issues in their life, and be able to get back on track without also having the compounding trauma of an eviction on top of that for what is often only a few hundred or $1,000. Finally, the flexible financial assistance would be equally helpful in that regard. And as Councilmember Chirros has said, the rental registry is very much the foundation for the effective tracking and enforcement of the laws and protections that we have currently on our books. If we can't effectively track and enforce the laws that we have, there's no real sense in making more. So the registry is really the foundation of that work. It's something I studied and worked on strengthening in LA City, and I would be really excited to see us start to map out how to do that again to the best that we can as a city that prides itself at being on the forefront. So thank you.
All right, and I think Councilmember Chirros and Councilmember Zwick certainly explained it very well. The one comment I want to make is having attended a meeting this morning with our business community regarding crime and homelessness. We almost on a daily basis receive emails, input regarding homelessness in this community. And it seems to me not only the best, but certainly the most inexpensive way to address homelessness is to not let it happen in the first place. And so I really believe, and there is a myth that everyone who's homelessness became homeless because they're mentally ill or have addiction problems. Every study that's done shows that is absolutely not true. Many, many people lose their homes for simply economic reasons. And this is exactly the kind of measures that will prevent people from losing their housing and ending up on our streets. And quite honestly, for no other reason than that alone, it seems to me something that we all ought to be supporting. We have some people in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, I want to speak as I think we can confirm the only renter up here on the dais and make a point that hasn't been made yet since I am a renter and grew up in rent control and am here in Santa Monica. And my father continues to be able to age in his apartment because of rent control. So not because I'm associated with a political party or a group, but because I speak from actually lived experience. And something that we're not mentioning is we talk often about affordable housing and the developments that we see that are going up that have only 10% of the units there that are actually carved out and intended to be affordable. And we talk often about how these units are going for things like $7,000, $5,000 a month. Combined income families cannot afford them. And so I want to address rather not the idea, although this exists as well, that people end up homeless from being evicted, but also the idea that people just end up, the misty middle, end up moving out of the city of Santa Monica. And we are lacking the diversity that we used to have, that I grew up here in the 80s and 90s because of that. All these new developments, I mean, everybody has their opinions as to how they feel about them, but for me, what I see is gentrification. And a dear friend of mine who passed away, Sponto, that was one of the phrases that he said, being born and raised, and that brand came from that idea. Gentrification equals genocide. It's erasing cultures. It's erasing a lot of our history of Santa Monica. So for me, when I see things like this, it's not so much about the fact that, somebody might be struggling with their rent for 1 month, but it's the idea that people can't afford to live here anymore. And we need to do something about it. And if we don't put certain things in place to stop rent gouging, we're going to continue to see it. And rent control, has done its natural preservation to some degree, but what we're seeing with these units being built and what's being charged, I don't know who we're attracting, but I can tell you it's not the people that are in my tax bracket. If I were to leave the apartment I'm in today, I would not be living in the city of Santa Monica. So I hope for nothing else, I think everybody that comes up and speaks at the mic from public comment is often saying, look at the development, it's unaffordable. Well, these are the measures to make it more affordable. Rent registry at first was a concern of privacy, but as somebody who's in a rent-controlled unit, I always felt it unfair that our units' rents are actually not correctly posted, but are for public knowledge if you type in someone's address. Yet we don't have that information on any of the other units. Vacant, and as someone mentioned earlier, if there's short-term rentals, and I think that's important if we're going to monitor what's happening in terms of rent gouging in the city. I do want to mention Peter Borenson brought up something interesting. It was the first time I heard it, is he talked about the roommate issue. I know I live in a building and we have constant turnover in our building because we're near the college. I actually know people, some of my employees who have had this issue when they're a roommate and renting a room legally, they don't have the same rights. And something to explore as we look at this. I'll let you guys articulate it better, but I do think he brought up a good point because it's also unfair if somebody's renting the unit at a rent-controlled rate and then is charging their roommate, more and making a profit off of the apartment. It is grounds for eviction, but if we're not, taking that person's information as well, that might be something that we need to add to this rent registry. So I just wanted to give a different perspective of how I read this, and I appreciate that it was being put on for all the other reasons as well, but I just hope everybody thinks about it because we've been talking so much about the Misty Middle and how we make Santa Monica affordable, and this is one of the ways.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I think it's unquestionable in terms of where the support will be on this city council for to support renters and to protect those that are living in rent-controlled units and to make sure that we prevent displacement of residents, especially long-term residents, those that are most vulnerable in our city. So I'm glad that this item comes forward and that we're thinking about what can we do to support people who fall into some hard times. I read a lot of the emails, and it's just it's important to understand that people fall into hard times, and if we can create, it might be interesting for us to create some type of fund that can help out, in those types of situations. There should be an ability for us to do that, to support, people when they need a little bit of money to make the rent so that we can avoid having even to go through the legal process. Because once we enter the legal process, I've heard many residents and tenants that have gone through a situation like that where they're facing an eviction process where it's so late in the game that even like the nonprofit legal services that we fund can't help them. It's too late for them, and they don't take their cases, and they're very frustrated about that. So I hope that we can prevent people from not making the rent when they receive a 3-day notice, and so I support that. And beyond that, we should be thinking. What the issues that Councilwoman Negrete brought up in terms of where the city is going, like in terms of the lack of affordable housing and how the state is coming in with their rules and laws and making it very difficult for us to keep Santa Monica diverse is very, very heartbreaking. And I hope that we could do something to hold the line on that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Parra.
So I also wanted to say that I really appreciate that this item was brought forward. When my mom first immigrated to this country with my aunt and my mom, when my grandmother first immigrated to this country with my mom and my aunt, they were 2 little girls, 10 and 12. She came to Santa Monica, and I never even put this together, but she came to the Pico neighborhood. And my grandmother literally had to move from apartment to apartment for this very reason. They kept raising the rent on her, and she was always scared about where they were going to live. And it's funny because growing up, I remember my grandmother just driving me all over Santa Monica. We live there, we live there, we live there, we live there. And it was, had she had some type of protection in place, maybe she would have had what have you. And so, it's just ironic. I just thought about that right now as I'm, wow. But, I really appreciate, this coming forward. Some of the recommendations that came forward today from our speakers and our housing commissioner about some collaboration between, when the information comes forward from staff and before we put anything in motion, I would really appreciate that there's some collaboration between our housing commission and staff on how we move this forward and what it looks like, because I think obviously There's a lot of experience, from them and staff, and I think it would be extremely beneficial if I could please make that recommendation. I also wanted to make a comment, something that, I've said over and over again about, parking, our potential new, needing parking and haven't been able to find a unit. It's exactly what I've always said. We need more parking, especially in affordable units. The people that really need affordable units are the ones really that need parking, because, they are the ones that may have access and functional needs. They are the ones that may be the single parent that has kids that needs to go here and there and here and there and need the ability to park their cars. And it may not be feasible for them to take public transportation everywhere, because if not, they will never see their kids. I also have been the one that have always advocated about multiple bedrooms. That's why, this has become such a transitory city, and we need 2 and 3 bedroom units. And we need to advocate for that, so that way we have more families and more community. So anyhow, I appreciate that this has come forward, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
I just want to add first to Councilmember Parra, while we need more family units, we also, in riffing off Peter Borison's comments, we need to make sure a lot of those are families, not just roommates, because the roommates isn't helping the overall situation of propping up our school district and making sure that families locate here and stay here for their lives. So it's not only about family units, it's about family units that will actually contain families. Renter protections, hearing that someone could be evicted for owing less than a month's rent is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. I understand if you're 3 or 4 months behind and you have found no way to get help, that's one thing. But less than a month, people have to have a chance. And if these protections will help people have a chance, then it's something that's absolutely necessary. I will support this and thank the makers for bringing it forward. Not to let Mayor Pro Tem Negretti have all the thunder. I was a renter in the city from 1981 to 97 in a rent control department. And there were times I was a teacher during that time. And there were times I was barely making my rent. And rent control kept me in the city. My parents didn't, my grandparents didn't, but I was able to rent an apartment, a nice apartment on San Vicente Boulevard because of rent control. Because at the previous place we lived, we came home one night, had guns on our head, and I won't say gentlemen, men trying to take my wife's purse and possibly rape her and kill me. So we moved to a different part of town, rent control, and survived in the city. So I will let you know that I understand trauma that people feel from so many different things in the city and how much they need our government's help whenever possible. And as Mayor Davis said, I would much rather see people stay in their units than live in a car or have to leave the city. So anything we can do to help is appreciated. Councilmember Terosas, Peter Borison had some interesting ideas. Can we attach that as a direction just to ask the city manager to look at it?
Yeah, I think when Mayor Pro Tem Negrete mentioned that, I think as part of the, I don't know under which item we do it as part of the report back, but Yeah, maybe in the 150-day report back, you can just come back with
Yeah, not next week.
Yeah, what if anything we can do to regulate the roommate situation? Because what he was explaining, at least and I'm not his lawyer and I'm not advising him in some of these circumstances, didn't seem legal. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And then can I make another? Are you done? Because I had one last thing to respond to Oscar.
Of course you can.
Okay, thanks. So I would just say that I was remiss in not saying it. I'd love staff to brief this at the Housing Commission, the Rent Control Board, and if necessary, the Planning Commission, like any affected bodies. It would be great if we get their buy-in. I think that was a great suggestion. And I do want to clarify to Oscar's point on the third section of the the second section of the directives, bullet point B said to report back to council with both the right to counsel ordinance, but then also an estimate of the funding required to provide flexible financial assistance to eligible renters. And that would be, let's say you get a UD filed against you and you need to get the plaintiff's attorney to dismiss it, but they're going to charge you $1,000 to dismiss it because you've come up with the back rent. Let's pay the $1,000 rather than have the person get evicted. Or let's say that the person lost their job, but then they got a new job and they're just like 1 month behind. So what is that? We need to keep people housed, and that is something that I talked with the Legal Aid Foundation of LA about, because I think they do that in other jurisdictions. Yeah.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All right, and I'm assuming that motion includes the two items that were not part of the written one, which was one that all stakeholders, including the Housing Commission, Rent Board, and perhaps even the Disabilities Commission, be given an opportunity to weigh in. And second of all, that protections for roommates also be examined as part of the project.
Mayor, I just want to point out with the timeframes, if the implications are going to 4 different bodies because of scheduling, that may impact timing, just to be transparent.
Sure.
So, they meet at different times and we have to draft the stuff. So I just want to be obvious about that timing impact.
I would just say I'm very excited for our new director of housing to get on board to be championing some of these things. Great.
All right. Well, and I suspect, Mr. White, that if you were to just let us know via email that you're working on it, but you still need to have 1 or 2 bodies take a look at it, we're not going to come to your house and bang drums outside your house saying you said 120 days. Okay. All right. Do we all understand the motion? Mm-hmm. All right. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Who was the maker?
Tory, and the seconder was Brock.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you.
And 16J, as we noted before, was removed, so we're on to 16K.
So it's Mayor Davis, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and Councilmember Brock direct the City Council and City Attorney to investigate and analyze the process employed by LA County Department of Public Health leading to its syringe exchange program in Santa Monica in light of the August 14, 2023 California Appellate Court decision of Grant Park Neighborhood Association Advocates versus the Department of Health, Santa Cruz County, 3rd Appellate District. Holding the California Department of Public Health is required to engage in a fully interactive process with affected local jurisdiction prior to implementing a syringe exchange program.
We started. How are we?
I was going to speak to it.
Okay,
I was going to speak to it, and then I was going to turn to you, and then Councilmember Brock, if that's all right. Always trying to stay on top of legal developments. Our city attorney's office notified us of the Grant Park Neighborhood Association versus Department of Public Health case. And in that appellate decision, the court, although not in the local appellate court, it was an appellate court up north, but still of some persuasive value, noted that for these harm reduction programs that are operated by non-municipal jurisdictions, but by counties and or the state, there is a process that needs to be followed. And the purpose of this item, from my perspective, is to make sure that we have, as a city, ensured ourselves or reassured ourselves that all appropriate processes have been followed. There's a lot of discussion around harm reduction programs within Santa Monica, and I know some folks up here might disagree with me, but virtually all the studies that I have seen shown that harm reduction actually saves lives. Nevertheless, to the extent that there are requirements that there be public and police input into the existence of these programs and how they're operated, I think it's incumbent on us as a city to make sure that whatever processes the law requires are in fact followed. So that is why I was a sponsor of this. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Well, when this first came about last year, I was informed by a resident who said her daughter had stepped on a needle at Reed Park, and that it was in fact due to this needle exchange program that was happening, which nobody was aware of. When I brought it to City Council, nobody, including the staff, knew about the program. And as we dug in deeper, we obviously quickly realized it was a county program. We did not have any local control over the program, and although our requests to not necessarily stop the program, but rather take it indoors to what we perceive to be a safer place to administer it, it wasn't that simple. So in digging further, it does not seem, as far as we can tell, that maybe as Mayor Davis just mentioned, some of the parties that were supposed to be engaged, whether it be the police department and possibly even the public, that may or may not have happened. It doesn't seem like it's happened so far. And so we want to ask the city manager's office and the staff to look at it and see whether or not, in fact, those things were done to get a permit to run it out of our public spaces. And then we will come back and look at it again. And I'm hopeful that you will come back and let us know exactly how often that permit has to be re-upped, and there'll be the opportunity for the community to weigh in as well.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
I second really everything that both Mayor Pro Tem Negrete and Mayor Davis have mentioned about this. Obviously, I've been very concerned about syringe. I've been corrected. It's not needle distribution, it's syringe distribution in our city parks or adjacent to our parks, and felt that they should be administered indoors. I absolutely see the benefit of the program, but I felt it has to be coupled with the potential to have someone swear off syringes, swear off needles, and try and get clean. So it's concerned a lot of our residents over the last year. We sent a letter to LA County a year ago, 11 months ago, and we were basically ignored. I think if the science dictates that we should resume this with public input, police input, our resident input, then fine. But until then, I think we need to pursue this course of action. So I support this.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions to our city manager and city staff. Are we tracking, since we've started the syringe exchange program, have we had to has there been a reduction in the need for emergency services related to drug injection? Do we know?
Well, let me just clarify one thing, that the program's operated by the county.
Okay.
Under Venice Family.
Okay,
The city
sorry.
does not
Yes,
operate the program.
sorry, that was
It's just been a point of confusion
Yes,
in the
yes,
community.
yes, and I feel very badly. I shouldn't have said that. Have we seen a reduction in the need for like emergency services related to drug injection or overdoses in the city since we started the needle exchange program? Do we know? Could we get that information?
Let me answer this way. So we, through our fire department, participate in, I can't think of what the formal name of the program is, but we do track overdose activity in the city of Santa Monica. I don't have the specific data in front of me at the moment. What I can tell you is we saw an elevated levels of overdoses, particularly in 2022, and it's been a consistent increase. And it's very much, I won't say the percentages are the same, but it's definitely increasing in the same way that you're seeing generally LA County-wide. The numbers have been relatively flat compared to 2022 and 2023, but those numbers are elevated.
Okay.
That input goes back to when I last looked at it was in June, I believe. What I can comment about the program is that the program, according to LA County, is serving fewer people than it has before, since they have adjusted the way the program operates in the city, so that it's now only operating 3 hours per week through mobile vans.
I mean, I'm very well aware that we have a fentanyl crisis, literally, so I'm not surprised to hear that. And then, Doug, from your perspective, does the current program, and I know you sent us a memo on this, but I just want to get it on the record. Does the current program, after it transitioned in response to the September 2022 letter, comply with the requirements set forth in the appellate court decision? Or is that going to be part of your analysis?
We will have to investigate that. Okay. We first need to determine what process does apply here, or LA County, and then did they follow that process?
Okay. And I would, for what it's worth, I'm going to vote yes on this, but I would echo that there's robust data for over 30 years that this is a harm reduction strategy. And I think it's a question of like manner and place in terms of where we do it.
Yeah, and if I can just clarify, when we say it's a harm reduction strategy, certainly one of the things that happens with the syringe exchange program is there's also a distribution of Narcan, which of course we all know is very effective at reversing overdoses. But actually one of the harms that's reduced it, we're focusing on overdoses, it's actually the sharing of syringes. So it reduces the transmission of HIV, hepatitis C, and other infectious diseases that are transmitted by the sharing of syringes by intravenous drug users. So even if sadly, if our overdose statistics are flat, my guess is, and it might be hard to quantify simply because of the nature of the beast, so to speak, but that there's absolutely, every time it's been studied, is showing that syringe exchange programs reduce the prevalence of HIV, hepatitis C, and similar diseases in the community.
And sorry, now I'm going to cite a stat here, but according to the CDC, people who participate in syringe exchange programs are 5 times more likely to enter drug treatment programs and 3.5 times more likely to stop injecting drugs altogether.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just want to say that this item is not in opposition of harm reduction. It's rather what you stated, which is time, place, and manner. So I don't think we're arguing whether or not harm reduction is not an effective tool to help our folks that are struggling with substance abuse. I just think that we need to reconsider whether or not having it at Reed Park, where children play, and across the street from an elementary school and places like that is the appropriate place to have it. That's all.
Right, and this is simply asking for staff to analyze it and bring back that analysis. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to move this item.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, seconded by Councilmember Brock. Councilmember Zwick, before we vote, did you have any comments?
I think you covered a lot of it. I know this is asking a legal question, and I think we're fine to do so. There was some comment made, I think, by Councilmember Brock as to the science, and I think the science is quite clear that syringe exchange, well, I don't know the details on whether it would encourage or discourage drug use. It definitely reduces the reuse of needles, which causes Hep C, HIV, and many other health issues. I don't think that we all know that whether one has access to a fresh syringe is not going to be the limiting factor on whether they do drugs. So this is about, and I know that this council is not voting on that issue right now, but I know that the community as a whole has had a lot to say about this, and I think it is important that we do look to the science. We don't need to redo the science because it already exists, and it's quite clear about the benefits of a program like this, but obviously we want to make sure that it's operating within the legal bounds.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Torre, you jumped in the queue.
Yes, I just want to inform City Council here that the last meeting of the West Side Council of Governments had a robust discussion on this, and this item is agendized for the next meeting. So the City of Beverly Hills, Culver City, Los Angeles, and Councilwoman Supervisor Horvath's office is all parties are interested in having a report from the LA County Department of Public Health on their program, and there'll be a lot of questions asked at the next meeting of the West Side COG, and it'll be agendized in the next meeting. So I'll report back on the outcome of that discussion.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Parra.
And not to beat a dead horse, because again, we all know that the harm reduction and the benefits of it, but like Councilmember Negueta said, place, manner, and what have you, and across the street from a school, and I've said this many times on this dais, but I can't tell you how many times I've had my child in one hand and I'm walking a foot away from someone shooting up. Not okay. Walking to my car. Not okay at Reed Park. And so that is why we're here, because we're protecting those kids that are across the street. They should not have to, walk home from school with their lunch bag in their hand and seeing someone shooting up across the street from their school. That's not okay. So that's why we're having this conversation today. Thank you.
All right, see no one else in the queue. Are we all clear on the motion? It's item 16K. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. 16L, please.
Councilmembers Brock, De La Torre, and Parra request that the city manager and the city attorney explain the following. Number one, the relationship between AHPP and the ability to be eligible for state density bonus, and two, whether AHPP requirements are consistent with the income requirements under state density bonus law. Also, the city manager and city attorney are being asked to discuss the compounding effects of AHPP and state density bonus on building height and density. You want me to continue?
All right, and so I guess I'm not sure which one of you is leading off here.
Sure.
Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, we had residents over the last couple of weeks because of a couple of potential developments, none of which have been submitted yet to the city, question height and density bonuses and how projects could suddenly gain height. We know how they gain height. They gain height because of state density bonuses based upon the composition of low-income units that are within those developments. In digging a little bit further, we realized that a lot of residents didn't understand this. And I held a brief town hall on a doorstep, actually Donald Douglas's house on 25th in California the other day. And while I was talking to people, I realized it was really, really difficult to explain the regulations. So I talked to David White and thought that maybe on the September 12th meeting that the planning department or city attorney and city manager could have basically an information item that would further explain the ideas behind the laws that either the state's enacted or we've enacted in addition to the state laws, and try and see if we can get a primer for residents other than just a written sheet, but a way that residents could really understand what is sometimes not understandable. So that's what we're asking. And I wanted to add something to the list, which would be asking staff to come back and explain how SB 290 also figures in to all these different bonuses and density and affordable units, et cetera. So that's our request. Our request is to we will let residents know, especially on the boulevards, that they should tune in that night. We'll build viewership for the city TV channel and YouTube, and let people have more of an explanation of what is happening. And I know that there are some who will say, well, we already voted on this, so it's done. We don't need to explain anything else. But I really think there's enough confusion about this that residents, it's going to take 10 minutes, 15 minutes of our next council meeting, that and not that much staff time. So I recommend passage of this.
Councilmember De La Torre, do you have anything to add?
No, I think, I just want to reiterate some of the comments made by some of the SMER leadership, Michael Soloff in particular, talking about how it's very difficult to support, a program where the percentage of affordable units will be decreased, and also, that this also, it's allowing units to be built off-site, which increases segregation in our city, and so. I heard those comments loud and clear, and I think it's very important, for residents to engage in these discussions. It's probably the most important, planning decisions that are being made in our city, and we should have a robust discussion and presentation on those questions.
Councilmember Parr, do you have anything to add?
No, I think it was really important. I mean, we received enough emails on this. There was clearly a lot of confusion around what is being proposed, and I think that we owe it to our constituents to have transparency and an opportunity for us to talk about it further in a clear and concise manner, so that there's understanding, further understanding about, what it is, how it is, and so that there's understanding around what is being proposed and why and how. So,
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I actually want to piggyback off something that Councilmember De La Torre said, and it begs a question. In my professional life, we don't allow off-site inclusionary to be built off-site. So I'm just wondering, and maybe this is really going to blow up this whole discussion, like at what point do we have the discretion to revisit that decision? Because as I understand it, that's a long-standing policy decision of the city that we allow the inclusionary offsite.
So we do have an offsite obligation, and I did have a chance to talk a little bit with the city attorney's office. I'll let Doug or Susan go on. I think any decision the council makes to have us revisit the housing element, I'll throw caution in the wind and let the city attorney join in. We do run the risk of, if we make any changes, of having to go back to HCD, and we could have a housing element that is no longer compliant, which means we'll be back to builder's remedy. So sure. I just want to navigate that conversation. I don't know, Doug.
So just to clarify, this inclusionary on-site versus off-site thing would require a change to our housing element. I just want to clarify that.
So we do, just make sure I understand what you're asking, we do have an off-site option for developers, and that requires a higher level of affordable housing.
Which there was some misconception about that in the comments. But
right, yeah. So it's 15% on-site, and then if they go off-site, we require 5% additional. So it requires a 20%.
Okay, we might want to have a sidebar about that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I want to be very explicitly clear. Let's do the presentation. Let's let people know what is what. But I don't want to do anything that's going to significantly detract staff or anything that would appear to HCD like we're trying to change our housing element in a way that would render us not compliant, because we all saw what happened last time that happened.
All right, Councilmember Zwick is asked to be in the queue.
Thank you. I think it was largely just spoken to. I mean, I appreciate the opportunity to have state and local housing law better explained to residents. It's a thorny area. There's lots of competing jurisdictional issues, and if it's a matter of explaining where we are and how we got there to people who are having trouble understanding, then I think that would be a fine thing to do. I will note that the many emails I received about this indicated that what was being supported was not just an explanation, but a reconsideration of these decisions. And I have to just reiterate that any reconsideration of these basic elements of our housing element would 100% definitely cause us to fall out of compliance with state housing law. And I just, to those who are somehow implying that what we are going to do is reconsider this, I would just have to say, please don't get your hopes up, because that ship sailed over a year ago when this housing element was passed. So we can clear up misconceptions, and we can explain the way that state density law interacts with our local housing law, as it has done in many instances in the past, including the Gelson's project, which I'm sure all the council members are aware of. I think we need to be very careful when it comes to reconsidering any element of the housing element that was unanimously passed by the prior council.
Mr. Sloan, looks like you have some comments, so we'll let you jump the queue.
I was going to add, rather than taking action, one thing we can do is pose an inquiry to HCD saying, if we were to do this, then would they approve that? And we've done that before, and that may take a while to get an answer.
Okay.
But that's an option too, is rather than taking action, we just ask them.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So I want to caution that I'm not proposing any reconsideration of anything that would cause us to fall out of compliance with the housing element in any way. Number one. Number two, again, for my part, residents came to me, and then another person said, hey, part of the law that was enacted, the AHPP affordable housing law, was a local law and had nothing to do with the housing element. However, I'm not proposing anything of the type right now. All I want to do is make sure that residents understand what's going on and that we all have a chance to listen and hear. So I caution anyone who says that, oh, we're going to take this down a rabbit hole right away and try and dissolve the housing element. There's absolutely no way any of us should want to do that. Absolutely not. So I want to clarify that, because I don't want us to go into some spiral that says to the residents, oh, we're going to abolish the housing element next week. That's not what we're going to do. And we're asking this as information so that residents understand what is going on, because it is frankly confusing. It's confusing even for us on the dais who have been through this in some ways. So there's nothing wrong with providing some clarity. That's it.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to make a couple of comments. This isn't going to be a 10-minute discussion, and you all know that. Staff is going to do a presentation, and then we're going to have 2 hours of questions and back and forth. And if you want to see that in action, just look at every hearing we had about the housing element and about adopting zoning ordinances. So I have no problem with asking staff to come back with a written information item explaining how the Affordable Housing Production Program and the state density bonus, as well as SB 290, work. But putting this on an agenda, our agendas are pretty packed. You all regularly complain to me about how long the meetings go. So if you want to put this on the agenda, be prepared to bring your bunny slippers and your jammies, because there is no way that this is going to be 10 minutes of staff making a presentation. We all go, thank you so much. We appreciate that. And then we let staff go. And I'm not being critical of people. I'm just saying let's be realistic about what it is you're asking for. Because every time this issue has come up, and it has come up multiple times, I've looked at the videos of it, it has not been a 10-minute discussion. Just on these issues, it's been 20, 30, in some instances 60 minutes. And while I think that all of our previous discussions about this have been relatively clear, I do want to recognize, I guess, that it is not clear for the community. And so I would support having a written report from staff saying this is how the state density bonus works, this is how the AHPP works. You can put yourself in the queue if you like. But I just want everyone, I'm not going to vote to have a hearing about something we've already heard multiple times. That means that when Mayor Pro Tem Negretti and I are in agenda planning, we're going to have to be telling staff that this next meeting is going to go long. We're already past 11, and we're going to have a motion to move past 11 tonight. And so I am not going to support spending precious council meeting time on this. But, I've been on the short end of the stick before vote-wise, and I'm willing to be again. I'm all in favor of staff spending some time, because I don't think it will be all that burdensome for them to do a written report, but I am against having a hearing on it, because if you all want to promise me that you're not going to ask a question, that staff is going to do a presentation, and none of us are going to ask questions, I can live with that, because that can be a 10-minute presentation.
Well, Mayor, it may help as council prepares for the conversation. I would just refer council to the February 28th staff report for a few reasons. Some of the comments that we received talked about height in various zoning districts in the city. So within the staff report, there's a table in there with heights for the zoning districts. There is also, and we'll build off of that discussion within that staff report, a conversation on the Affordable Housing Production Program and how it was ultimately revised by council. And then there was also a conversation in there about the state density bonus. So it may just provide helpful background, because we'll build off of those items in the staff report and the staff presentation that outlined many of these topic areas. So we will use that. And it just might help to expedite the conversation if everyone just goes back to those items. And I can circulate that to council to be helpful. But that's where that'll be our launching point for the conversation.
No, and I appreciate that, but I also will remind people that conversation after the staff presentation went on for quite some time. That is one of the long conversations we had. I mean, I have no problem with distributing written materials to council, to the public. These are all already have been. But I am very concerned about spending a lot of council time in meetings going over things that we've gone over multiple times. I want the public to be informed. I think an information item, which might include some of that staff presentation, would be fine. But I just don't think it's going to be 10 minutes on our agenda. Councilmember De La Torre.
I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, that this is, the most important planning issue, affecting the city of Santa Monica. Residents are very concerned. Aside from homelessness, crime, development is always a big issue in our city, and I think it's worth it. If there's times that we make sacrifices, in terms of us being here on the dais and into the long hours, this is one of those issues where I think, it's worthy of our time. So I hope that we can all support this for more transparency and more education in our community.
All right, Councilmember Terosas.
I hate to ask this, but as a compromise, would we be amenable to releasing some sort of YouTube video where there's a narrated PowerPoint? I don't know if we have the capabilities. Can we narrate a PowerPoint and put it on our website for residents to be able? Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to. Okay. But then maybe it's a special community discussion or something, because there's no asking of questions at these meetings. It's us asking the questions.
Well, one of the things I'll just point out, and I know he's here, is, and I believe, if I'm correct, David, just nod yes. If I'm wrong, just say no. I believe David Martin, our Community Development Director, will actually be at a meeting this Thursday or next Thursday? Okay. So he'll be at a Northeast Neighbors meeting, also meets collectively with neighborhood associations on a time-to-time basis, so can also bring, is always prepared to answer questions from the community in those meetings as well. So I just offer that for everyone on council to know that our Community Development Director is accessible and available to folks and can certainly answer these questions in those meetings, as well as an added layer of community engagement.
All right, Council, and just so everyone knows, Councilmember Zwick has another comment, so we're going to do Councilmember Brock, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and then Councilmember Zwick.
So it needs to be two-way in some ways, because some of us will have questions on behalf of constituents. If it takes 45 minutes, then it takes 45 minutes. Look at, when Councilmember Delatorre says it is a very important issue, it is. People in the city, residents, regardless of all the discussions we've had over the last 3 years about the housing element, about buildings on our boulevards, about trying to preserve our neighborhood streets, about all the things we've gone through, when it comes to their neighborhood, then they're freaked. Whether rightly or wrongly, they're freaked. And they look to the city council for answers. Now, my proposal, along with Councilmember Delatorre and Councilmember Para, is simple. Let's give a chance for residents to understand, because they're looking now. Residents are appalled, many residents, at the amount of tall and dense buildings that are going up in their neighborhoods. It's simple. We need to explain that to them. We owe them cogent, simple, layman explanations. And that's what I'm asking for, is something that residents can understand. And yeah, if it takes some time in city council, that's the way it is. And the fact that David Martin goes out to our neighborhoods is wonderful, and that other staff will go out to neighborhood groups and keep trying to explain all this. But, we've asked for, I asked for an explanation of SB 290, for instance, in addition. We've asked for a couple of other things in there and what the AHPP local ordinance is. So it may take some time, and I apologize if we stay later on the next meeting. And Councilmember Terosas, I think it'd be great if whatever discussion we have gets excerpted, right, and becomes a standalone YouTube as well, because that way residents would have a chance to understand. And look at, that's the bottom line. We can't necessarily, we don't necessarily have the power to change almost anything that we do, especially when it comes to with the state. But at least we can explain things reasonably well, knowing that most residents don't listen or watch meetings, but we'll make a special effort to make sure that residents tune in. And I think that's worth it. So, I apologize that it may take more than 10 minutes and that it won't be just in writing. However, I would love to have a written component that, is the base for the explanation, so that neighborhood groups could distribute it to their members as well. I love the YouTube separate idea. I love the written idea, but I think we need to have that discussion here, because residents look to us for those answers.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
As much as we need to move on, because we're talking about it too long, I just want to point out and kind of get honed down. I think what's happened is the photo that one of our residents, Trisha Kane, put up earlier was the original photo looked, I don't know, what was it, 4 stories, 5 stories, and then the next photo was much larger. And what has happened is they use the density bonus law to their advantage to, build the additional stories. my concern is, I agree, I think we should inform people, but I just don't know that having it at the city council meeting is the appropriate place, and this is why. You said earlier that people don't watch, and this morning we had a meeting with business owners, and people attended. It was a special specified meeting for people who were concerned about public safety in the community, and they attended, and there was a robust dialogue that went back and forth, and there was opportunity to break off and have more individual dialogue for any questions that weren't answered. My concern is that when we're here to conduct business of the city and set policy, and if we're not going to be setting any policy, then there is really no room for conversation and questions, because those questions would come from us. So I think it might behoove us to reach out to the community if we don't already know some of the questions they have, and then ourselves field those questions so that this presentation is put together with an FAQ that is already answering the questions we know people have out there. But I have to say that if we're not going to be engaging or changing anything or setting, we're not going to be putting any new policy, then why would we have it here? It feels like it would be better to have it in the community and let people ask that question. I mean, I don't mean to put staff on the spot, and I know we can't put up a video for every building that's being developed, but look, people are upset, and it's those of us that are sitting up here, I just want to be clear, because it's often said, this is the state. This isn't a city council Santa Monica thing that, some of us aren't affected by the tall buildings and think it's wonderful, and some of it don't like to see the over-densification and don't see the affordable inclusionary involved in these projects, and that's frustrating. However, these are things that have happened. This presentation in the future is not going to result in anything changing, so therefore, if we're not setting new policy, it feels like it's better suited to be maybe done out in the community, not just a video, an opportunity to have the dialogue back and forth. But I think if we want to go out and ask people, what are your questions, so that we can make sure it's answered, then that might be the better.
Council Member Zwick?
Councilmember Negrete spoke to something I was going to speak to, which is that the very fact that we've had this discussion many times prior, and council does speak to the fact that perhaps council discussions are not the best way to broadly communicate whatever it is that needs to be cleared up in regards to the interaction of state housing law and our local ordinances. If we just wanted to, if we thought it was effective, we could just share many prior conversations that have already occurred in council that have been taped and are available online. But if we think that hasn't been effective, I don't see why having another conversation just like the prior 3 or 4 that happened in council that are taped and are available to watch would be any different. So I agree that if the issue is just to clear up misunderstandings and better explain things to the public, I'm all for it, but I'm not sure if this is the forum to do so, because we've done it many times and clearly it hasn't happened.
So I was just talking with our community development director. So one thing, for example, when we had conversations about the parklets before, one of the things that we did based on direction from council was we did a webinar with the business community on it. So what I was asking our community development director is pitching the idea of what if we did a community webinar. We could host a Teams meeting. We could do a short presentation on the AHPP, state density bonus law. We could let people ask questions through a chat function. Do our best to try to respond to those questions. I'm just trying to be responsive to the suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem, about, maybe a different forum is appropriate. So I'm just offering that to council as a suggestion of a different way to communicate to the community, if that's more appropriate to this direction.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
I'm listening to your proposal too. Yes, it is. I listened to public comment, which is part of my duty of being here. And when Mr. Soloff and Mr. Zane mentioned the AHPP and talked about off-site affordable units, and when Councilman Delatorre says he believes that's promoting segregation in the city, and one of the reasons we were in favor of Jeff Worth's Frank Gehry project is that all the apartments, whether affordable, market rate, were all next door to each other, so that nobody knew who was living in each unit. that it wasn't segregated. It was just part of the community. And somehow we're losing that. Now, so there's a number of issues here. And one of them is, are we promoting off-site housing and not really getting anything more for it for our residents? You know, that's like a couple of years ago when I think there was a fight in council about a building that was going to go up next to the 10 freeway, right? And it was right next to the 10 freeway, and it was going to become all affordable. And, you know, you looked at it and said, well, you wouldn't put the market rate housing there. So why are you putting just the affordable units there? Why are you giving them trash and letting the other people, who are paying full freight, get the good apartments? Why aren't we trying to make sure that our community is integrated, that there's not a stigma between market rate and affordable? I was on the Recreation and Parks Commission when Tongva Park was created. And you had the Seychelles, you had all the really nice condos. I think the Prime Minister of England still owns the penthouse unit across from Tongva Park. And then you had the Belmar apartments with a different fascia. It looked industrial, it looked cheap. When the staff and I got in the elevator for opening day at the Belmar, it's the only time I've ever been stuck in an elevator. Almost the entire planning staff and recreation and park staff and I and a couple other commissioners were all stuck in that elevator for an hour and a half, joking that they didn't pay full freight even for the elevator. They gave us substandard places. So I am concerned not only about what the residents are talking about, as how does a project be injected with steroids and grow, and then someone will say, well, they could have even gone a couple of more stories. But I'm also concerned about whether we're being fair and equitable to our renters, to the people we want in the city. And my understanding was, which I hope the information item also will give us, is the AHPP was a local item that had nothing to do with passage of the housing element. Now, I may be totally wrong. I have no idea, but I don't know. So whether we do a webinar as well, where part of the city council can attend, but I really think it needs to come from here because residents look to us for those answers. And boy, we're spending more time complaining about trying to help residents understand something right now. We would have already been done with this and moved on. We're having this whole discussion about how we inform residents, how we make sure residents are aligned with the council, how we make sure that our job is to respond to constituents. Our job is to respond to the community, and we should never be, we've already responded, so ignore them. What the hell? I don't care if it takes 45 minutes. Do this, do the webinar too. Do the YouTube video too. Do the written comments too. Just make sure that we give all of our residents a chance to understand these confusing policies that impact their neighborhoods, that impact their streets. I don't think it's too much. We stay here sometimes till 1 a.m. Listen, I don't want to be here till 1 a.m. either. I also don't think we should spend a half an hour discussing this. We should just do it. I'm sort of appalled that we're having this discussion about informing and communicating with our constituents, with our residents. That should be automatic, people. Thank you.
So I just want, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, I see you're in it, but I just want to take a point of personal privilege. I don't think anyone on this dais has suggested that we ignore our residents. I think we all support giving information to the residents. It's the form and the manner in which that information is given, and whether it's productive to do so in the context of a city council meeting or some other forum. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
You just said what I was going to say, but I'm going to reiterate it differently, because I think we don't need to be fighting up here. I know for a fact that I get it. As people are confused, and I don't feel equipped often to articulate exactly all the housing element rules. I think it's important, actually, that we're spending time on this part of the discussion, because this isn't the only time we've had this issue where things come up at City Council. We pass something, their staff spends however many hours, does a presentation, and then the community, I mean, just even around the Civic, people are confused about what's right. And so I do think it's important that we look at how we communicate to residents. I'm going to say it again, that you mentioned earlier that I don't know how if we can look at our viewership, but besides my husband and, maybe 30 other people in the city, I'm not really sure who watches the city council meetings unless they go back to specific parts after they've read the news or something, exciting happens here today, then they'll go back and look at it. So I think the point is, when we're up here in this forum, staff gives a presentation, and the only point where our constituents have an opportunity to speak is during public comment. So they speak before, and they may come up with a question after the fact, after someone has presented something, and they can't ask that question unless they're texting people up here on the dais. So, we have to be prepared to ask all of their questions, and things may come up that we aren't thinking of because we had this presentation. I would prefer if members of the community who are, in some cases, this is their focus and may have more questions, maybe better informed about the housing element than we are. I would feel better if Tricia Crane, for example, can ask direct questions and go back and forth and respond to someone from the city who answers the question, then maybe she has an additional question. To me, that seems like a better opportunity to give our residents and our constituents to really get down to the bottom of it. Because what may happen is we have another presentation, we put the information out, and then residents didn't get all of their questions satisfied. And I don't feel comfortable, and clearly I know you don't either, articulating this out in the community because people come up with 2 other questions and we're not prepared with staff on hand to answer it. That's all. I am pro get the information out. So if it means that our staff is willing, it's potentially more work for them, but I think it's important. I think we need to talk about the development in the city, and I think people need to understand how the housing element came to be, and they need to understand that this isn't the only project we're going to see potentially that may look like this, and we're probably going to have to do something like that again, because I guarantee you there's a small amount of people who are paying attention. And it's probably mostly the people who are driving by and realizing it's happening in their neighborhood. And as soon as another project goes up somewhere else, guess what? We're going to be having the same conversation about the same thing again. So I think it's important that we do it in a form that makes sense, because if we're not good, I don't want to set forth the idea by agendizing it and then getting a barrage of emails and phone calls thinking that we are going to take a vote up here and change what that project looks like. That's my personal fear. I don't want to trick the community into thinking that somehow we are going to be able to do something to change it. What I want to do is better inform everybody and get everybody's questions answered. And I think that is the best way to do it, is in a forum where the residents themselves can ask the question. Now, Councilmember Parra brought up a good point. How would council members be able to attend such meeting due to Brown Act? Well, no, if it's in the community. So if we do a community webinar and council members want to attend, how does that work? And
I think that's a city attorney question.
Yeah, I'll defer to Doug on that. I would
You
say
could have up to 3 council members attend. Yeah. That's it.
But all council members could, after it was done, assuming we recorded the webinar, watch the webinar at the end.
Oh, of course.
So in terms of 3, just up to 3 council members could attend and participate.
Right.
Okay, so let me ask this question, because Councilmember Brock, Parra, I'm assuming you would really want to participate in that, and I don't know if it's appropriate to do this here in Delatorre, since they brought the item forward, if it's appropriate to vote that, I would love to attend it, but I'm willing, because I know you guys put the item forward, that those are the council members that are participating if they want to. Is that appropriate to put that forward in the direction that if we have this webinar, the 3 council members that put this item forward will attend? No? Yes?
I think that's a city
I'm
attorney.
not sure that action is subsumed within.
Well, it's not, but I don't know if we're changing it.
But even
to-
offline, you can form an informal committee, and 3 of you can go attend a community meeting without council action.
I guess,
I mean, we could, I mean, yeah, I think we need to take a step back because there's no motion on the floor at this point in time. So, but I think that, and it may not need to be part of the motion, that
Friendly
if there
amendment?
is in fact, yeah, I mean, there's no motion to amend. That is the problem at this point in time. There is no motion.
So can I make a friendly amendment?
But there's no motion to amend.
Can I make a motion to amend?
Well, you can make a motion if you want to. No, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti has the floor, and then Councilmember De La
So,
Torre.
yeah, can I make a motion to approve with amendments if it's friendly?
Well, what you can, well, sure. I mean, you can just make a motion based on 16L, and if you want to propose it in a different way or something different, you're certainly entitled
Okay.
to do that. And if we get too far into uncomfortable Brown Act territory, I'm sure the city attorney will let us know.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we move item 16L and that we give direction to staff to come forward with a webinar session open to the public discussing the relationship between AHPP, the ability to be eligible for state density bonus, whether AHPP requirements are consistent with income requirements under state density bonus law, and discuss the compounding effects of the AHPP and state density bonus on building height and density, and any other related items to specifically the development on Wilshire and 25th.
And does that include SB 290?
We can't discuss Wilshire and 25th because it hasn't been submitted.
Right.
There's no project.
Okay, well then, so scratch that.
On the boulevards. SB 290 would have to be added.
SB2, we'll discuss SB 290 and an explanation of SB 290 and the impacts it'll have in Santa Monica. And furthermore, that the 3 council members, Councilmember Brock, Para, and De La Torre, be able to attend this webinar as the committee.
Right. I don't know if that needs to be part of the action,
Okay.
but we can just talk about that offline and make it
I
happen.
just want to ensure that what doesn't end up happening is that those council members somehow don't end up being able to be a part of it.
Right. I think the 4 of us who aren't those 3 council members can simply agree that we're not going to show up and that we'll watch the webinar later. I don't think that needs to
That
be
works.
part of the motion. Okay, so I want to restate the motion. It is that we adopt item 16L, and that the explanation that's required for it by 16L be provided in an interactive webinar that will include the topics such as the relationship between the Affordable Housing Production Program and the ability to be eligible for state density bonus, whether the Affordable Housing Protection Program requirements are consistent with income requirements under state density bonus law, also to discuss the compounding effects of the Affordable Housing Production Program and state density bonus on building height and density, as well as a discussion of the effect of SB 290 on development within the city. Is that your motion?
Yes, and I want to add, that we give proper notice to, whatever that may be, enough notice to all our community residents in both English and Spanish, and that we make sure that we offer an interactive component so that people are aware as to how that will work, whether it's putting questions in advance or just in the chat. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, that it's interactive.
I'd like to have it in person, so whereas people could be there in
Well,
person.
wait. You do not have the floor.
Okay, fine.
You do not have the floor. The motion, I will second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. And the list of potential speakers and council members, Wick, I don't know if you want to be on that list, but I will put you after the list I have now if you do. Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, are you completed your comments?
I am, because I think it allows people who cannot attend in person to attend. Just keep that
All
in
right,
mind.
and so next we have Councilmember De La Torre and then Councilmember Brock, and then I'll ask Councilmember Zwick if he has any comments.
You know, the webinars are a little cold sometimes, and I think people now are really comfortable sort of having in-person meetings. So I think a town hall where there's multiple staff members, there present, it just seems like to be more responsive, to what we're hearing from residents. And so I would like to make a friendly amendment if we can do a town hall versus a webinar.
Are we allowed to make comments on the?
Yeah, well, you're the maker of the motion.
My
so
only
you can-
comment, I hear you. I personally like in person. The only issue I see is then we lose the ability to broadcast it out, right? Because if we do it in-person town hall, then it's just whoever shows up at that time and place.
Record it, though.
I know, but then those people can't ask questions. So the whole point is to get everybody to submit their questions.
Whole point is.
Well, no,
For the com-
my turn yet.
right, it is not your turn. So,
Just to respond really quick, I think the definitely getting the questions answered is a key advantage, and I think based on the advertisement and the city's promotion, and then the neighborhood groups that are very interested in this, they're gonna promote to their members. I think it'll be a robust sort of come together. People will show up to the town hall. Maybe a follow-up webinar can happen if still people are in need or more information needs to get out there. I just feel like we're already sort of compromising, right? Where we wanted to have a city council discussion and a long discussion after that. Now we're like, okay, maybe we'll do a town hall. So we're already saying, all right, we'll acquiesce, to your concerns and your recommendation. A webinar just seems very, very cold right now. It's like right now these issues are happening all over the city, and I think I think we have a better advantage, and I think we'll have a great turnout, if we have in person, and I think it's just better to do in person than a webinar.
City manager, if we did in person, can we somehow facilitate getting questions submitted prior to, so that people who can't attend? I assume that maybe out of 100 questions, maybe 25 of them are the same question, so it might be.
So I think we can obviously promote the event through our city channels and request that members of the public submit their questions to a defined mailbox. I would strongly recommend we start off with a webinar, Councilmember De La Torre, only because it provides us the greatest opportunity to access the most number of people. It provides us the opportunity to more seamlessly record it and make it available. And I think it just cuts down on a lot of logistics. That's just my recommendation, but we'll take whatever direction the council gives us tonight.
I just wanted to be mindful that if we were to do a city council presentation like originally was suggested, I don't know how many people would fill up the seats. However, people would just be watching it at home with the inability to ask a question. So I feel like, at least with the webinar, you can ask a question. It was not to make it any colder. I thought it was going to be more inclusive. I don't know that if we do, anyway, I just wanted to make that point.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, you're in line, so you can just put your hand down.
Saying anything.
The issue is, you've been proposed a friendly amendment to make it in person versus a webinar. Do you consider that a friendly amendment? You can say yes or no.
My concern is I'm looking at city manager who's saying, do you hear what I just said about, like, if it went from, because I'm agreeing that I think this should be in the community, and I'm for in person. I just feel like if we were going from city council meeting, that's super dry and cold, and now we're going to a webinar where people can actually type in questions and ask questions and watch from the comfort of their home. Anybody can see it. They don't got to worry about what, you know what I mean?
Can I quickly respond? See, one of the things that happens when these issues, first of all, a lot of people don't know what's going on, and so when they first hear the presentations, then people are going to be like, oh my God, and then they're going to start interacting with each other out in the crowd, like, hey, there's going to be that interaction and like people, like the community coming together. The other reality is like, there's, some communities are being impacted more than others, like in our city, right? So some neighborhoods are seeing more density and more projects, and so those folks are going to be more concerned, and they're going to turn out. And I think it's just important to build community, cohesion. I think it's just, there's just an opportunity here to get our residents informed, but also to build a sense of community. Like, hey, in the end, I think we even heard some speakers today. They said, we got to get our senator, Allen, and our assembly member, Chavez, I can't pronounce, Zubir, to be knowledgeable. Maybe they're even invited, they should be invited to come to this event, and I just feel there's a real opportunity for us right now to sort of, bolster civic engagement around the most pressing, planning issue in our city. And I think, in person, I think is the timing is right for it. I mean, we've been holed up. People haven't been around each other. We need to find a way, to get people civically engaged and out again and feeling good about, connecting around issues that matter to them. You know what I'm saying? So there's just an opportunity there. The webinar thing is it was like a COVID type era thing. We're pivoting away from, that stagnation. And I think there's an opportunity here to, invigorate people and get them engaged,
Well, I'm going to cut through this because I'm the seconder of the motion and it's not friendly to me. I'm all for a block party where we can all get together and build community. I don't think we build community on having these kinds of discussions. And I think we've heard from the city manager that at least in the first instance, it makes more sense to start with a webinar. And then after that, if it looks like there's that we need to do in person. So it's not friendly to the seconder.
I want to be clear that it would not be what happened with the Gelson's project, because that was led by the developer. Yeah. So if that is leaving a bad taste in anyone's mouth, that would not be the way it's run. I mean, it's friendly to the maker to have it in person. I'm taking the advice of the city manager that it may be easier. Look, I'm not trying to take this away from you. I know. So, I mean, it's friendly to the maker. I did want to also just point out that I don't know if it's appropriate, but in October, our State Board of Equalization is going to have a discussion about affordable housing here, and it's open to the public. It's also an opportunity. Maybe, I don't know if it's appropriate to put this in there, but it seems like it would tie in perfectly as an opportunity to maybe have, because we already waived the fees to use the city council chambers, and it's open to the public. Something to consider.
All right. Our Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, you concluded your comments?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Brock, you're next.
Sure. I'd like to propose a substitute motion. And it consists of our original motion, or our original 16 item, adding SB 290, and have it be a hybrid town hall. There is technology in general that allows you to do, there's this thing called Zoom. There are other things that people can use. And I'm sure either the college or the high school or someone can lend us the proper equipment to do that. So I'm proposing our 16 item, but I'll compromise. Instead of going to having a city council meeting, it would be a hybrid public town hall about the issues that we've already enumerated numerous times in the last hour. Adding the SB 290 explanation as well. Do I have a second?
All right, so we have a motion by Brock, seconded by Para. The question I would have, Mr. City Manager, is I just want to make sure that's feasible to do a hybrid, which would include live participation as well as participation of people via Zoom or some other mechanism.
I'm not the right person to ask right now. I would have to I rely on other people for some of these logistics, so I'm just not going to get too far into it without talking to others. So
do you mean live
we'll take
interaction?
whatever direction tonight, and then we'll work it out.
Right, but I just don't want to vote on something and then you have to come back and say, we can't do
If I
that.
find out we can't do something, I will advise the council we can't do it, and then we will pivot to do what we can do. I mean, I'll take the direction, and if we can't do something, we can't do it, we'll pivot to something else.
All right, well,
That's the best I can do.
Okay, I would propose a friendly amendment then, that in the event that for whatever reason the city cannot technologically do a hybrid town hall, that we would then revert to a webinar so that we don't have to have a whole nother council discussion and we can get the information out to the public as quickly as possible. I need to know if that's friendly to the...
It's not friendly.
All right, okay. So you'll just let us know if we can't do it, and then we'll have to come back and discuss it again. Okay, Sounds good. All right, so the motion on the floor made by Brock, seconded by Para, is to do a hybrid town hall, which includes both in-person and via some technology participation, interactive participation from the public. Does everyone understand the motion? Well, I just need, all right. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Swick,
No.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
I mean, it's going to pass, so yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
He's making fun of me.
I was saying. And Mayor Davis.
No. And Councilmember Zwick, do you want to go on the record for why you voted no?
I think as has been stated, we all would like the public to
Yep, we've lost you, Councilmember Zwick.
X me is wrong.
Oh, there you are. Councilmember Zwick, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
No, I just don't think it's the best way to solve the problem at hand.
All right, and my reason for voting no is, well, I'm perfectly fine with a hybrid town hall, given that staff at this point in time can't assure us that that is possible. I'm afraid that if staff does find out that it's not possible, we've just kicked this can down the road, and we have only delayed getting information to our constituents, which I think we all agree is important. We just are having some discussion about the best way to do that. So I'd like to get it out as quickly as possible, and I'm afraid that technological impediments might make that more difficult. All right, thank you. That motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
Okay, and our final 16 item is the request of council members Brock, Para, and De La Torre, in the spirit of diversity, equity, and inclusion, that the City Council desires to provide for the participation in not less than one homeless individual or formerly homeless individual on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, and that the City Council hereby appoints the candidate recommended by the Housing Commission, Ms. Courtney Laurentino, to the Santa Monica Housing Board as today's date to serve until the formal establishment of rules pertaining to the selection of the proposed client advisory board representative on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board is completed.
All right, who is presenting this item? Councilmember Para.
Thank you. I think as we heard earlier today, this particular position has been empty or vacant for quite a while. And so in the spirit of diversity, equity, inclusion, we are asking to fill this position so that there is representation on this board until the CAB is established or formally established. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to ask our city attorney if it's possible to give direction to look into potentially assigning an alternate as well in the event that one of them, whether it's Ms. Lauritano or Ann, is unavailable or steps down.
Right, that's not currently provided for, but we could bring you back something about how you could accomplish that if you wanted to provide for an alternate.
Okay, so I wanted to also add that as a friendly amendment as well. Did you have?
Again, there's no motion, so there's no you can only amend it.
I mean, I wanted to add that to this item as well.
And can we do that under the Brown Act?
Yes, that's within the topic.
Okay, all right.
Giving direction to come back with it is not doing it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I'd like to second.
There hasn't been a motion made yet, and Councilmember Brock and yourself
Motion.
Okay, so I gather you don't want to make any additional comments? Okay, so moved by Brock. And are you moving including Councilmember Parra's suggestions?
Yes.
And second from Councilmember De La Torre. So I have a couple of questions before we vote on this. The first one is, when do we anticipate appointing the CAB? I mean, how long is this appointment going to be good for, I guess, is the quick way to answer.
I'm not sure yet. I think we had a meeting with the chair of the Housing Commission last Friday, both the city attorney and myself, and so we're going to be convening with staff. I think our hope was to ideally bring forward a discussion to at the end of September, but I haven't sat down with Housing and Human Services staff in conjunction with the city attorney yet, so I don't have a firm date.
All right. And then, as I remember, and I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong, we actually did away with accepting recommendations for appointments from commissions. Is that correct, Ms. Clerk? And so I guess the concern I have is, while I understand that the Housing Commission has in fact recommended this person, we have not opened up the process where we have allowed people to. We haven't put out notice of the vacancy and accepted applications. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Since I'm speaking, I'll just say that while I have Ms. Laurentino seems eminently qualified, I have serious process issues. One is we've already made a council rule that we don't accept recommendations from commissions for appointments. And two, while I'm sure Ms. Laurentino is eminently qualified, I would prefer that we open it up in accordance with our normal processes so that other people who might be interested in the position would be able to apply. I think we set a dangerous precedent by just appointing people without going through a process that is open to the public at large, to various boards, commissions, and other appointed bodies. So again, it's nothing against Ms. Laurentino or against the Housing Commission, but I would fully support opening this up, although I am a little concerned that we might actually, this may be literally a 60-day appointment or even less. But I think the process here is inappropriate for us to name a person without opening it up to the public. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I totally understand your concerns, and this is a special situation because we haven't had, a full body meeting, and I think, as you said, and as the city manager just stated, that this is not a permanent appointment. We're going to open up the process, but right now, being that this is one of the top issues in our city is homelessness, and we have someone right now that fits the criteria as someone who's formerly homeless or currently homeless. We need their voice, at the table. Like, their voice is critical, in terms of us moving forward with our Housing Commission. So it is an emergency. I mean, we declared homelessness as an emergency in our city, and this is, having this appointment, I think, is in line with that type of emergency of having someone's voice at the table who has experienced homelessness or is currently experiencing homelessness in our city. And then, as this person fills that role, there is a commitment to open up the process, and to do the standard process to get the applications in and select someone and to fill that role, or maybe Ms. Laurentino continues in that role based on the criteria and the selection of this council. So we will have an opportunity to have a more robust process, but I think right now, being that we have declared homelessness an emergency in our city, we need the voice of people that are closest to the problem, to be closest to the solution at the table. I think it's just a very responsible thing to do at this point.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. And just to chime in, I mean, we really need some representation, especially even at a temporary basis, for the next meeting. She has a really good understanding. She's read the plan. She was voted on by other voucher holders. The last time that there was a selection, it was an arbitrary selection by staff. It wasn't a voted on process. I think that in this, we want to make sure that there's somebody there for the next meeting. Again, this is only going to be for one meeting pretty much, because we're hopeful that by the next meeting in September or what have you, then we'll have an opportunity to put together the cab. And so we're asking for a special consideration. Again, this is exactly what was done last time. Anne and the other person, this is how staff arbitrarily selected them. There wasn't an application process or what have you. There wasn't a process the same way you do the boards and commissions now. That wasn't the process the last time, from what I understand. And so I wanted to ask our city attorney, from what I understand, I thought we were able to do this if everybody was in agreement. And that's why we brought the item forward.
Resolution establishing the procedures for appointments to boards and commissions begins with, unless the council provides otherwise by motion. So there is an exception right up front.
Okay, so that's why we're asking for this opportunity.
And just to be clear, it actually wasn't arbitrarily selected by staff. It's my understanding the way everyone who wanted to be on the Housing Authority Board submitted an application, and by agreement of the Housing Authority Board, they were selected by lottery, is my understanding. It was not staff staff picked the names out of the hat, but it was not random staff selection. It was done via agreement that way. Yeah, exactly. It was computer generated by a lottery, so staff did not pick those people. Before, Councilmember Zwick, did you have any comments? I just want to make sure I don't forget you there.
No, only that, as you said, there was an application process before, and I think if we were going to fill this position, which I'm all in favor of, there should be a formal process as well, and that's all.
Great. Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted because I do feel like having representation is really important. This has gone on for far too long, but at the same time, I'm not sure how effective this is if we're going to reconstitute the body. I guess the only compromise I can see in my mind is would anyone accept a friendly amendment that we make it very explicit? So it says Ms. Courtney Laurentano to the SMHAB as of today's date to serve, and then add in an interim capacity until the formal establishment of the rules pertaining to the selection. So we are clear that this is not a permanent appointment. Yeah, I'm. If you're okay with that, like I'm fine with this. Okay.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
I'll take myself out of the queue if we can just vote on this.
All right. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
So the maker was Brock and the seconder was De La Torre, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's what my notes show.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick? Councilmember Zwick?
Apologies, no.
And Mayor Davis?
No. Councilmember Zwick, do you want to explain your no vote?
We're the city. We have to follow our own rules and be fair. And while I appreciate that certain members of the did vote for her, 12 or 16 members doesn't constitute a sort of formal majority process by which we could decide this. So I just don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, and my reason for voting no is very similar, that I think that we set a dangerous precedent naming people, well, first of all, accepting recommendations from commissions. Not that that's a problem per se, but we do in fact discourage that. We have discouraged that because it was a problem in the past. And second of all, that I think appointing people without going through a formal application process sets a dangerous precedent, no matter how imperative it's going to be. But in this particular instance, I don't see it as being an emergency. The other representative actually has some lived experience that's very valuable. And we're hopeful that we'll get the cab on board relatively soon. So it's not as if this is something we need for the foreseeable future. All right, that concludes the 16 items, and usually that would mean the end of the meeting, but sadly that does not in this particular instance. I need at this point to, well, I guess.
We have to go back and we have to vote on after 11.
Yeah. First of all, I need a motion to continue after 11. It is currently midnight.
Make a motion to move, keep going past 11.
I'll second. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes, but I'm not sure how much longer I'll be joining you.
okay, and Mayor Davis.
Yes, and council members, Wick, if you do leave, please just let us know so we can mark the time. We understand and we appreciate your sticking around this long.
Mayor, can we reassess again at 1 o'clock? We just continue and vote?
Well, let's see how far we get. So
It's staffed here,
So we have the
hanging on.
appointments.
yeah, we have the 8A continued appointments. We already did Disabilities Commission, so we have the Housing Commission appointment, and this is the 2-year slot, if I understand correctly.
So
And
Mayor, let me, so
Sure.
I just want to figure out where we're going. Are we going to do this, since
Ordinances.
Councilmember Zwick is leaving?
yeah, I think we should do, because otherwise, if council members Wick leaves, then we won't be able to do the appointments because of our long-standing comedy rule that we don't do them without a full council. So I'd like to get through the appointments, and then we can adjourn the special meeting, right, and go back to the regular meeting, which lets us get to,
Ordinance.
Well, no.
what?
No, because he won't be here for the regular. So let's get through the introduction.
All right, so let's get through these appointments, and then if council members Wick is feeling ill, then that would be a good spot for him perhaps to drop off in any event, because he can't participate in the regular meeting.
Okay, so the next one is the Housing Commission. There's one seat that is available, and I read this to you guys earlier. There are 2 applicants who qualify for the seat. One is Sheila Finley. She's a Section 8 recipient, and then we have Deborah Sinopole. Sinopole, is that correct?
Ms. Senapole.
Sinopole. So those are the 2 that
And they both qualify for
right.
this particular spot, which is the 2-year spot, is that correct?
Here, well, yes, 25.
Okay. I just want everyone to understand. Councilmember Brock,
I nominate Deborah Senapole.
are there any other nominations? All right, then I think it is a yes or no vote on Ms. Senapole. Can we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes. Ms. Senapole is appointed unanimously. Thank you for your willingness to serve. And now we have an appointment to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission for the youth member. Is that correct?
Yes, but we have no applicants for the 18 to 22-year-old.
All right, so we will make that a continued item, and we will continue, hopefully we will all continue to use our resources to try and find someone to apply. The next one is the Urban Forest Task Force.
Right, correct. We have the Urban Forest Task Force, and it's one position, and I was going to say, I believe that the city attorney sent, so they need one professional experience is required as advertised. Neither of the applicants have that experience. The task force currently has 1 certified arborist and 1 licensed landscape architect. It would need one more professional experience to meet the task force recommendation. But, city attorney?
Right, I think the city attorney has
That's
been
an opinion,
cogitating on this, so I will turn to him.
Yes, we checked. And in 2012, the council gave direction to approve an application for the positions that included a requirement that at least 3 be certified. That was not codified in the resolution or ordinance. So you can choose whether or not to continue to follow that, but it's not legally binding.
All right. With that, I will nominate Jerry Rubin.
I wanted to.
I'll second.
All right, fine. Fifth.
All right, I think we need a roll call vote.
We do. Councilmember Zwick,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councilmember Parr. Yes. Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, I think that was an enthusiastic, unanimous vote for Mr. Rubin, and thank you, Mr. Rubin, for your willingness to serve. And Councilmember Zwick, at this point in time, we are going to go back to the regular meeting that you may not participate in. Would you like to drop off for the evening? I want to be solicitous of your physical condition.
Thank you. I think I will be.
All right, thank you, and we appreciate your sticking it out this long.
Get well.
Yeah, feel better. All right, at this point, I will adjourn the special meeting, and we will reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council, and I think that takes us to 10A. No, gosh, I'm looking at the wrong one, because I have 2 different agendas, which say 2 different things. So that takes us to the second reading of ordinances, which, oh my gosh, I have 2 10As? How can that be?
No, we do have 2 10As.
Oh, okay, so this is the regular meeting 10A, which is the
So it's the second reading.
leaf blowers.
Right. So it's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code 4.08.270 and 4.12.180 to authorize electric leaf blowers.
All right.
I'm in the queue.
Oh, Councilmember Terosas.
I move that we adopt the ordinance.
All right, is there a second?
Second that.
All right, moved by Terosas, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra? Yes. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that is adopted 6-0. Moving on to 10B of the regular meeting.
Second reading and adoption of an interim zoning ordinance to promote economic recovery in the city's downtown districts, including Third Street Promenade area, and provide other minor and clerical amendments to the zoning ordinance related to economic recovery. This is a second reading.
Do we have a motion?
Yep, I move that
Second.
All right, moved by Terosas, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0.
And the third one is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the text of the zoning ordinance to provide incentives for certain housing projects that filed an application prior to implementation of the city's 6th cycle housing element. And this is the second reading.
I move that we adopt the ordinance. We've already
Second.
reviewed this. Yep. Thanks.
Moved by Terosas, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra? Yes. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 6-0. And I believe, now, please keep me honest here, Mr. City Attorney or Madam Clerk, do we need to go back to the special meeting now that Councilmember
So now
Zwick has
we
dropped
are-
off?
Yes, so we are adjourning.
The regular meeting, and we are reconvening the special meeting. All right. Because we know how to have fun.
Twilight.
Okay, so now we have,
Yes, put your knives away.
Okay, so now we're on to the introduction and first reading of an ordinance adding the municipal codes, chapter 3.29, to prohibit the open carry of knives, daggers, and swords in public areas.
Mr. City Attorney, are you doing the staff report on this?
My understanding is that PD was, but Ben can if PD's not here. Ben, you're up. Knives?
Okay.
That's what you get for wandering in at this moment.
Yes. Well, there was a very nice PowerPoint presentation prepared, but I do not have access to that.
You can act it out.
Yeah. It's a little like law school. It's a cold call.
Sure. One of my favorite things. So this ordinance is relatively straightforward. It would prohibit the open carry of knives in public areas. Right now, there is no state or local law on the books that would allow the Santa Monica Police Department to have the ability to confiscate these types of weapons when they're found out in the public areas.
All right. Do we have any questions for staff?
No, but
Councilmember Terosas?
I don't have questions. I would just say that I understand that the police department's very supportive of this. We received a lot of communication from the community, folks that are supportive. I don't know if there's anything that you can tell us about how you think this will enable you all to do your job more effectively.
So my understanding from speaking to SMPD is that this proposed ordinance helps to give them the tools to help address dangerous situations that they encounter on a regular basis.
Great. I feel very confident that I'm ready to move it, but I don't know if other people have questions.
Well, I was going to add, since there's no one else in the queue at this point, that we are seeing a proliferation of knives and other sharp objects. We've even had a report of a machete here and there within the city, and I think this gives our police department the tools without waiting for someone to be harmed by those sharp objects to confiscate them and address the appropriateness of the person wielding them. Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I totally support this, and I want to thank staff for being super responsive. I mean, we had a number of incidents, and immediately this change, this ordinance comes forward, for action. So I really want to just thank staff for being very responsive. And it's not on the agenda today, but one of our city employees was stabbed. A city employee who was working in maintenance on the Palisades Park, right by the Cámara Obscura, the building that we have. There's the city facility, and I started thinking, aside from just getting the knives, out of the community, especially the more dangerous type knives, if we can provide pepper spray for those city employees that are, in direct contact with individuals, and that's, I know it's a separate item, but it's something that we should consider as well for the future.
Well,
Thank you.
I think you'd have to bring that as a 16 item, and I think we would need a legal opinion about arming our employees with what is considered a weapon. But, oh, look.
He ran over here.
Morning, sorry.
No, that's
I was
okay.
across the way and you guys started moving really quick. It's like was going really slow for a while. Then
Yeah, the later it gets, the faster we move.
Yeah. Okay, we ready?
Go ahead.
Are we done?
We're ready to vote.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
on which one of the knives?
We're on knives. We're on knives.
Questions for me related to the knives?
Do we have any
ordinance?
questions about knives? We do need a motion. We do not
I
have
move
a.
it forward.
Second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Negretti. May we have a
This
roll?
is my old age. I'm not that fast anymore.
No,
so I
that's okay, but
apologize.
see how persuasive you are. You didn't even need to
Right?
be here to convince us.
Right?
May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Negretti seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 6-0 of those present. Now we will move on to guns.
Okay, so it's introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the
And
Municipal
swords.
Code 3.24 to regulate retail firearm sales, establish additional firearm owner responsibilities, restrict weapon usage on city-owned property and other locations, establishing a voluntary commitment program, and ban non-sterilized, serialized firearms in the city. Go for it.
Okay, good morning,
Good morning.
Council, Mayor. It's Captain Rodriguez with your police department. Again, I apologize. I was trying to get over as quick as I could, and you guys moved really quickly. I thought I was going to come in and get started with this. So this is another ordinance that we believe is extremely important. I believe back in June of this year, it was kind of asked that we do this and come back within 60 days to present something to you folks. The ordinance is amending what we currently have related to Municipal Code 3.24 of regular, basically retail firearm sales, establishing additional firearm responsibilities, extremely important. Restrict weapon usage on city property and other locations, which I understand there's some litigations going on already currently. and also the voluntary commitment program, and then ban of non-serialized firearms, commonly referred to as ghost guns. So when you look at, there's 5 components to the ordinance. One of the main things is the firearm dealers regulations. If you don't already know, I'm sure you may know that there's only one dealer in our city, which is the Big Five on the east end of Wilshire Boulevard. That's the only dealer. Part of what the recommendations are that you install a video surveillance system to deter theft and record firearm sales transactions, install signage as specified by the ordinance, and restricting of unaccompanied minors into the certain areas that are within that area. And again, if you're talking about a store such as the Big Five, it's very clear to say that they can't come within 10 feet, where the firearms, ammunition, and stuff of that nature is being held. And that'll be up to the chief of police or myself, a designee, to go in and say, hey, this is about as far as they can go. And this will be something to keep minors under the age of 18 to go within a restricted area, closer to the firearms. The location restrictions, again, as I understand, it's under pending litigation. There's still Senate Bill 2, which looks like it's going to come into fruition here very soon. And a lot of the stuff covered in Senate Bill 2 is what we're talking about here when it comes to location restrictions. And then you have, again, the additional firearm owner responsibilities, which means they must obtain liability insurance, safe storage, extremely important, duty to report lost or stolen firearms within 48 hours. Different from state legislature, which requires 5 days. So this will require 2 days versus 5 days. That way, if a firearm is lost, stolen, whatever it may be, we're made aware of it as a police department much sooner. Anytime we get a head start on that, it's very important for us to know that. So if we can get that, that'd be great. The voluntary commitment program is simply that if a person believes that the firearm can be within range of somebody who they believe could create a danger in the household, that they can voluntarily just give it to the police department, and then we can in turn return it to them at any point if they believe that fear or that threat has left the house. And then the ghost gun ban prohibits the possession, purchase, transport, receipt, or sale of non-serialized firearms in the city. When you speak of ghost guns, if you remember the 2013 shooting we had at the SMC College, that was a ghost gun. So anything we can do to try to prevent that from being kind of happening here and again in our city, to prevent ghost guns from being manufactured, that's again another added benefit to this ordinance. That's pretty much the down and dirty on it. I'm sure you had a lot of questions, and I do believe that this has been discussed several times.
All right, thank you for making you run. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Thank you for the presentation. Super important stuff. One question about the prohibiting minors to be within 10 feet. What about ammunition? That doesn't apply to ammunition, correct?
Yes, it does.
Oh, it does to ammunition as well. Okay.
I do believe it does, correct? Yes, I'm getting a nod, yes.
Okay, I didn't see that. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Terosas.
First of all, I thank you so much for so quickly coming back with such a comprehensive ordinance. I'm sure it was a team effort, but thank you. When you talked about the liability insurance, I think one of the items that we asked for was to look at San Jose's program where they have a $25 fee and it goes to like nonprofits doing gun safety in the community. Is that something that we're planning on doing? Did we look into that?
I will defer to the city attorney on that. Do we know?
That was part of the original directive in the item.
Yes, that is something we looked at. San Jose itself is actually not charging that. I think there's potentially some legal risk.
It was upheld that they could continue to charge it pretty recently.
They haven't
Okay.
actually collecting it because
Okay.
I think there's an ongoing challenge. It's still under litigation.
Okay. I just would ask that we continue, because my understanding was that that had been resolved.
We can monitor that
Okay.
and report to you if you would like to update it then.
Okay. But that aside, I would just say this is really important. I'm glad we're doing it. I would hope that this is not controversial. I think we know that strong gun control laws save lives. There's data on that too. My nephew lives down the street from the Big Five. We don't want him going into the store inadvertently and getting hold of something he shouldn't. So just thank you for protecting our community and really excited to support this.
And seeing no one else in the queue, the only question I have is, I think it's important to make sure that our community is aware of this ordinance, assuming we adopt it. Do we have a specific plan for that? I mean, for example, we now issue, for example, concealed carry permits. Would this be something we might distribute to people who apply to conceal? I mean, I want to make sure, because we all know there are some pretty technical things in this law, and I don't want people going, and I know ignorance of the law is no excuse, but we also know ignorance of the law is frequently pleaded as an excuse. So I'd like to make sure the community is aware of this. I don't think it needs to be any part of the motion, but just want to make sure we've been thinking about ways to publicize this ordinance should we adopt it.
I'm sure we can definitely work with our communications team as well as our internal public information officer to put out whatever information we feel is necessary so that the public does know that this ordinance has passed and that everybody's made aware to the best of our ability to make people aware of it.
Right. That's all I can ask, is the best of your ability.
And Mayor, it would be typical that to post signage at buildings where guns are not allowed too.
Right, and we frequently see those in other buildings. All right, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So, well, we need a motion and a second.
Move to adopt the first reading.
All right, and I'm assuming, Mr. City Attorney, we can adopt all 4 staff recommendations in one motion?
Yes, you may.
All right, so moved by Tarosis, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Tarosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 6-0 of those present. Thank you very much, and good morning.
And have a great day.
We'll try.
Okay, next we have introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the text of the municipal code, creating Article 13.
Oh my God, these poor guys.
Neighborhood preservation, and Chapter 13.02, property maintenance, Chapter 13.04, vacant properties and moving language found in Chapter 8.96, abatement of nuisances, to new Chapter 13.06, abatement of nuisances, and retitling Chapter 8.96 to reserved.
Thank you. Sorry.
You need coffee?
Do you need a snack?
Please.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager with the City of Santa Monica. The item tonight that we're hearing is, as was just stated, a property maintenance and vacant properties ordinance. I'll try to run through this as quickly as possible. Recommendations you guys have, so I'll just move on. So really what we're doing here is we're going to create a new article, Article 13, which is neighborhood preservation. It will hold all chapters related to preserving and protecting the quality of life for the broader community. Within that article, we'll have, we're proposing 3 different chapters: Chapter 1302, which is property maintenance, 1304, which is vacant properties, and 1306, which is the current 8.96 that's being taken out of Chapter 8 or Article 8, moved to Article 13, and then the existing language that's not moved into the property maintenance or the vacant properties ordinance will be left in 1306. So property maintenance, we're really just trying to preserve the properties within this, throughout the community, keep them safe, make sure they're maintained in good condition. We really want to protect the health, safety, welfare, aesthetic appeal of the community. Further, it really does preserve the supply of safe, affordable housing that we have available in this community. Property maintenance is the bread and butter of code enforcement. It's really what code enforcement is all about. I won't go into too much detail, but you can see the rise over the past couple of years in the number of complaints that we have logged in just into the 311 system. This is not the total count of all the complaints we get, but it's just a portion of them. But as you see, they're steadily increasing, and they represent at least a quarter of the number of calls that we get. So right now, there are several property maintenance provisions throughout the code, but they're not centralized in one nice, easy to find location. And most of the provisions that we have really address issues when things go or get to be substantially deteriorated. We need to tackle things a little sooner. So just a brief, just a quick snapshot of where all the property maintenance provisions are within the code. As you see, they're all over. So here's just the general layout of what the 1302 would look like. I won't go into too much there. You guys have the ordinance in front of you. We want to tackle some of the major topics, structural hazards, fire hazards, improper storage of goods, attractive nuisances, trash, litter, debris, things like that. We're going to clarify what the city considers to be substandard housing, as well as when a city can deem a dwelling unit uninhabitable. Moving on to vacant properties. So I'm sure we're all familiar with some of the issues that we've seen with vacant properties over the past several years throughout California and in the country. I'm sure we all are aware of the Ghost Ship Fire, San Francisco. 36 people died. It's a vacant property that was inhabited by people that shouldn't have been there. Like I said, 36 people died in a tragic fire. Just a couple days ago, a story about a Hollywood Hills mansion, multi-million-dollar mansion full of squatters. The police couldn't really help. That really should be something that the property owners are staying on top of. So that's what we're trying to do here today. Back in 2016, council did give staff direction to come back with a vacant property ordinance. Something was provided. It wasn't super strong, but it did provide minimum security and protection requirements for the properties. But at that time, we only had 29 vacant properties in the city that we were aware of. Currently, we have over 130 that we suspect.
Wow.
Right. And as you can see at the very last three lines, just steadily increasing number of complaints about vacant properties within the city.
Okay.
So I'm sure we all know the impacts of vacant properties. Nobody wants to live next to them. It's an eyesore, decline in values, lower tax revenues, increase in violence and crime, which then requires increased public safety costs. Speaking of that, I love this map. In 2022, every calls for service
Whoa.
To the PD was
He's
mapped.
allergic to vacant properties, apparently.
We all are. I mapped every call for service to the PD from January to November of 2022, then did a density concentration, not sure what basically like a heat map. The darker the area of purple is the higher increase in the calls for service, and then we overlaid the location of all the known or suspected vacant properties. You see there seems to be a really strong correlation between calls for service and location of vacant properties. That's no bueno.
Uh-oh, we're getting multilingual.
Sorry, I'm just trying to cruise through this. Did the same thing for fire calls. Doesn't seem to be as strong of a correlation, but there may be some.
Yeah, we're I know it's late and I know we're giddy, but we are going to stick to protocol. Go ahead.
Okay. This is effectively our current vacant property standards, those two code sections. We can do better. We are going to do better. So what we're doing is we're going to propose an entire new chapter dedicated just to vacant properties. Again, I won't go through too much of there. There'll be some basic property maintenance standards assigned to vacant properties. They'll largely match what's in 1302, and every vacant property will be required to maintain their properties in compliance with 1302, which is the property maintenance. But there's a couple other changes, like the hedge heights. We want them to see them brought down to 42 inches. That's for line of sight into the interior of the property for security purposes, removing window coverings, etc., from the property. Security standards. The director or code enforcement will have the ability to require installation of fencing. We will not permit temporary chain link fences, the kind that's sitting in concrete blocks on top of a sidewalk. We'll require polycarbonate boarding, which is that plexiglass, kind of like that stuff, I guess, on all street-facing doors and windows. Plywood's okay on non-street facing sides. Combination locks on the gates, no trespassing signs, trespass arrest authorization, and then motion activated lighting and video. Now we do have it built in here that the director, David, can require or can waive or modify any of these security standards as long as the modification does not impact the security to the broader community. Clearboarding, it's becoming much more common throughout the country. Detroit, Ohio, Phoenix, they're all doing it. It is the new standard for HUD as well. This is the enforcement process. Always issue a warning notice unless there's a reason why we should not be doing that. But 99.9% of the time, we would be issuing a warning notice, giving the property owner sufficient time to fix the issue, follow-up inspections. If they take place and the violations are not corrected, and be a first, second, and third citation before it's referred to the city attorney. Here's the fine structures for all three codes. Vacant properties, because they're so impactful, they do have a higher fine amount. They should have a higher fine amount. Now, there were a couple of changes that I'm going to ask that if we can adopt. For some reason, it just slipped through, and I do apologize. Under 1302, should be 1302-030, under definitions, there should be a letter T in front of structure, the definition of structure, and then renumber the subsequent terms. I'm not exactly sure how we would read that in, but I'm sure you get the point. 1304, 040C3. In the draft that you guys have, the proposed ordinance, it's listed as 36-inch height for hedges. I want to change that to 42, which will match what is currently in the code in 921, I think it is. And then 1304, 040C9. We don't want to require a wrought iron fence or similar material that's at least 6 feet tall. We want to say that they can be required to install a fence. Here are some appropriate fencing materials. Yeah, that's really about it. And then just a clarification on the prohibition on temporary chain link fences. That's all I got. Any questions?
I think there might be a couple. Councilor, take it away.
Okay, so thank you so much, and sorry that we made you stay here all night. So just in terms of like capacity for enforcement, I know that we obviously were decimated during COVID and code enforcement, and that you're building back your capacity, and this seems like some pretty substantial enforcement given the amount of calls that you've had and the number of vacant properties we have. Do you feel confident in your ability to be able to actually enforce this ordinance, or like what additional capacity do you think you need?
I don't know if I can truly answer that question, because since my tenure began here 11 months ago, we have never been fully staffed.
Okay.
We are currently working on it. We're getting closer, which is great.
How many people do you have in your
We're budgeted for 19 positions. I think I'm currently down 4, but I have 2 or 3 starting in the next few weeks.
And you're recruiting for more?
Correct.
Got it. And so you mentioned like vacant property. I assume just given what I've read, you're referring to both residential and commercial, correct?
It's irrespective of the zoning.
Yeah. Would you see like enforcing something like this being a precursor to any sort of rental housing habitability program? Because you're basically it's vacant and underutilized, or I mean, it's not just vacant property that we're talking about here, correct? It's property maintenance.
Well, yeah, there's 2 different things. The property maintenance ordinance applies to every property in the city. The vacant properties provision, 1304, only applies to properties that meet the definition of vacant. So it'd be completely unoccupied, or I think we have 35% or more, or 35% or fewer units actually occupied.
Yeah. I would just, I don't know, when you were giving this presentation, it put a pin in for me that this could be some sort of thought around how we enforce rental housing habitability on a going forward basis, not just for rent controlled units.
Sure. I think the property maintenance, that's one of the ideas that we want to get to is, unfortunately, my staff spends far too many times doing habitability determinations. They're very time consuming, very labor intensive.
Yeah.
If we can tackle these issues when they're smaller and easier to fix,
for sure,
we won't let it grow into these really problematic, units or conditions where we're potentially displacing tenants.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt for a sec because I think the city attorney might have a caveat.
I was going to help answer that question. In Fresno, we did a rental housing inspection program, and the fees that were generated paid for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not trying, listen, I'm not having a policy discussion about that. It's not agendized. I wanted to say that when you were providing this feedback on what you're seeing, I think it's helpful. The other question I had for you is this 130 vacant properties is news to me, certainly. Are you, maybe in a follow-up presentation, we could talk a little bit about like the makeup of those 130 properties and what kind of properties are vacant and where they are and how we help. Because I know that from my experience on the rental housing side, there's obviously folks who have Ellis their buildings, and there are certain buildings that are held vacant purposely or not purposely when their landlord goes out of the rental business.
Sure.
I would just love to know like where and what kind of incidences are happening at the different vacant properties. If there's anything we can do from a policy standpoint to try to incentivize those to not be vacant, for a follow-up discussion. And then finally on the warning notice, I assume you're giving notices to correct first and you're not issuing any fines at the first incidence of a violation, correct? Okay.
That's the warning notice,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. Thanks. No, I'm ready to support. Thank you
But we
so
got
much.
people in the
Yeah,
queue.
that's fine.
Councilmember Brock.
Just a couple of quick questions. Chain link fence, what was the issue?
The issue, it's the temporary chain link fence you might see around a construction site. It
Where
provides
they
zero
the
security.
one that
What's-
was where the gentleman was found dead a few months ago.
I don't specifically recall what that fencing looked like.
It was the Ellis building temporary fencing where they just put it down and there are bars on the bottom. So if it is permanent, there's a reason I was asking. If it was a building that had chain link fence was Ellis, do they still have to remove that permanent chain link
No,
fence?
if it's permanent, then that would not.
That's
fall under that
why I was
purpose.
asking about that.
That was my original intent, but then I was informed that chain link is near and dear to one of the significant architects in the area. So let's not go there.
Okay, then.
I'm on board with that.
Frank Gehry.
Right.
And then, then the second question was, you mentioned 130 buildings, which just is jaw-dropping. I don't know if you know this. How many are apartment houses?
I don't have all that information right in front of me. I do have it on my computer.
Because I know, for instance, there were 3 on San Vicente that you had cleaned up that were
Correct.
just
Yeah, and
a mess.
I'm happy to provide that information. It wouldn't be that difficult for me to.
It's just out of curiosity, because I think that's relevant to a lot of the stuff that we're doing is the proliferation, of buildings that are Ellis, which impacts our rental population, and also the condition where these buildings are left then for years and just, left in shambles. And if this is a way to get those owners to be responsible so that they don't denigrate an entire neighborhood, I applaud it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to say thank you. I think from a public safety standpoint, this is a big deal. From an economic recovery standpoint, in the commercial business area, there's a lot of buildings. I'm always pointing out one on Main Street. And I was wondering if you are proactively informing, because obviously you have a list of these 130 properties. So as this moves forward, do you send out some proactive communication that there has been some changes? Because I'm assuming some of this stuff may not have applied, and so now you would be able to go back to those properties and say you are now in violation. So is there something that comes out first that gives them, is that warning letter that everyone's going to
That'll
get?
be effectively the warning letter. It'll be a pretty substantive, but we won't necessarily make any claims like, okay, you're absolutely in violation of this code, because many of the properties that we believe to be vacant, we haven't verified yet. So we want to go through the verification process first. And if they are vacant, then we'll point out deficiencies and address those specific deficiencies.
And the only other question was specifically, when you say nuisance, everybody can define a nuisance. What does that mean exactly? Could it mean just that there's people sleeping in front of it? That's not necessarily a nuisance to a building. What do you mean when you say that was listed as one of the things? It's not specific to graffiti.
I needed to see exactly.
Well, it says nuisance. You have that listed as one of the things on there. If it's a nuisance, or I can't remember exactly how it's said. It's like the number one.
Right there.
There we go.
So
Public
this is
nuisance.
existing language in the public nuisance code that we're moving these standards to 1306. The entirety of 896 is going to be removed.
Okay.
So it's no longer, at least the 1302 and 1304 are not going to be called
A public
referred to as
nuisance.
public nuisances. 1306 is just existing language, just moved to a different location. There is a definition for a public nuisance. Etta, I don't know if you can better define it.
Miss, can you come up to the mic so we can all hear you? Thank you so much.
Good evening, good morning. So currently our municipal code 8.96 does have a license. We can, and that's specified, and it's pretty broad. However, the way we're doing it now, it would be even broader. But
it's no longer under public nuisance?
Okay, so what was the question?
It's still the violations that are currently in 896 that are not being moved to 1302 or 1304. Anything that's left over is going into 1306, which is still considered a public nuisance. So any of those specific violations, but we're not adding anything to it. So I don't know how well I can speak to specifically
Okay,
1306
fine.
at this very moment.
Okay, then that's fine. Thank you.
City Attorney Sloan.
I was going to help a little bit. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of types of nuisances. So this is just a portion of those. So a nuisance is basically the use of property that unreasonably interferes with the use and enjoyment of another's property. Like playing your stereo too loud can be a nuisance.
That's what I meant to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mick. I just have a couple of questions. So, and the first one I have is it does sound like we have identified at least potentially the vacant properties within the city. So, and maybe you've answered this a little bit, but maybe I just want to ask it more directly. Do you intend to be proactive with those particular properties?
Oh, absolutely.
So you'll be sending them, whether it's a warning or contacting
Correct.
the owner?
Yeah, we'll go down the list. We'll verify if the properties are vacant or not. If they are, then we want to make certain that we start reaching out to the property owners to let them know of the new standards and that here's what they need to do to come into compliance. Hopefully, a lot of them are vacant but fairly well maintained, and it may not take much for them to meet the intent of the code.
Great. And then sort of as a follow-up to Councilmember Terosis's, it seems to me that we do have some buildings where apartment owners or landlords have elected to try and keep a significant number of units within the building vacant. And by your definition, some of these may in fact turn out to be vacant buildings because they're less than 35% occupied. And I assume, I know you are understaffed and overwhelmed, but that those may also end up eventually being a focus of proactive.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter if they're L-list or not. If they're vacant, they still need to be maintained in a manner that's not creating concerns for the broader community.
Right. Okay, great. I don't have any further questions. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move this item and send him to bed.
Second.
All right, moved by Negrete, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote? Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis? Yes. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 6-0, those of us present. I think that concludes all the ordinances. Am I correct about that?
That is all of the ordinances. Thank you.
All right, that takes us on to item 14.
Item 14.
And thank you again for everyone and your nocturnal abilities.
Erica, this is for you. Adoption of resolution to establish a City of Santa Monica Poet Laureate Program.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly about plans for the first ever City of Santa Monica Poet Laureate Program. Last November, Council unanimously supported the development of a Poet Laureate program. After researching other programs in the area,
we come to you today with a resolution and staff report that broadly outlines a program aimed to engage our community in literary arts and poetic traditions. The Santa Monica Poet Laureate Program will elevate and commemorate the diversity and vibrancy of our city through spoken and written word. Passing this resolution tonight is the first step to establishing this 2-year program. Library staff will then invite persons interested in service as the City of Santa Monica Poet Laureate to nominate themselves by completing an online application, which will include submitting original work, a resume, and references. Interested individuals will also need to have a significant connection to our city. We appreciate your support and advocacy for enhancing literary arts in our community, and we are eager to work with our colleagues in cultural affairs, as well as with our library board and arts commission board members to plan and implement this program. Most importantly, we're excited to provide more opportunities for people of all ages to find joy, delight, connection, and appreciation for poetry in the community. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Brock.
Hi.
Hi.
So I did have one question, because when I originally thought of this program, I had thought about the young lady who was down the street at New Roads, I think, who became the Poet Laureate.
Amanda Gorman.
Oh, look at that. Everyone has her name down, and she was a high school student. And then I was in Beverly Hills at their city council meeting last year where their Poet Laureate spoke, who was also a high school student. So I want to make sure as much as we can, even if we have 2 divisions for this, I don't, without making it really complicated, but I envisioned this being a robust competition among high school students and then and college students. It sounds to me like we're more going toward, it could be a 55-year-old or 75-year-old. Nothing wrong with that, since I'm in between that age group now. However, I really wanted to make sure we open this up to our high school students and their English classes and things like that to really have a robust competition, both at our public and private schools in Santa Monica. And do we have the second question would be, is it required that the person be a resident of our city?
So let me answer the second question first. No, it's not required. They have to have a strong connection to Santa Monica, whether that's lives, works, has volunteered, or has, done any type of significant work in the city of Santa Monica. So it's not a requirement, but it's also encouraged. And the second, your first question, so we did speak at length with city attorney, especially with putting together the resolution. Currently, the recommendation is 18 and over for the Poet Laureate. However, the programs that are included include engaging with youth and having youth programs, as well as highlighting youth poets in the community, working in conjunction with the Poet Laureate, as well as library staff.
Do you say 16 and over or 18 and over?
18 and over.
Why can't it be 16?
We can go back and ask the city attorney.
We're dumping like an Amanda Gorman of the future then.
I understand. I think that it's more a lot of what our policies are in terms of adult and kids, and how we work with our kids and teens, specifically, in the libraries and our public programs. We were recommended to start. This is again our first time doing it, right? 18 and over, and to start and see how that works first, and also include youth-related programs in, with our Poet Laureate.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I had a similar question on, regarding how we might be able to accommodate younger poets to participate, but you answered all those questions, and I'm still trying to, it's easier with adults because just, the requirements, I'm sure, criteria and so forth. But if there's a way to have, young people, like sort of like a youth component, like an adult
Absolutely.
component, a youth component.
Mhm.
Maybe that's another way to handle it. I would totally support that.
All right, Councilmember Para.
I just wanted to make a comment, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah, just turn your mic on, please.
I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for bringing this forward. And I just wanted to make a comment about how we use this program in the city that I work for. In Culver City, this program began back in 2015, and it's an artist laureate program with a poet laureate component. And during COVID, our poet laureate, his name is Alexi Steele, he offered his poetry and art to assist our food donation program. And so he created a lot of different pieces and would donate it to us, and then we were able to make copies of it, and we put it into our food bags. And it was very inspirational during that period of time and uplifting. And I can't tell you how much positive feedback we had during that time, because it was a little something that was unexpected. And so it was just a really beautiful sentiment. And so just really excited to see this come to fruition here. So thank you.
You got a button, you can push it if you want to speak.
Oh, I was going to make a motion. But I
All
don't know if
right.
other
Well,
people-
I do have, I guess one comment, which is, I think one of the issues regarding having someone over 18 is if we're going to distribute people's work, there are copyright and other issues, and people over 18 are able to contract away and enter into contracts for that. People under 16 cannot. Or at least they cannot on their own. They have to have an adult act on their behalf. So maybe, at least in the beginning, it might behoove us to stick with the over 18 so that, for example, if we wanted to distribute someone's work, they could agree to do it of their own free will and volition without having to engage, because it gets difficult to contract with minors. As someone who occasionally has to contract with minors, it gets very difficult. But I do emphasize that I think this is something that could be used to reach into both the college and our local schools, even below the high school level, to have our poet laureate work with young people and develop a appreciation of poetry. And then maybe once we get our feet wet and figure it out, we could expand it and figure out a way to do it for youth. But thank you for the work on it. Councilmember De La Torre, did you have another question, or did you just? All right, so Councilmember Brock, I think, wants to make a motion.
Yeah, I wanted to move this forward, and I'm really happy that the staff are bringing this forward. I really was taken with the idea. So it's always good to see something come forward. I would urge, as I make the motion, that we develop a high school component as you can. The only amendment I would like to make to the motion is I'd like the person to be a resident of our city. I think that's going to be really important going forward to instill pride. Part of this is to not only have that arts component, that poetic component, but also I think we have plenty of talent in our city, and I want to make sure we're developing our homegrown talent as much as possible. So I would respectfully like to add that the person should be a resident of the city. If we have problems finding someone, then come back and we can look at that. Is there a second?
Well, that's my job to ask.
Sorry.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right. Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. I see no one else in the queue. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Henderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0. No? All right. I believe that since we have already exhausted the 16 items, we are at the end of the agenda. Sadly, I believe Councilmember Para does have an adjournment. Does anyone else have an adjournment so I can make a note of it? All right, not seeing anyone. Councilmember Para, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Sadly, we lost a member of our city family, and specifically our fire department, today to talk about Dominic James Smith. Dominic was born on March 7, 1970 in Lansing, Michigan, to Douglas and Veronica Smith. He shared his childhood with two older brothers, Deluge and Damien. The family lived in numerous states before settling in Southern California, where Dominic graduated from Chula Vista High School, ready to embark on a career of service to the community. He was also an incredible role model and loving big brother to his other 4 brothers and 3 sisters from his father's second marriage. Dominic knew at a young age that he would enter the fire service. He attended Southwestern College to study fire sciences and emergency medicine, and in 1993 joined the Poway Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter. At the same time, Dom worked as a driver and EMT for a private ambulance company. In 1994, Dominic joined the Oceanside Fire Department as a paramedic firefighter, where he worked for 7 years. Dominic joined the Santa Monica Fire Department on April 2, 2001, starting as a firefighter and paramedic before being promoted to fire engineer in 2005. Dominic was voted the department's Firefighter of the Year in 2007 for his dedication and accomplishments within the department. Dominic was proud to serve on the inaugural Emergency Incident Technician team, helping establish the new position as a strategic role for the department beginning in 2019, building a new career path for future firefighters. Dominic retired from SMFD in March 2023 after 22 years of dedicated service, serving his entire career on A shift. In 2009, Dominic met his true love, Alexa, on the set of a commercial where they both were working. They spent 14 wonderful years together, marrying in 2011 and having their only child, Sydney, in 2012. Dominic was a loving husband who adored Alexa. He was thoughtful and generous, always finding the perfect way to celebrate and cherish her. He was also a doting father, playing games, making silly videos, having backyard campouts, movie nights, and daddy-daughter days, working on projects in the garage. He will be sadly missed.
Thank you. And it was a lovely service today for Dom, and it was always tough to lose a member of the Santa Monica family. That concludes this evening's meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is September 12th. We will see you all then, and thank you all for your patience this evening.